Irán, porfa, ¿se me escucha? Sí, ¿se me escucha?
Ah, es Ángel solo.
No puedo tirar. Solo salvar a alguien. Déjame hacer cosas ahora.
Aquí, ponte en una de las cámaras laterales, porfa.
Vale.
En la que no sea Ángel, ponte los auriculares.
Luego, cuando pueda, pongo un auricular aquí. Cuando ya
Vale, ya está este hombre en ello.
Hasta luego. Ya lo
A ver, la gente que está en el agua, por favor, vamos saliendo del agua. Vamos saliendo del agua. Vamos a empezar el campeonato ya, los competidores ya están preparados. A la zona de competición, por favor.
Hello and welcome to the 2023 Las Palmas de Gran Canaria Pro Am. It's so exciting to be back here in Gran Canaria for the APP World Tour event. We're going to be crowning champions during this event for the junior boys, junior girls, the longboard as well as the Open Pro and men and women's event. My name is Bo Nixon. I'm joined by Emily Utrup. So thanks so much for being here in the booth with me. It's exciting to have you.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited for this event.
Ya están los competidores
Stay
preparados.
out there. The conditions are amazing. It's offshore, like I'll say, like full out there. So yeah, what a day we have in front of us.
Yeah, as you said, beautiful conditions to greet the competitors. We are going to be starting the day off with the junior boys in the water, first of all. Then going into the men's longboard. We're going to be following that by the women's longboard, and then we'll be crowning a junior boy champion toward the end of the day today. So don't go anywhere. There's going to be lots happening today. I'm very excited to see all the action go down. The competitors are out there at the moment getting ready, getting prepared. We've got the first heat in the water as well. So we're going to bring you all the action very, very soon. Emily, is this your first time Gran Canaria?
It is my first time here, actually. Yeah, I came here last night, and so I just came for sunset last night, and lots of the guys were out there surfing. It looked amazing. So yeah, I can't wait to see how this event is going to unfold.
It should be fantastic. The water's super warm. I was in there yesterday. It was very nice to be just in board shorts surfing out there. You might see a few competitors wearing the vest or some neoprene out there. The water can be a bit chilly, the wind as well. It does get windy here in the Canary Islands, so we might see a little bit of wind toward the end of the week. But it's looking fantastic out there today, and you're all going to be in for a treat, definitely, because we've got the world's best stand-up paddleboard surfers here, both men and women. It's going to be fantastic to see them all take to the water very, 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 very soon. Everyone's getting ready down there, so it's going to be an exciting day of action.
It's really exciting. And Bo, I know you were here last year for the event as well. Like, what is your expectation for this year's event?
Yeah, great question. I mean, last year it blew me away, like the size of the waves, the performance on the water as well. The waves are going to be a little bit smaller this year, I think, so it's going to be really high performance surfing from all of the competitors, which is going to be great. We're going to see a lot of the progression come through from especially the top surfers. Obviously, last year's world champions in Benoit Carpentier in the men's, Keita Inoue. In the women, Keita Inoue, she won the longboard, the junior women, and the pro women last year. So she's looking to do a three-peat again this time. But yeah, I think just the level of surfing is going to be fantastic to watch, and I'm really excited. I saw the competitors out there this morning. They seem a bit of nerves out there, I think, at the moment. But once everyone hits the water, it's all going to disappear.
It's going to be great. And I know you told me earlier today that you also used to be a competitor on the tour, and So I thought, like, now before we begin, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you think the judges are looking for today. Like, we've seen the conditions. There's quite a long time between the bigger sets. There's some smaller waves in between. How are the athletes going to play with that out there today, you think?
Yeah, great question. Well, so the judging criteria, they're looking for speed, power, and flow. They're looking for the turns in the most critical sections of the wave. So you really want to be surfing in the pocket where that wave is really steep and breaking there. They're looking for a variety of maneuvers as well. So not just the same maneuver on each wave, and then obviously use of the paddle, which is a key tool in SUP surfing. You need to be utilizing that paddle, crossing it over, and really showing the judges that you're using that paddle for power and progression. I think the longboarding side of things today is going to be interesting because it's going to be a bit more traditional nose riding, walking the board, but also you're going to see some vertical turns as well from the competitors too, because it is a progressive longboard criteria that they'll be surfing against. So we will see a lot of big turns and some critical nose rides as well.
And what is the format of today? Is it 20-minute heat, or how are we doing it?
So we're doing 25-minute heats throughout the day today. And there is the rule about you are only allowed to be sitting down waiting for waves on the board. So you have to be standing up to be obviously paddling around, moving around and catching the wave. If the competitors are in the impact zone or in that kind of danger zone, they are allowed to lay down on their boards, but we ideally want to see all the competitors standing up on their boards. It is stand-up paddling, but they are allowed to sit down to wait for their waves. So, which I think is a great thing to have, because it really keeps those energy levels high for the competitors, and they can put that performance onto the wave.
Yeah, because as I said earlier, we have seen there's quite a long time between those sets out there. So if they would be standing up for 10 minutes waiting for a set, they're gonna be tired. And what do you think their strategy out there today? Is it to, wait for the sets, or is it to stay busy, or how do you think the athletes are approaching that?
Yeah, it's a really tough one, because it's like you always need to have a strategy going into it. I think a lot of the competitors going to be probably staying really busy, because those sets are probably every 10 minutes or so. So 25-minute heats, you might only get 2 sets that come through, so you might want to stay really busy. But then again, if you do get those 2 set waves, you might have some good scores to follow.
Yeah.
But yeah,
great.
It's gonna be fun to watch. As we did hear the horn.
I think we just hear the horns. I don't know if we're gonna throw it to the water and see some action, and start with the under 18 boys, round 1. We got 2 heats here.
Yeah, we do. So the junior boys are, I'm excited to see their progression, because I saw Capono Fukuda, who won the juniors last year. He's out there in this heat. We've got Pedro Viga as well. We'll see those names come up on screen, who else is in the heat, but it's going to be exciting to watch, because Pedro Viga, I think he's only 12 years old, which is amazing. So that's a future talent for stand-up paddleboarding, and great to see him here on the APP World Tour. He's a Brazilian surfer, so traveled a long way for this event, and hopefully he does pretty well.
Yeah, and also a little bit about the format. So we have the round 1 here. We have the first place goes straight into the semifinals, correct? And then we're second, third, and fourth goes into round 2.
Yes, that's right. So really key to get that first position to move forward into the semi-finals, get a bit of that confidence and shake off those nerves a bit. But you do get a second chance, so none of the surfers will be going home just yet in the first round. They will get a second chance to surf again, which is always nice when you've travelled so far.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, exciting days where it looks like we're already gonna crown 1 world champion today. So we're starting out on the first day.
That's right. Yeah, the conditions should stay really nice all day as well. We saw yesterday the winds were very similar, the kind of southeast, so it's offshore all day. So we should have really nice conditions for all the competitors. And I think that's really going to play into everyone's favour, because it's so nice to be nice and calm out there on a stand-up paddleboard rather than really bumpy and choppy, and it's so hard to stay standing and paddle around.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see if we can get some action on the screen soon, because we have heard that the first heat have started already.
That's right. Yeah. So hopefully we'll be able to get that action up for you. I mean, today's action I think is going to be great. I mean, some of the young surfers, what we'll see, like I said before, pushing the limits of the sport. The waves, I think, really going to suit them out there. It's kind of there's a big left-hander out the back, so we might see a few competitors sitting out there, but it does go really soft and quite mushy after a little bit. So there is a reform section on the inside as well, so we might see a few competitors staying in that reform where it's a bit steeper. The judge is going to be looking for that more critical section, so we might see a couple of different strategies and tactics of where the competitors are going to sit out there today. Hopefully we can bring that up on the screen for you and show you what the surf is like.
And so you're talking about the left hand out the back, and then the insider. Is that that's a little A-frame, so they can. What do you think? Are they going to choose the left or the right there? Where did you see most potential this morning?
I think the right has a lot of potential. Kind of stands up a little bit steeper and kind of funnels in back toward the kind of rock wall out there, which you'll see shortly. But there is a little left-hander as well that they can run. I know from last year's experience, the left-hander, as the tide dropped out a little bit more, was quite critical, which was nice. And then just a little bit further down the beach, I think the competitors are allowed to surf. There's another little right-hander that funnels in too. So
okay, the little beach break. Just
that's
down.
right. Yeah, it's kind of like a little, almost a little barrel. But yeah, it should be fun to watch.
Yeah. Well, let's see. It'd be great to see if we can get the action up.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But yeah, some big names going to be in this event. Obviously, Leco Salazar, he won the longboard title last year, so he's going to be looking to defend his longboard crown this year. He is a fantastic surfer from Brazil. He's been on the tour a long time, since I think 2011, I believe.
Wow.
He won his first world title in 2012, or his first and only world title in the stand-up paddling, but he's looking to back that up in the pro men's and also in the longboard as well. It was funny because last year he was on a rented longboard, just a normal prone standard longboard from a shop here, and he ended up winning the event on it. So I wonder if he's going to be riding that same board again, or if he's brought a more SUP-specific board this time. It was funny watching him paddle it because he was just sinking the prone board, but he's turning it super well, and it was great to see. But obviously he's going to come up with some fierce competition. Benoit Carpentier, he won the longboard event quite recently. No, he actually didn't. He didn't win that event. This was the event in Bali. So the longboard SUP Revolution have this big kind of following and growing in size in Australia, and they've put on the longboard event in Bali. Benoit was there. He was the favourite to win. He ended up getting 4th in the final, just due to he couldn't find the waves. But he's such a great longboard surfer. Comes from that prone longboarding background. He does it all though, foiling and winging.
Yeah, and he has a good year so far. Didn't he? Got second in the ISA, and then he won the European Championship just a month ago.
Yeah.
So he will come into this event with a lot of confidence and probably keen to take another win.
Definitely will, yeah. So we're going to be at the beach break of La Cissère today. Benoit won that World Championship last year at El Lloret, which is around the corner. A great right-hand point break. So I wonder if we're going to move over there later in the week and have the surfing there. But it looks like we might be sticking here for the first day or so to run the juniors, the longboard. But yeah, I'm excited to get this event underway.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Let's see if we can get our director to throw it to the water.
Yeah, hopefully we can bring that action to you very soon. But yeah, it's going to be great. We're in Las Palmas, the Gran Canaria, so the capital of the Canary Islands. It's an amazing city. I'm just wandering around yesterday. My family is here with me as well, so it's nice to bring the little one as well. We're just exploring the beaches, and fantastic city. The people are really friendly as well. We're going to go to the aquarium later, I think, this week, and on the off day and check out a bit more of the city. Maybe do a tour around the island as well. It'd be cool to see a bit more of the place. And there's some great waves around this area as well. We have a couple of locals in the event this year, which is nice. Well, I wouldn't say local, but Felipe Martin, he's a Brazilian, but he lives here on Gran Canaria, actually just up the road. He's a black belt jiu-jitsu.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so don't want to step on his toes at all. But also Moritz Marsch. He is a German rider but lives in Gran Canaria now. He's like a 10-time German SUP champion. So he's going to be exciting to watch there as well. Obviously, Abaya Moreno, she's from Fuerteventura, so she's travelled just over the neighbouring island to join this event. So it's going to be interesting to see her competing as well. She'll be in the longboard as well later on today. And obviously coming up in the women's. She was the winner here in 2019 at this event.
Yeah, and we also saw Ibeas, he's been doing good this year as well. Also in the Eurosup, I was there working, and yeah, she was surfing amazing. So I'm excited to see her here in these waves that she's very familiar with.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. She loves the power of these waves, and obviously a very accomplished windsurfer as well. So she kind of knows this area. Doesn't surf the waves here that often, but she knows what she's doing out here for sure. We'll see her partner Alba Frey as well, competing first time in SUP surfing. We saw her, she's a really accomplished racer. She was in Thailand recently for the ICF World Championships, where she got 5th in the technical race and 9th in the long distance. So we'll see her take to the surf. Haven't seen her surfing before, so it'd be great to see how she does out there, which would be very nice. Yeah, right now we do have the junior boys in the water, and we're going to be bringing you that action very, very shortly. Just waiting for it to pop up on our screen. We'll be able to bring you those scores as well from the surfers and update you on the placings too. Thanks so much for tuning in. This is the 2023 Gran Canaria Pro Am, the APP World Tour. My name is Bo Nixon, here with Emily Utrup. And Emily, tell us a little bit about your experience, background in commentary and events, and yeah, it's a pretty amazing lifestyle that you have.
Well, yeah, I'm coming more from the surfing background, so I'm a little bit new to the stand-up paddle scene, but yeah, been doing a few of the race events with the APP World Tour, and I've been doing the Eurosurf, the Eurosup, been doing lots of other like invitational events on the surf side, been doing a few World Surf League events, and so yeah, but yeah, more on the surf side, so I'm excited to get more into stand-up paddling, and hopefully you're going to help me be an expert by the end of the week.
Hopefully we can run through it all, but you were recently just saying you're in Portugal in Nazaré with the big waves, so I know it's been like pretty good season so far to start off winter over there, so tell us a bit more about that wave and what it's like being around those big wave surfers.
Yeah, it's the season just started, but we already had like a full month of action. I've been going up there, you know, spending time there probably like every week since the last month, where we just had amazing waves. We had last week we had an amazing swell, or actually Sunday I came straight from there. Sunday we had an amazing swell in Nazaré, and yeah, I'm there working a lot with Red Bull, doing stuff with the big wave surfers, and yeah, it's a really special place, and it's, you know, it's becoming so popular there, and you know, you see more and more people surfing there. And what I think is really amazing as well, you also really see the women now pushing the limits in Nazaré and in big waves in general, which is, you know, a super interesting revolution to follow so closely.
Yeah, definitely amazing to see like the women stepping up. I think Justine Dupont has been out there a few times as well, accomplished paddleboarder as well, and kind of everything that she does. So yeah, fantastic to see her. Kai Lenny obviously has he been out there this season? Or?
Yeah, he was there last week for there was a training camp there, and yeah, Kai Lenny was there, Italo Ferreira was there, Pedro Scoopy, they were all there. It was so fun to see them all, just, you know, also when they're all together, like we see Kai Lenny and Lucas Jumbo and the guys together, you really see them, you know, pushing each other and, you know, going deeper and going bigger, and yeah, it's fun to watch.
That's awesome to watch. Kai Lenny, obviously, you know, huge name in stand-up paddling too, 5-time World SUP Surf champion, multiple-time race world champion as well. He's kind of done everything in the sport, and he just keeps pushing it even further.
Yeah.
The crazy stuff he's doing on big waves and all the spins and everything.
Yeah, and that's what is so interesting to see now in the big waves as well, is you know, it's not just, you know, going down a 60-foot face wave anymore. It's, you know, they're doing airs and flips and, you know, all this stuff out of the waves, which, you know, it's so fun to follow that, because that's really something they started pushing the last few years with Kai Lenny and Lucas Jumbo and stuff, and now like Justine is also pushing that for the woman. Like, she's, you know, also starting to really work on that, which is, you know, really, really cool to see.
Yeah, amazing. The progression that they have is just incredible, and they do get some massive waves here at Canary Islands as well. Last year the event, and also 2019 too, we had some really big waves to greet the competitors. El Urat, 3 times overhead kind of size, so, you know, even, you know, some of the younger competitors had to go out and face that kind of that size of wave. So this year, like we said before, a bit smaller in the waves, so we're going to see a lot of that progression. Hopefully we're going to see some, you know, some of the stand-up paddleballs take to the air, which is great. I know that Luis Denise, another big name in the event this year, he's really great. He does air reverses and things on the stand-up paddleboard, so it might be really cool to see him do that. Obviously didn't get the chance last year because the waves were so big.
Too big, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But he's a great backhand and forehand as well, so look forward to seeing him in the event. But yeah, hopefully we can bring you all the action very soon. We know we do have a heat in the water at the moment. There'll be 2 heats of the junior boys, round number 1. And as you said before, Emily, first place will move on through to the semi-finals. The second, third, and fourth place will go into round 2, which is going to be coming up after the longboard. So go junior boys and longboard men, and then junior boys again round number 2, and then we'll move into the longboard women, and then we'll finish off the day with the junior boys semi-final, the consolation final, which is the third and fourth place, and then we'll crown the winners right at the end of the day.
Yeah, long, exciting day ahead of us, huh? It's going to be really, really cool, yeah. Really hope that we can throw it to the water soon and watch this. But just to come back into now, we were talking about the Canaries and also how they have the big waves here. And, you know, we talked about Nazare. And last week we actually had the first Spanish woman surfing Nazare. And that's Laura Carrera, who's actually from Fuerteventura, or she lives in Fuerteventura.
Nice.
And she's a big wave surfer. She charges a lot of the paddles a lot of the big waves here around the Canaries, and yeah, she towed into Nazare last week on a big day, and yeah, it was really cool to see her also, you know, really pushing and see some new names out there.
Yeah, definitely, that's fantastic. I mean, coming from the Canaries, it must be that you're kind of used to that, you know, open ocean raw power, but I think Nazare is a whole different story. It's something. Is she paddled Nazare or just towed?
No, she towed.
Just
Yeah.
towed,
Yeah.
I mean, crazy.
Yeah,
Scary stuff.
And she was, you know, because there was the training camp there, so she was towing with Kaileni and Shumbu, and, you know, obviously the boys were pushing her a lot. So she actually ended up getting a bit hurt on one of the days, but she was really charging and pushing it.
Oh, amazing to see. That's so great to see the women coming up in the sport and pushing that big wave surfing as well. I know we're going to see the Olympics coming up next year as well at Shopu,
Yeah.
which is incredible. So we'll have the men and women out there. So it's just amazing to see that it's going to be pushing the level more and more, and yeah, to see that. But yeah, hopefully we can bring in this action soon. We're just hopefully a couple of technical issues with the camera, but we should be able to get up and running very, very soon, bring you all that action from the water. Again, thanks so much for tuning in. You are watching the APP World Tour Gran Canaria Pro Am 2023. Third time they've run the event here in the beautiful Canary Islands. We had 2019 as the first event, which was still pretty big waves. It was great to see all the action go down there, and obviously we ran it last year too. Had a bit of a break over COVID, but then yeah, back for 2023. And this event is going to be the only one on the surf calendar for the APP World Tour this season, so we'll be crowning the world champions.
Yeah, and you said like about the swell and stuff, but it actually looks like we're getting a pretty big swell by the end of this week as well. So could be really exciting.
Yeah, that's right. Could be very exciting. Hopefully, I've heard a couple of competitors say they're looking forward to kind of Sunday, which might be a pretty big day. So hopefully, it's going to be a great day of racing there and of surfing there. I'm thinking about racing. That's
no racing on this event.
Exactly. So no, it'd be great to see the SUP surfers out there for that day with a bit of swell. But yeah, looks like we're hopefully going to throw it down soon. Yeah, the Canary Islands, located just off the coast of Africa, part of Spain, but we are about 180 kilometers off the coast of Morocco. You can get a ferry from Morocco to out here in just under 4 hours.
Really?
Yeah, which is pretty cool. But yeah, obviously you see all the ferries when you're looking out going into Ireland, and there's tons of ferries and the cruise ships that come in as well to visit the Canary Islands too. So very, very busy place, 12 million visitors each year. So yeah, it's, you know, we're the capital of the Canary Islands, so you can expect it to be pretty busy. But yesterday, walking along the beach there, you see people are just so active here. I think it's just that, you know, it's warm, it's almost winter, it's like you can be outside, you can be doing tons of stuff, which is great. Everyone's at the gym, they're swimming at the beach. Yeah, it's a fantastic city lifestyle that they have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's cool. It's like literally a city on the beach. I was quite surprised this morning when we walked out, because I came when it was dark yesterday, and we walked out of the apartment this morning. I was like, oh, there's the beach.
Exactly. Yeah, very close. Yeah, pretty fortunate to be able to, you know, be staying close to the beach and be able to kind of walk out and go for a swim or go for a surf. I managed to get in yesterday, which was nice. Pretty crowded. Mm-hmm. Not with SUP surfers, with surfers. I think all the SUP surfers were around the corner at El Lloret, which is that right-hand point break, but I decided to just jump out the beach break. But yeah, some really fun waves around, really fun waves, great conditions as well. So really looking forward to seeing all the action coming up.
And have you explored any of the other waves around?
I haven't, no. So I know last year we were meant to do a road trip, or they did do a road trip, but I didn't jump on because the waves were massive. And I don't think I was ready for that kind of step yet. But yeah, they found this wave. It was just this huge left, and it looked pretty amazing. But there's tons of waves. I know speaking with Benoit Carpentier earlier, he went and found some kind of really slabby waves yesterday. He was on the bodyboard, so maybe kind of cross training. A little bit, I don't know, for stand-up paddle on the bodyboard.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. But he said it was just this very shallow, heavy wave, so he had a bit of fun out there. But there are tons of waves around it. Obviously, on all the islands, there's tons of waves too.
But like talking about that, I think that's what is amazing about the athletes here. You know, the stand-up paddle community is like, they're not just stand-up paddlers or surfers, or they're like watermen and women, right? And a lot of them do kite surfing and foiling, and you know, some of them are even on the world tour on the different events, right?
That's right. Yeah, totally. It's amazing to see the athletes, you know, crossing over different disciplines. Like we said, Moritz Marsh, he does a lot of windsurfing, winging here as well. Obviously got the wind for it. Abaya, she's obviously 10-time windsurf world champion, and her sister Dida is 18-time world champion windsurfer. So between them, they have 28 world titles between the sisters, which is absolutely incredible.
That's amazing.
And then obviously Abaya with that 2018 world title too. So with the stand-up paddling on the APP tour. So yeah, very accomplished water women, and fantastic to see them here competing, obviously in their home country. Yeah, which is fantastic.
Cool. Yeah, because I know when we were doing the Euro surf, we also saw a guy like Ethan.
Ayrton Kozenda?
Yeah, who's also like 6-time world champion in kite surfing, and you know, then he was out there, like made it to the finals or semi-finals, I don't remember. But yeah, it was, you know, really cool to see that they're just, you know, embracing the water sports.
Yes, that's right. Ayrton, I mean, what amazing progressive SUP surfer as well. He does aerials as well and spins the board around. Really utilises the paddle too, and I think that you coming from that wind sport background, he kind of has an idea of how he can move the board on the wave and things. As we can kind of hear just outside the booth that there's 5 minutes left in this first heat, so hopefully we can bring you the action, or hopefully you are able to see it. We unfortunately can't see it on our screens right at the moment. We'll definitely bring you all those updates as soon as they come through, as soon as we kind of get that live feed coming onto our screen as well. Hopefully we can get that sorted very shortly. Just taking a peek out the window, looks like there's some competitors heading out for the next heat as well. Titouan Pajot, a young surfer from France, amazing talent as well. Obviously training under Benoit and getting lots of insights from him. I mean, who else better to get some tips off than Benoit? You know, last year's world champion on the APP World Tour. So yeah, fantastic to see these young kids out there in the sport coming up. Obviously going to have, I think, Tobias Ernst, I believe. Is going to be in the juniors as well. We had Noah Stender competing in the juniors last year. He's moved up into the Opens this year. Noah Stender, a young Danish SUP surfer, really good racing as well, but he's really focusing on the SUP surfing. So it'd be great to see him coming up later in the longboard today. And yeah, we're going to hopefully throw it down soon to the beach, catch up with all the action. From there, we did see Capono in that heat. And also Pedro Varga. So it would have been great to watch this heat and get some, you know, get an idea of the level of SUP surfing this year as well. And obviously vying for a world title, a junior world title. Everything's on the line.
It is. Yeah. It's happening out there right now.
It is happening out there right now.
Oh, we're sitting on a booth very close to the beach, but we can't actually see the ocean. So we are waiting for it to be on a screen.
Yes, we are waiting for it.
But we just sent help, so hopefully it's hopefully it'll be sorted soon. Yeah.
But yeah, no, we'll bring that to you as soon as we can.
But Bo, any other insight you can give us on stand-up paddle surfing and competing? You know, you being, I know you run also like a little bit of info about you. You run a stand-up paddle school and tours, and so your whole life is revolved around stand-up paddling, correct?
It has, yeah, that's right. Yeah. From like a pretty young age, I got into paddleboarding, probably like in 2007, kind of. I think I got into stand-up paddleboarding, and then it kind of eventuated that I was into longboard SUP surfing to start, and then moved into kind of the the progressive side of the shortboard. The boards got smaller and smaller over the years. So did a lot of competition, especially on the APP World Tour. Back then it was known as the Stand-Up World Tour with the Waterman League. So did, 3 or 4 years on tour there. And then was always coaching, and then transitioned into running our trips into the Maldives, Costa Rica, as sup surf coaching. My wife's a marine biologist, so we kind of blend those two together. And then you were able to, bring non-surfers as well, and people can enjoy themselves on the boat or the resort or however we run it. So, it's been an amazing journey. I still want to continue, staying in this stand-up paddle community. The people are so friendly. It's really nice to see, and just walking down the beach today and saying hello to everyone and just seeing friendly faces. It's really nice. It's really cool.
Yeah. Wow. Amazing. And what a great lifestyle that you and your wife have. And I know she's here with you as well and on this trip. And yeah,
it was great that she was able to come along. We've got a little 2-year-old as well, so she's with us in tow too. So they're having a beach day today while I'm here with you, commentating all the action once it comes up. It should be a great day. That we're looking forward to it. And it's amazing weather out there. It's so nice and warm. It's so good to get out of the UK at the moment. It's windy, it's cold, it's wet. So nice to be here in the Canary Islands.
It's really warm. I was actually surprised. I'm living in Portugal, and there we had like pretty good weather the last week as well. But it's definitely like 5-10 degrees warmer here, and I'm excited to get in the water later. Hopefully.
Definitely, need to get in the water later for sure. Brush off the cobwebs. Be good to just get a feel for the waves as well out there and understand that.
I think we're getting some help now, hopefully, to get the action going. Let's see.
Good. We'll hopefully be able to show you all of the live action from the water coming up. So junior boys out there at the moment, just about to finish the first heat, and we'll be able to bring you the results from that shortly. And then moving into the second heat. There are only 2 heats in this round of the junior boys. So we'll be able to bring you those results. Hopefully watch heat number 2 when it comes up on our screen. And bring you all that live action.
Yeah. Otherwise it's going to be a long day of us.
Just talking. It will be. Hopefully it's not too boring for you.
Well, that's good. You printed out a sheet here.
Yes, I've got all the facts.
Facts.
We can run through this all day.
Give you all the facts.
That's right, exactly.
Good. But hopefully we'll get it sorted soon so we can... I know you guys at home probably want to really follow the action because it is an exciting day.
Yeah, well, hopefully maybe they've been watching the action and just been listening to us talk. But just on our screen that we've got here in the booth, we haven't had that live feed up, but be cool to know if you guys have been watching it. Let us know how the action was. Speaking of how warm it is here, it rarely gets below 20 degrees Celsius, so it really is the sunniest part of kind of that Europe. We're off the coast of Africa, so it's been nice to come in here and get some warm weather. Really volcanic kind of area, the Canary Islands, so a lot of black sand on the beaches. And I was walking up the beach from yesterday, and my daughter was like, "Oh, Daddy, black feet." So black sand on your feet. It's definitely very volcanic here. Very cool to kind of look up and see the surrounding landscape, big mountains. You can see the island of Tenerife in the distance as well.
And I am just pulling up that we have some live feed actually.
Excellent.
But we can't see it in here. That's why we haven't been commentating on it.
That's right. So great to see that you have been able to watch the live feed at home.
We're going to start in 3, 2.
We're just getting word that we are getting heat number 2 underway of the junior boys. So as we said before, we haven't been able to have the live feed in front of us here in the booth, so it's been nice to know that you've been able to be watching it. And I can see some comments also on the live feed. So thanks for tuning in to watch all the action. So it looks like we have It's like a Tijuana, I think, up and riding. I'm kind of tuning into the live feed on the YouTube, so we'll see if it's working. And then looks like we've got a little bit of flicker on the screen to be able to bring you all the action. But yeah, looks like Capono was killing in that last heat. Got people tuning in from Taiwan. Thanks for tuning in. Also from South Africa, Cape Town. Thank you again for watching. We do have Lucas as well in this heat. Lucas Winter-Drew, really young surfer from France. Really fantastic to see him progressing the sport of SUP surfing. We are here for day number 1 of the Gran Canaria Pro Am 2023, looking at the junior boys in the water at the moment. We will be crowning a junior boy world champion for SUP surfing later on today, so do stick around, don't go anywhere. We are going to have lots of great action here from Gran Canaria. And I see JV on the comments. Hi JV, thanks for watching. Hopefully we'll be able to get the longboard starting very soon, that's right. And yeah, definitely going to be up for commentating the longboarding. I absolutely love longboard SUP surfing, coming from that longboard background. And yeah, it looks like Benoit should be on early this afternoon. Hopefully we'll be able to see him ripping it to pieces. He's a great longboard SUP surfer to watch. So thanks JV for tuning in. Yeah, we see all the SUP surfers opting to surf the left-hander out the back. As we see someone up and riding at the moment. This is Enrique. So just a quick one for our SUP surfer in yellow on that heat. And then here we go. In the white. Nice. Little turn off the top there. Bringing it through. It's got a much more powerful turn off that one using that paddle. He's going to go up and off the lip. Oh, it just comes unstuck on that landing. That would have been a fantastic wave for him in this heat, but unfortunately just couldn't stick that last one. A couple of nice turns to begin with. Then we see a right-hander coming into play here. Oh, big off the top. It just throws it away off the top there. So that was Tituan Pajot.
And Bo, can you tell us a little bit of what boards are they riding in these type of conditions? Because I see some of them are riding like a little bit bigger boards, some of them are on really like almost short boards.
Yeah, I'm going to say very small boards.
Yeah.
Much small boards than we used to be riding, 5, even 6 years ago. But as we see a competitor here in blue, this is Lucas Winter-Drew, carving it off the top there, switching the paddle over. So this left-hander kind of gets a little bit slower as it goes out toward the deeper water. So if you're looking to ride this one through, look for a bit more critical section. Another turn there. He's going to try and find that reform on the inside that we spoke about earlier. As he brings in, I don't think he's going to be able to link it up. But yeah, the boards they're on, probably around that 7 feet in length. And probably around that 23, 24 inches wide for the junior competitors. So very narrow boards. And some of them might be a little bit wider, maybe 26 wide. But if you're on a custom board, it's going to be pretty small. Probably for the junior boys around that 70 litres, 75 litres of volume, which is pretty small. You'll see a lot of other competitors as well riding around that 70, 75, but for guys like myself, I'll probably ride like a 90, 95 litre board just to have that bit of buoyancy out there riding. It just feels a bit easier to paddle. Obviously, you are allowed to sit down and wait for waves here, so opting to ride that smaller board, you can get that more performance on the wave. So maybe we might see some of the competitors riding that smaller board. So maybe a little wave here. Surfer in white was Andrew Noel from France. He was here last year competing as well. So it was great to see him back again for 2023. Okay, we're going to throw it down to the beach for an interview with one of our competitors from the last heat.
Congratulations, Capono, for taking out the first heat of the Gran Canaria Pro Am event. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, and I'm so happy to come back to this contest and this island. Yeah.
Well, you got a combo of 13.67, so that's quite high. How have you been training for this event? I know you've been really busy. You spent a bit of time in France. You just won the Japanese championships, so you're currently #1 in Japan. How have you been training? What have you been doing differently?
I just like training is like like well I don't know what normal like yeah it's just everyday and everyday surfing and everyday like fun surf yeah.
Consistency is the key, and to enjoy yourself. Now, what boards are you riding at the moment?
Sorry,
What boards?
what boards? Boards the size
The company.
company
Company, like the brand.
brand is now I'm using sorry custom board, but my sponsor is Snowba surfboard. Yeah.
Okay, well, congratulations. You're through to the semi-finals. You can have a little bit of a rest, and we'll see you in the next couple of days.
Thank you so much. Gracias.
Thank you. Yeah?
So that was Kapono Fukuda there for the interview. Obviously coming off that heat win in the first heat of the junior boys. As we see Tijuan hitting it off the top there and holding on to that turn very nicely. See Kapono Fukuda looking to go back to back as a world junior SUP surfing champion on the APP World Tour. And we can see this reform happening for Tijuan here. Oh, just unfortunately couldn't land that last maneuver, so we'll see some scores coming through for them.
And we also have Lucas from France. He came out as the Euro Junior, European Junior champ just a month ago. So he will also come in to this event with some confidence and hungry for more.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see him here competing. Fantastic SUP surfer from France, as well as Andrew No and Tijuan Pajol. So there are a lot of French competitors in this heat, which is good. And then also Enrique from Spain, so he's in this heat as well in that yellow jersey. You see competitors just sitting down at the back. Remember, you are allowed to sit down on the boards when you're waiting for waves. Obviously, you need to be standing up when you are moving around or catching a wave. But they're just kind of saving their energy and give them the best opportunity to perform on the wave. A lot of nerves out there. I see a lot of the competitors kind of falling off on their turns, so it seems like a bit of nervous energy, especially with four surfers in the heat as well, trying to find those waves, find the good waves. It's always a bit tricky. You need a real good strategy out there. Looks like everyone's trying to stay a bit busy too, so a lot of waves are being ridden.
And as we talked about before, it's like it's only the winner who goes straight into the semis. The rest of them will need to do another heat.
Yes, that's right. So everyone else will be surfing again. Obviously, kind of get a heat off when you do win your first round, and then you go straight into the semi-finals. So always a little bit of confidence booster for that. As we see the conditions just a bit slower. See that little reform on the inside. It's like a fun wave, Emily.
Yeah, it looks super fun. And I don't know what the tide is doing right now. I think the tide is going out. So do you think we'll see a bit more like steep section later in the day with the lower tide? Or?
Yeah, definitely will. So it was a high tide at 7:45 this morning, local time. Low tide at 2:20 in the afternoon here. So as that tide drops out, we're going to see those waves kind of breaking in a little bit further. We're going to see the waves get a bit steeper as well. But it also is very shallow on that outside section where the SUP surfers are too. So on the left of screen, there's kind of a really shallow rock shelf. They're surfing just next to that. So as the tide gets lower and lower, you'll start to see those rocks stick up out of the water. And competitors will be sitting right next to that rock to try and catch the waves. But as we said before as well, the inside sections, the reform section, works really well on the lower tide too.
And now it looks like there's a little set coming in. They got wide up and riding. Just a quick in and out, having a look at that one. Didn't have much potential.
So that is Andrew. So he's currently sitting in third position. He wants to try and get into that first place to get that progression into the semi-finals. You can see Tituan currently in the lead. And then Lucas in that second position. Andrew in third, Enrique in fourth. Not much separating them though, small scores on the board. So anything can happen, anything can change. Yeah. So we'll try and bring you those updates of what the surfers need to progress. As we see a little bit of action happening out the back with the wave coming through. This is going to be surfer in white, Andrew, carving it around. Nice turn there. He's going to be able to get to the top of this one. He does a little bit there. So great, a little off the top. He carves it back around, back into the pocket. That's really what the surfers really want to be. It's where the power is, where the speed is. So we're going to be able to get the higher scores. As we see Andrew bring it all the way through. Looks like he might find the reform here as well. He's going to stand up a little bit. That white water staying with him. Find a nice little left, and finishing this wave off is really key. You know, the judges love to see completed waves, so hopefully you can get through this section here and get a nice little turn off the top. You can see a lot of downtime on that wave as he goes in for it. Unfortunately, it just comes unstuck as well. So as we said, maybe a bit of nerves, but also it's that energy because he had to keep pumping a lot on that wave to get through that slow section. That's where the paddle comes in handy. You can use that to paddle through.
Yeah, now talking about the paddle, can you explain us a little bit about like what is the criteria of using the paddle? Because I guess also we talked about they're actually surfing on these like quite like performance board, you know, almost like a shortboard. You could probably surf it like a normal surfboard without the paddle. So it could maybe be easy to just like surf it, but how do the judges look at their use of the paddle?
Yeah, so these boards, as I said before, around that 70 litre mark, you'd think of a typical shortboard as about 25, 30 litres. So the paddle is really key to be able to move that big board. You use it for power. You can use it to control your turns as well. The judges really want to see that paddle in the water during turns. You can push on it. You can even see some of the paddle with a bit of flex in it as the surfers do a bottom turn or a top turn. And obviously using the paddle with speed as well to get through. So we'll be able to use that paddle. As you can see, that paddle switch there, beautiful turn off the top there for Lucas, fantastic. So we're seeing that on the YouTube screen at the moment. But yeah, use of the paddle is key, and it really comes down to switching it over and really utilizing it in the water. You can obviously spin the paddle and twirl it around above your head, but you're not getting any points for that. You really have to use it in the water. Use it as a balance tool, control, but also use it for power to push your turns a little bit harder, and that's what the judges are going to be looking for. So there's a comment on the YouTube as well. What does AM mean in the name Pro Am? That's an amateur division. So we have pros and the amateur division. I think the name Pro Am came about from last year. We had the trials event, so we had the amateur surfers competing in the pro divisions. So we have the professional, the amateur. This year we just have the pro for all of the divisions. So yeah, as you see a replay here off the top, it's fantastic. Lucas there.
Yeah, great drone shot.
So as we do see that last score come through for Andrew, it puts him up into the lead. So we've got the French surfers there, as we see Enrique. And it looks like the colours have changed actually on the screen. So we'll just get confirmation on that. But really nice paddle switching here, as we were saying before, using that paddle you see in the water on those turns, and then switching it up. And lovely last turn on the inside section there. So that's a completed wave for him. That'll look to increase his scoring. Yeah, we're currently just sorting out the technical issues that we had earlier today, getting all of the live feeds up onto our screen here. So we'll be able to bring you all of that real-time action and commentating very soon. Thanks for sticking with us and tuning in, watching all the surfing. I know you're probably cheering for your favourite sup surfers out there at the moment. But it's great to have you tuning in. We're going to be going into the men's longboard round one after this heat of the under 18 boys. And we do have just under 9 minutes remaining in this heat. And we will update you on the scores that they need. As we see maybe a little wave coming through for the surfers in the water. At the back, looks like it might be Tituan. Having a look at this one. He's not going to be able to get onto it. So yeah, going to be...
But we also had a change in position, right? We now have Andrew in the first place, followed by Tituan, who is up and riding now.
So Tituan Pajot at the moment, just on the left of screen. So that wave kind of dying out a little bit. See, it hasn't broken yet, so not much critical section on this wave. He's going to try and bring it through though. As you can find this reform on the inside and banks it off the top. So great turn off the top there. And he's found this reform right-hander, which can be really fun. Can give you some good scores as well when the wave does stand up on the inside.
Yeah, really trying to pump the speed there to get that last turn on the inside to finish off the wave. See, and he gets it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the judges are going to score that.
Yeah, he timed that last turn really well off the top, showing the judges that he was in complete control throughout the wave as well. So a few nice turns on that one. It might put him back up into that leading position. We'll be able to see if... Here we go. So White up and riding at the moment. So this is our current heat leader. So we see Andrew up and riding at the moment.
And
so
we finally have it working on our screen.
We do. Thanks everybody for your patience. It's been a little bit of a process to get it all sorted, but we are underway. Obviously little glitches on day one. We've got to sort it all out, but we're going to be able to bring you all that action now. We have it on our screen on the live feed, so it won't be mistimed on the YouTube. We're very, very sorry about listening to us drone on for the last half an hour.
Yeah, we're just warming up.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is the first day and everything just have to, work out, and now it looks like it's all up and running. And yeah, we are just missing just over 5 minutes of the second heat of the Pro Junior. And we're having Andrew in the front.
Yeah, it's been interesting. I've seen the colours change for Lucas and Enrique on the screen a couple of times, yellow and blue switching. So I think it is correct with Lucas in the blue and Enrique in the yellow jersey. But scores still very, very close between all SUP surfers. Not needing too much to progress. No one's really put a stamp on this heat yet to be able to solidify that first position. We obviously saw Tituan have a nice wave just before. We'll have to wait for the score to come through for him. If that's going to increase his position.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the judges are doing there, because I feel he had two good turns on that wave, and he managed to connect it all the way to the inside.
Yeah, he did well to identify that wave as well, because it didn't really break on the outside section, but he saw that it was going to reform on the inside and be really nice for the inside section. So, yeah, reading the conditions really well. Obviously, you can see that these lulls, maybe 5-10 minutes between the sets. So, as the conditions go a bit flat, the competitors will sit down, wait for their waves. All competitors making their way back out. Just under 5 minutes or 4.5 minutes on the clock. So the next heat will be paddling out, which is going to be the men's longboard, round number 1. Looking forward to getting that underway.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting as well, and see this be some great condition for longboarding.
Yeah, it really is perfect conditions for the longboarding. We'll see a lot of nose riding happening, a lot of those carves as well. And obviously with the longboard, you can kind of have that glide across the flatter section. So we'll see them linking up a lot more waves through to the inside section. Even see some helicopters and spins and tricks, which would be fun. Yeah.
Yeah, good day in front of us. And right now it looks like it's Andrew who's going to go straight into the semifinals. But yeah, we're still missing that wave from Tituan. So see if that can change anything.
Yeah, we'll see if that does change the situation. As we see Enrique having a look at this one. Not too much going to happen here, I don't think, for this wave. Fortunately, he's just going to fall off the back of it. Just hits that deeper water on that inside there. So we're zooming in on Tituan. He's having a look at that one. Enrique, he knows he needs a score. We're coming down to 3 minutes left, so he's going to have a go on this one. Looks like a nice wave for him.
Yeah.
Race across. He's going to off the top. Oh, that would have been such a great maneuver.
Yeah.
So he really threw his commitment up into the lip there, but it's unfortunately come unstuck on his feet. So Enrique looking for a score to be able to move up into that first position to get to the semi-finals, but he will be coming up again in round number 2. The competitors aren't knocked out just yet. They do have a second chance. So very good from the contest organisers to have a couple of rounds that you kind of get your surfing under the belt and not get knocked out straight away, because a lot of these competitors travel a long way to compete in these events, so they do get a second chance.
Yeah. Yeah, it's yeah, a lot of them. We have quite a lot of Brazilians here and from Korea, and yeah, there's like lots of people who've been doing long travels to get here. So
yeah, especially the Brazilian contingent. They're always here. They love this event, I think. But yeah, obviously a lot of Brazilian surfers. We'll see Aline Adesaka coming up in the pro women's. She'll be looking for that world title. She's been chasing it for a number of years now, but I saw her this morning down here. And obviously Keita Inoue, Sakura Inoue as well, Inoue family. And hopefully we'll see Taka as well coming up in the longboard. But I think they're just arriving today. I think there's been a bit of a delay with their flight. So hopefully they can make it here on time. Better get in the water for their heats. Yeah, coming down to 1 minute 35 seconds on the clock as we're looking at maybe there's a little bump out in the horizon, Emily. Maybe something's going to happen toward the end of this heat, which will be interesting to see. I don't think that score Tituan had made it into his top 2. So
yeah, it looks like Andrew is still sitting in that first position. So, and he has no, we don't have the priorities up here, do we? No.
Don't think we do, unfortunately. It does look like Lucas having a look at this one. He's going to get around this section. He's going to try and drop down, get around it. You can see that wave. Oh, nice turn in the critical section there. So he's going to try and bring it through. You can see this wave fading out. He's going to cut back to the right, cut back to the left.
Now it's a little bit standing up here on the inside, but yeah, still trying to look for that pocket.
Yeah, still trying to hope it reforms and stands up for him. Really great drone angle here. See how far back his back foot is. Be able to turn the board as well. And he's going to be able to bring it right through to the inside. So hopefully he can finish this wave off. He's looking for a score to get up into that first position to get into the semi-finals. As he nice hit off the top there, but unfortunately goes down on the end section. So you can see a lot of work to do throughout that midsection of the wave. There's not too much happening. So really utilising the paddle, bouncing up and down on the board to get the speed through that slower section.
And in the meantime, we actually see Tituan moving into that first position. So maybe that wave we saw before did count.
I think it did count.
We just only had the scores now, so it looks like, yeah, he's gonna go straight into the semi-finals. Yeah,
it looks like Tituan's going to move through. Really great young SUP surfer. So well done to all the SUP surfers there. We'll see them all coming up again, round number 2, and also the semi-finals later today. We do see the longboard heading out the next heat.
Yeah.
That longboard looked very small, Emily.
Yeah.
As there we have the fantastic drone angle of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, capital of the Canary Islands. There we are, bottom of screen there, the event site at La Cicer. Fantastic city. This drone angle is beautiful. You can see that left-hand point break that the competitors are surfing at the bottom of screen.
Yeah. And now we're going straight into the 4 heats of the men's longboarding.
Yeah, this is going to be amazing to watch.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see this action go down. But we're kind of looking up to the north almost here. Top left there is El Confortal. Pretty like a secret wave. Can be really fun up there. Don't want to talk too much about it.
Yeah, I was like, secret?
Yeah, secret. Yeah. It's a very, very good right-hand wave. Can be quite localized, but I know a few of the people wanted to get out there last year. As we see round 1, heat number 1 of the longboard men. Leco Salazar in the red, defending world longboard champion on the APP Tour. And it's Killian Burak. So he is a great SUP surfer, young SUP surfer as well. We'll see coming up in this heat.
So we are only having two men in this heat.
It looks like just 2 in this heat, yeah. And then I guess they'll be moving through to the semi-finals, but we'll have to get confirmation on the running order for the longboarding. We've just got today's schedule in front of us. So obviously we're going to take it day by day on the conditions, based on the conditions, and then we'll be able to...
Yeah, it looks like we're having the first heat with just 2 men, and then the rest of the heat we are having 3 competitors.
Yeah, so I think just with the number of competitors, we'll have Leko. Leko is on riding a gong. So Leko recently moved over to gong SUP boards. So he's out there on a gong longboard, probably the NFA, I believe. I've been fortunate to ride one of those longboards. Really nice, great stable longboard. As I said before, he was on a rented longboard from last year, so good to see him on the more SUP-specific longboard. Killian looks like he's on a pretty much a standard prone longboard. He was carrying it under his arm, but looks like he's quite small and be able to lightweight to be able to stand on that board. It's going to be good to see these SUP surfers.
Can you tell us a little bit about like what is the difference between these longboards and normal longboard, and would they ride like single fins or thruster, or what is the go-to here?
Yeah, great question. There's kind of a different styles of SUP longboard, pretty similar to the longboards you find in the prone. That you can get those kind of more logging, single fin, big wide, tails as well, for more of that nose riding and traditional. But we're going to see a lot of the competitors opting for a 2+1 setup, or that 3 fin, so a bigger center fin, 2 smaller side fins. They're going to really want to be able to turn their boards in this event, because it is more of a progressive judging criteria for the longboard. A bit different to the WSL, where they're gone really back to the traditional roots for longboard surfing. But we're going to be looking for big turns, still critical section of the wave, but also mixing in with cross-stepping up to the nose riding as well. These boards are a little bit wider, obviously, than the normal prone longboards as well. So utilising the paddle as well to be able to turn the boards is going to be key. It's going to be great to see Leko Salazar, obviously, in this heat as well. Very, very accomplished longboard rider. His dad, a very, very accomplished longboard SUP surfer, longboards prone surfer, as well in Brazil. Multiple national titles to the Salazar name, which is fantastic. And Leko obviously coming from that longboard background too. And some great longboard talent coming out of Brazil. But yeah, Killian in this heat, he's from France. He is pretty much good at everything. Very good at shortboard, longboard, very, very good skateboarder too. And I think skateboarding around the city would be awesome, because it's like all paved and it's pretty amazing, so that'd be fun. But yeah, he got 3rd at the French Nationals last year, 2022. So I've actually never seen Killian surfing yet. I've seen a few of his Instagram videos, of course, but it'd be great to see him here and showcasing what he can do. He'll be coming up in the pro as well.
Yeah, so I don't know, did we start this heat already?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing if we're going to get a wave soon, maybe we have. We haven't heard the horn go just yet. Obviously, probably SUP surfers looking to take that wave if the heat was on.
Yeah.
It's like a nice longboard wave. I'd play that one. But yeah, we saw last year Leko Salazar linking these waves right together with some beautiful nose rides, beautiful turns as well. So really keen to see him get underway here.
And the judging criteria for the longboarding, you were explaining me a little bit this morning that it's not so much traditional longboarding, it's more like turning and using the paddle, but they will combine it a little bit with the nose riding. And
yeah, definitely. I think because it's such a kind of a new discipline in SUP surfing, we're still trying to figure out the judging criteria. A lot of kind of last year and a few of our other events as well in the longboard SUP surfing has been really focused toward turns. And I think that just comes down to the judges, because they're so used to judging SUP surfing on small boards. They see a big turn on a longboard, they reward it really highly. But I think now we're going to really see that kind of traditional walking the board, nose riding come into it as well. So hopefully we won't be able to score a 10-point ride just on turns, because they are longboards. We have to utilise the whole length of the board and to be able to get those higher scores. And we'll see generally the kind of strategy for a longboard is you want to kind of get a nose ride in probably pretty early off the takeoff. So if you can get to the nose at the takeoff, then that kind of allows you the whole wave to do turns. You kind of like tick the box of, okay, I've done a nose ride a little bit, and then you can go to turns and do that. But we'll see, obviously the wave kind of, determines what they're going to do on the wave. But yeah, it's going to be great to see how they adjust to the conditions, but also, how they utilize the paddle as well, because you can't really do much with the paddle when you're nose riding. Might see a few paddle twirls.
Yeah. Does that count?
Yeah, I don't know. It's showmanship, maybe.
Yeah.
But,
well, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. My go-to was, because I come from that longboard background, was you stand up, you hang 10, and you throw the paddle above your head. You kind of like do a soul arch almost.
Okay.
So
a little bit of style.
A little bit of style, exactly. Yeah. Just show the judges that,
So, yeah.
Give me the score.
Yeah, all about the style, right?
That's right, exactly.
Well, great.
But
well, let's see if we get this heat underway.
Yeah, that's
but
right.
It looks like a little bit like they are on very different boards, right?
They are on very different boards. If you saw them walking down, Lecco obviously got the handle in the board. It's a wider board, and Killian just was carrying it under his arm. So more probably that prone longboard shape, probably 22, 23 inches wide that Killian's on. And then Lecco probably on a more like a 27-inch wide board. You can see he's very stable, standing at the back there. Don't really need to sit down on a sup longboard. You've got that stability from the length of the board, so you can just stay standing and be ready for the next wave to come through. But I think with the judging criteria, they're going to be looking for cross-stepping up to the nose rather than shuffling. So shuffling is where you kind of move one foot, in front of the other. Where cross-stepping is you actually cross your back foot and over your front foot, walking up to the board, and then obviously your back the other way when you're walking back. It's hard to explain.
Cross-stepping back.
You'll see Lecco, he's very, very good cross-stepping. And obviously one of the things, the board length as well comes into play here. So generally the boards have to be longer than 9 feet in length to count as a sup longboard with that rounded nose. So you can't have kind of that pointy nose shape. It needs to be that rounded nose and over 9 feet in length. We might see some competitors on a 10-foot board. That was kind of the general length when sup longboarding first came out, to have a 10-foot division. But it's since been brought back to 9 feet. Just a couple of things. One, restriction in travel on 10-foot boards. And the other one, I think, just that performance element. You can really start to turn a 9-foot board.
Yeah.
But also the getting up to the nose. But, you'll see these competitors cross-stepping, and they want to be cross-stepping cleanly up to the nose. So maybe one or two steps to get to the nose. And if they stop short, that might hinder their scoring potential as well. They kind of want to see their feet over the front for a hang 5 or a hang 10.
Yeah. Okay. So bit of a combination here, and I guess that's maybe also why we're having a little bit of a break now, because the judges might be just briefed about what the judging criteria is on this one now, because we went from the normal stand-up paddle into the longboard stand-up paddle. So the judges also need to adjust that judging criteria, right?
Exactly, definitely need to. And the judges will be briefed. Very, very accomplished sup surfing judges here for the event. I've seen them at a lot of events throughout the years. From Brazil to Tahiti, and they've been with the tour for a long time, so they know exactly what they're looking for. And as you said, just adjusting to that longboard criteria. Obviously, these judges do judge longboard prone and shortboard prone events too. So they cross over between different disciplines, but they have the head judge there, which is really accomplished head judge. Who's going to be able to brief them on what they need to look for. We'll see some more big names coming up in the sup longboarding as well. We'll see obviously Benoit Carpentier going to be taken to the water later on this morning. Hopefully Tucker Inouye can come as well. He is a great longboard sup surfer. He actually competes on the WSL longboard tour. So it's been amazing to see him surfing places like Malibu and Huntington Beach. He's got a great style as well. I love the way he soul arches and rides us up longboard too. So it'd be great to see him there. Obviously Leonardo Jimenez, he had some great longboard skills last year as well in the event. And it'd be great to see a lot of the other competitors coming up. So it still seems like we have an interview down on the beach with the winner of the junior boys in the last heat. So we'll head down to the beach.
Welcome back, everyone. I am here with Titouan Paget, who just took out the heat number 2 for the day. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thanks. The wave are so good. I don't think I win my heat, but I can take my last wave, and yes, I'm so happy.
So how are the conditions? Were the waves like consistent, or did you find it a little bit difficult to get like a high scoring combo?
It's not simply to take a combo in the wave, but yeah, I can make a turn in the.
So that was Tito Pajot, the winner of the last heat of the junior boys. He'll be moving through to the semi-finals later today. We're going to update you on that timing for when it's going to be. So obviously that low tide might come into play, so we might have a hold over that low tide period. And then we'll be crowning that junior boys champion later on today. That's on the schedule in front of us. But up next, we've got the longboard men's in the water. Leko Salazar, Kilian Burak. So we're going to be getting that underway very, very shortly. I think everything's set, ready to go down on the beach, so hopefully we can bring that action to you soon.
Yeah.
Emily, what do you make of the conditions out there today? Looks quite nice. Offshore wind.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It's I'd say it's a bit slow. Like there's a long time in between the sets, so it's really, you know, you kind of have to pick your strategy. It's like, okay, do I want to just like stay busy, get a few waves under the belt to have like some backup scores, or do I want to take a chance and sit and wait for those set, you know? And I bet the competitors been sitting down here all morning, you know, timing the sets, like looking how long is it between those bigger sets to see, okay, what is the chances, you know, of me, you know, getting one of these. And we cannot see it on the screen, but we do have priority system today, so I think it's also, you know, if you have priority, you'll definitely be out there in the lineup waiting for that bigger set to try to get on that. But if you're sitting with, you know, fourth priority or something, you'll probably stay more. You saw Lucas doing that before in the heat before, staying a bit more on the inside and just, you know, trying to get those and then trying to connect the waves to the inside. So I think it's, you know, you kind of pick your strategy as you go out there and you try to play with that priority.
Yeah, that's a great point about the priority situation, because it changes everything to have priority. A lot of these subsurfers as well not probably having the experience of priority systems either, so having that as another element to think about in your strategy can also kind of, you know, put you off a little bit as well. I know when I was first learning about priority and things, it was you're always looking back at the beach, seeing who had priority. It was quite confusing actually to learn that system. But obviously our seasoned competitors, as in Leko Salazar, he's going to know, you know, his priority. It's only two men in this heat, so it's not going to be too bad. Once you start to get into those 3-4 man heats or 3-4 women heats, it's pretty difficult to know.
But even when it's like 2-man heat, I think it's always really interesting to see, especially like towards the end of the heat, to see, you know, how then it really starts to play in and who is a good competitor, you know, because when you have the priority system, it's not only about being a good surfer, it's also about being a good competitor, you know, choosing right, play with your priority right. So there is more element in it than just, you know, surfing the wave. Yeah,
completely. Yeah, so true. And I'm kind of just thinking in my mind of some priority situations we had in previous events, like at the ISA world titles, and I know that the Euro Sup surfing event as well, that there were a couple of priority things in there. With priority interference, if you don't have priority and you get in the way of the surfer with priority, you actually get your whole second scoring wave completely gone. It's zero.
Yeah.
So it's a big thing to have a priority interference, which is why we have priority, because it allows the subsurfers to wait for the best waves to be able to, you know, do the best surfing on the wave and have no worry about trying to fight for that wave with someone else. But we've just heard the horn go for this heat. 25-minute heat.
Yeah, let's see. Right now it looks like the ocean is a bit flat, so there will be probably now in the beginning probably waiting a bit for those sets and see what's happening, and then. But yeah, the priority thing is super interesting, and I think, you know, that's also something we see a lot in surfing, and when you watch the World Tour, and you really see which surfers are good competitors, and.
Definitely.
and there's some like a guy like Federico Moraes from Portugal. He's a very good competitor, and he's very good at using that, and so yeah, very interesting to see who got that game as well.
That's right. Yeah, as we get the first wave of this heat underway, Leko Salazar off the top with the SUP longboard here. He's carving it around in the pocket. So he's going to set up for a nose where you can see that cross stepping up to the nose. Beautiful hang five across the wave there. And we've cut to the beach. That's the beautiful beach there. And we'll get back to Leko's wave. But you can see Leko, just a beautiful longboard SUP surfer. Utilising that cross stepping. Getting a nice turn in off the start as well. So that's going to really be a nice score for Leko to kick off this heat.
Yeah, that was a great start. Wish we could see the end of that wave.
Yeah, right.
See if
we might see him surf through the end here. I know Leko surfed the wave in a lot last time, but we might see him surf through. You can see beautiful waves peeling off there on the screen.
Yeah, we apologize for the small technical issues today, but it is the first day and everything is just getting set up, and everything's getting tested and stuff, but we promise you we'll get to the action.
Yeah, and we've got replays as well, so hopefully we can bring you the replay of Leko's first wave too. But I just want to kind of move back into like the history of SUP longboarding, because it was kind of around when SUP first started, because it kind of progressed from longboards. The boards were 10 feet, 11 feet sometimes, round nose. Obviously Laird Hamilton, Dave Kalama, kind of the big names in the early days of stand-up paddling, walking the board, nose riding. And the boards got really, really small, really short, more like towards shortboard SUP surfing. And then now they've got longer again, which is great. And there's a huge kind of movement in Australia called the longboard SUP revolution, and it's really spread worldwide. And what they've done is they're really trying to get more longboard SUP specific surf events on the calendars at events and things like that. They've got their dedicated event in Bali each year called the Longboard SUP Revolution Cosmic Experience. So Benoit Carpentier was there last year, Abaya Moreno was there. She ended up taking the win in the women's. But this longboard revolution that's happening is fantastic, and that's why we're seeing these longboard SUP events. It's more inclusive for other riders to join the events too. They don't have to be on a super small board. You can ride a SUP longboard and enter these events too. So if you're looking to take have a go on the APP World Tour in the longboard, you're welcome to join next year, and hopefully be able to progress that into the future. But what they're doing in Australia is they've now got national titles for longboard. They've got state titles. They have tons of different events running, and it's been great to see that whole movement just moving forward, and we're going to see a lot more longboard SUP events in the future. I'm definitely going to hopefully be a part of it. I love that SUP longboard. Kind of jealous that I'm not out there in this event today, but maybe one day I'll jump out there and surf in the event. But it's so good to be calling the action here and going to be running you through all the different kind of longboard technicalities and all the technical riding.
Yeah. Let's see. I just talked to our director, see if we can get back to the action.
That'd be nice to get back to the action, definitely.
But we just heard the beat announcer call that there was a 6-point ride. So exciting.
Yeah.
See, we are back with action. That was that first wave from Leko with a 6.17. That's a great start, huh?
Great start from Leko there. 6.17. He'll be happy to start off his heat with that score. I think he started off his heat last year with like an 8 or something. So
yeah.
we have
now we have Gillian up and riding. We're getting that drone angle. What a nice angle here from the drone. I see. Trying to get that crest up to the nose and hang 5. And unfortunately he goes down. But yeah. Just trying to get some waves under their feet here. We still have 20 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time.
Yeah, beautiful style there from Killian. I really like the way he was cross-stepping there. Unfortunately, just come unstuck on that top turn. It's hard to get these longboards up into the lip. You really have to time it correctly. Really start turning earlier to be able to get that board up there. If you kind of get there too late, you kind of end up falling off. So you really need to think about your timing riding a SUP longboard and starting your turns a little bit earlier, because it's such a long board. It's going to take a while to really turn around. So you'll see the competitors. I just love these cross steps here up to the nose. You're using that paddle for balance too on the water, and just couldn't quite get up to the top there. Like a stall under the lip. So we just maybe see a wave. A few lines coming there on the horizon.
Yeah, a few lines coming in. See if there's anything from Leko. Doesn't look interested in this one. But yeah, he knows he's already... And now we have the priorities up on our screens as well. So we can see here now it says P1. That means that Leko sits with first priority.
Yeah, so Leko has choice of whichever wave he wants to catch. And Killian has to move aside. We just see Killian turning on the inside here. He's going to take off late on this one. Oh, unfortunately just catches the nose. That's the other thing with these up longboards. Big board.
Yeah.
Leko Salazar straight up to the nose. Nose right, and just kicks out of this one. Didn't see much scoring opportunity.
And there you see him just going like straight to the nose in the beginning, and that's what you talked about before. That's something the judges like to see, right? Them taking some risk in the beginning of the wave.
Yeah, exactly. So they want to see that risk and that commitment. So if you can get that nose right in a critical section of the wave, you're going to get scored really highly. You can see Leko here hanging 5 quite late on that drop there, so he able to get back and then come around this section. But he didn't see much scoring potential on that wave, so he just kicked out. It looks like he kicked out again on another wave. So he's catching a few waves, but he just wants to make sure he gets the right ones. It's going to reform through to the inside.
Yeah. We're still missing scores from Killian and his first wave. But yeah, it was incomplete, so probably not going to change anything.
Yeah, just that small hang 5 from Killian, but it's interesting to see them riding these longboards. You can see that Leko has great control with the longboard. I think that just comes from riding the longboard sups a lot. And Killian just seemed, I think because it's on such a narrow board, I think just the stability on the wave as well, because when you're on a narrower board, 22, 23 inches wide, if you step just off the center line or off to the rail a little bit, it's going to tip, the board's going to tip, whereas Leko on a little bit of a wider board, it's a bit more forgiving, so you're not going to have that tipping a lot, so you could step off to the side and the board's not going to drastically change. But Killian, you can see it's very sensitive to his movements, which is good because you can step back on the tail and turn it really well, but you just need to be on it when you're cross-stepping up to the nose.
Yeah, and because Killian's board almost looks like a normal longboard, right? Like from here at least, it looks more like a performance longboard.
Yeah, definitely wonder if it's his own or a rented one again.
Yeah.
It was so funny seeing them rent longboards here. I know that Leko and Leo Jimenez, who's coming up in this as well, is going to be... they were sharing a rented longboard last year. As we see Killian up and riding here, cutting back into this section. And he's going to be cross-stepping up to the nose. Beautiful hang 5, just unfortunately comes unstuck on that section at the top there. Leko, in the meantime, in the background, just nose riding through that critical section there. He's going to come off the top, huge off the top. Oh, and unfortunately, that was very, very close. The subsurfers are okay. I don't know if their boards are all right, but Leko Salazar, they're just coming unstuck on that huge turn off the lip. But we'll update. It looks like they're okay, the subsurfers. Leko looking at this inside one here. Take off. Go to the right on this wave. He's going to speed through that section there. Hopefully catch up with his wave. It did look like the boards may have collided there.
Yeah, that was a very... He came up the top there and looks like he almost came straight down in Killian.
Yeah, it was really interesting there. But Leko wanted to obviously get the big scores, and had he landed that one, I think he probably kicked out knowing that Killian was there just for safety. So... But yeah, amazing to see that level of sup surfing on a sup longboard from Leko, putting that board right above the lip, really committed, controlled, and he had some great nose rides on that wave too.
Yeah.
So we're just getting some scores coming through. Obviously you can see Killian there, that 4.532 wave total. So the top 2 waves will be counted toward your heat total, which you can see those numbers up on screen. Leko with that 9.84. I wonder if those nose rides will increase his lead from that last one.
Yeah.
Had he landed that maneuver, then that would have been
that would have been a good score.
Yeah.
But will the judges take that into consideration, you think? That Killian was there in the front, he couldn't put the full commitment into the turn, or?
It'd be interesting to see. I don't think there's much Killian could have done to get out of the way. It's just an unfortunate situation that Killian was there. But obviously, yeah, you want to make sure that you kind of have the right of way and a free surfing to be able to do everything. But we see White up and riding now.
Yeah. See, nice cut back. Really see him using that paddle as well, right?
Yeah, really nice seeing it switching over.
Yeah. Let's see if he can get to the nose. Another cut back. And just trying to connect the wave into this inside section, which we have seen that it can get a bit more hollow here on the inside. But no, didn't have that much to offer that wave. Just a few cutbacks, really.
Yeah. A few cutbacks. Would have been nice to see him get to the nose. But Leko Salazar up and riding. Great drone shot of this left hand. Point break out here. Is going to get to the nose again, Leko. Great hang five through that section. And cut right back into the white water. Throws it up. Obviously the reigning world longboard SUP champion, Leko Salazar. You can just see why.
Yeah,
He
really.
surfs so well.
You really see him just finding the flow, connecting the different maneuvers. Yeah. And again.
That wave just dying out of the end there. But Leko, had some nose rides, some turns on that wave. Probably going to increase his scoreline again.
And it was a set wave as well, which also the judges will also take into account, right? So yeah, it looks like he will definitely improve his lead with this wave. And yeah, just 12 minutes back and left on the clock. But yeah, still plenty of time to turn it around.
Yeah, there really is, definitely. We've seen already the potential that he has. Really great style walking up to the nose. If he can get some of those critical nose rides and then be able to kind of link those cutbacks that he was doing as well together, then he'll be able to get some good scores on the board and match Leko's scores. But Leko just looking really solid at the moment. Kind of just his bread and butter being on a longboard. He loves it. But then he's amazing SUP surfer as well on shortboard. Obviously 2012 world champion. 2012 there were quite a few events on tour as well, so he had to put the hard yards in. And he actually was able to clinch that world title in the British Virgin Islands when we had an event out there. That was an amazing experience because we're all on catamarans just travelling around the British Virgin Islands looking for waves. Wherever we'd see a good wave, we'd stop. All the boats would kind of hang out and anchor there, and we'd jump off and run the surfing, which was awesome.
That's amazing.
But yeah, Leko winning there.
And that was back when you were on tour as well?
Yes, that was my first year on tour. So amazing to be part of that.
Yeah. And then how do you find it now being back sitting on this side? Does it itch a little bit to get out in the water and surf with the guys?
A little bit, definitely. For sure. I definitely don't surf as much as I used to back then when I was competing. But this SUP longboarding, I absolutely love it. And it's just, I've got a couple of SUP longboards back at home that I ride quite a lot. So it'd be nice to be out there in this event. So, like I said before, a bit jealous. But amazing to be calling all the action. Love watching the action here as well. Even if I wasn't sitting here, I'd be tuning in from home because it's great to watch and to see these SUP surfers going for it and progressing that level too. But it's definitely it's amazing to be on this side of it too because you get to see that level increase and you get to see old friends and new friends as well. You make new friends when you travel too. So it's been great to see it from this side of the perspective, I guess.
Yeah. And now we have just 10 minutes left on the clock and we're having Gillian sitting with that first priority. So let's see, right now the ocean looks like it's going flat and we have those big lows in between the sets. So yeah, it's about surfers either having some patient waiting, it's a waiting game, or going more to the inside trying to get some small ones. But yeah, Leko will definitely just be there, he's in a really good position now. He's sitting on 11.9. So unfortunately we don't have the we don't see what the requirement from Gillian is, but I think that will be pretty high.
I think it's going to be a pretty high score he needs to be able to overtake Leko, probably in the nearly in the excellent range, I'd say, to be able to get up there. I think he's got a couple of small scores of a 3 or a 2, but he just needs to find those waves that link through. Still, like you said, 9 minutes on the clock, so he's still got a bit of time. He's in priority. Might be having a look at this little one coming through now. You can see that shallow rock just to the left there. You can see the boils on there as well. So he's going to get shallower and shallower over this section. He's going to opt to go on the right. Now he's going to switch back to the left. You can see that wave hitting a bit of deep water.
Yeah.
Try and bounce through this section to be able to link it up. That wave hasn't broken yet, so you see no critical section at all on that wave just yet. As Killian gets to the nose, nice high hang 5 there. Hold it for a while, that was really nice. Cross step, little cut back there. He's going to pull out of that one.
But yeah, a bit of a slow wave. The wave did not have much potential. He probably got out of it what he could, but yeah, the wave didn't offer him much.
As you were saying before, Emily, that priority might have made a bit of a mistake there, taking off on that wave with priority. Probably wanted to wait for a better wave that's going to offer a higher scoring potential.
Yeah.
But obviously, like what was said as well, it's some of these competitors not having to deal with priority before, so maybe just trying to get used to the whole priority situation and understanding which waves to take and when to sit, wait, and when to take the wave.
Yeah, it's like a hard one because it's like, okay, he needs 2 good scores to take Lego, so it's also about like just trying to get the scores. And now we're seeing Lego up and riding already 2 nose rides there on that wave. Wow, you really see him just finding that flow and speed on the wave as well, and just committing to that right in the beginning of the wave, like nice up the top here.
That was a beautiful wave. Even though he kicked out there, he got all the hard work done on that wave. Great nose rides, really nice cut back, switching the paddle. I'm going to see the replay here, that critical nose ride, and then again gets up to the nose in that critical section, then switches the paddle for a great carve right back into the white water. So really utilising the paddle, utilising the whole wave face and the whole length of the board too. And then off the top here, great turn off the top. He just decides to kick out because that's a great score.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, he looks very strong, huh?
Yeah, definitely very strong. And no wonder, because he was last year's champion for the longboard up against Benoit. Benoit's going to be looking for, that revenge.
Yeah.
To be able to get him back, because Benoit, a very accomplished longboard, both prone and sup longboard as well. So we'll see him coming up later on in the heats today. But you can see if Killian had waited with priority for a wave like that Leko had, he might have had the opportunity to get a higher score. So the strategies and tactics and yeah, being those kind of younger competitors, learning those little things as well after the heat, it all goes into becoming a stronger and better athlete and competitor as well. So yeah, definitely a few takeaways from this heat, but been great to see his style as well. I think Leko's definitely going to increase his lead after that wave.
And it looks like Killian is taking off again on the priority here. No, he doesn't get that, and he will lose priority on that one. So again, yeah, you say he's not really playing the priority game here.
No, not at all. But then again, there are 2 people in this heat, so it's not like you're fighting with another 2 people, which is okay. But still, the reason why that priority switch was because Leko was already at the back and waiting. Had Leko have been in a little bit further and Killian had kicked out, then Killian might have kept that priority. But it goes to the next surfer that's waiting at the back.
Yeah. Let's see, just over 5 minutes left on the clock, and yeah, Lego really sits in a good position with 11.97.
Yeah, that's a very good heat total to have. He's definitely got some high scores in there. Probably almost a couple of 6-point rides. So a little bit of a lull there, maybe a couple of little lines coming through as well. Leko's going to use his priority wisely, take off on a good wave. Probably surf it all the way into the beach.
Yeah, yes.
Knowing that he's quite comfortably in the lead.
Yeah. And as we see right now, it looks like it's Lego moving into the round 3, and Killian will go into round 2. So it's always the system here is the first place will move into round 3.
Yeah.
And if there had been more people in this heat, they would all move into round 2. So everybody gets a second chance.
Killian having a look there. See, fellow countryman.
We got Noah Mikkelsen. That's a name I can say.
Yes.
Better than you.
Yes, definitely. Way better than me.
Yeah. Yeah, Noah also a great longboarder as well, a great stand-up paddler, racer. He's the new Danish waterman. We have Kasper Steinfeld, who's very well as well. He's amazing, the Danish Viking, and Noah and Christian Andersen. They're like the new up and coming Danish waterman. But yeah, Noah he did the Euro surf in longboarding where he did really well, and he also did really well in the Euro sub. I think he got to the semifinals. So yeah, great to see Noah here, and yeah, I'm excited to see him on the sub longboard. I haven't seen him doing the sub longboard before. I've seen him doing the traditional longboarding and the sub surfing. So yeah, and I know he's very good at both, so it's going to be interesting to see him in this event.
Yeah, very interesting. I saw him out there practicing this morning, some great nose rides on some waves. As we see competitor in yellow for the next heat.
Yeah, Lucas, they're from
That's right.
France. Yeah, we saw him just in the previous heats for the junior in the regular sub. So yeah, let's see also how he's doing the longboarding. Would be interesting. So yeah, and Noah is actually, he won the juniors last year for the stand-up paddle in the Euros in Denmark. That was actually in his one of his home spots in Denmark. And meanwhile, we're having Kilian up and riding.
Yeah, great hang 5 there to start off this wave. He's going to make it around this section, carve it back to the white water. This is the wave he was looking for. He's done a couple of nice maneuvers. Oh, really brings that board back around to the white water nicely. He's going to start to look to go maybe right on this wave. He's going to reform on the inside. Did see competitors opting to have this kind of reform on the right, which is nice. Going to be able to get to the nose again for a nice hang 5. Just unfortunately digs the nose there, so that's going to stall the board a little bit. This goes down, but he had a great couple of turns and a nose right at the back. As we see the drone angle of this, getting up to the nose. Nice hang 5 there, holds it for a long time as well. And gets around this section for a couple of cutbacks. Surfs really nicely.
Yeah, he really finds the flow on that wave, like which he wasn't really able to do on the other waves. It looked like now he found that flow and speed, right?
Yeah, and under priority from Lecco as well. So he found that wave. With only less than 2 minutes on the clock.
Really see that low tide, like coming in, like the water really going out a lot. So that must be a high and low tide.
Right. There's Lecco replay here from Lecco Salazar off the top on his backhand, and then brings it his front hand there and can't quite. Oh, he's going to ride out because it's up longboard. Carries lots of speed. He's going to kick out of that one. But Lecco there riding that gong board. So Lecco Salazar switching to gong. I think it was earlier this year, earlier this year he switched board shapers. He's been riding New Advance for a long time, and decides to opt for Gong, which is a French-based company. Interesting to see that they're kind of moving into Brazil, because I haven't seen many Gong boards outside of Europe. So interesting to see them getting into that Brazilian market and sponsoring someone like Lecco Salazar.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so stand-up paddle and surfing in general, it's in Brazil is massive. And how is the evolution then in stand-up paddle surfing?
For Brazil?
Yeah.
Oh, it's through the roof. It's like the shortboarding, basically.
Okay.
Like Luis Diniz, as we mentioned earlier, he's going to be an amazing talent to watch, especially in these size waves, because he's throwing aerials on the stand-up paddleboard, utilising the paddle and everything as well within that. So the level from the Brazilian subsurfers, and especially we're going to see Leo Jimenez as well coming up in the next heat. Fantastic sub surfer, a sub longboarder as well. So yeah, the level is super high in Brazil. It's super hard to win a national title. Lecco's got a couple of them. Leo has a couple of them. Luis Diniz has a couple of ISA gold medals too. So Brazil's really strong as we see Lecco up and riding. Nose riding through that section. They hang 10 as well.
Wow.
Quick kind of transition up to the nose. Just showing off there.
Yeah,
as this
but
heat
yeah, we're
finishes.
finishing this heat, so yeah, Lego moves into the round tray.
Very comfortably.
Yeah, and we'll see Kilian in the round 2. Yeah.
That's right. So we'll see him again. But yeah, Lecco Salazar doing very, very well there to solidify his spot into the next round. Obviously, the reigning world longboard sub champion on the APP World Tour. I know a few of you will be cheering for Lecco, watching from home, and also for Kilian too. Great young talent. Be able to see him coming up again later on in the heats.
Yeah, so now we're going into heat 2 of the men's longboard, and as we said earlier, we're having 4 heats in the men's longboarding, and after those 4 heats, we are going into round 2 of the junior boys.
Yeah, so those competitors that got 2nd, 3rd, and 4th from the juniors will be up and coming up in the round number 2 of those juniors. As we're going to look to get the next heat underway. I'm not sure if they've started yet or if that competitor's just having a little free surf, a little catch the wave before. Just going to bring up the heats for us. See who's coming up in the next one. You can tune into appworldtour.com. Check out the live feed there. Also on the YouTube, APP World Tour. Also check out the Facebook as well. Leave us a comment as well if you'd like. Ask us some questions.
Yeah.
We'll keep checking it throughout the day. We'll get back to you. We're trying to get the heats.
We are on the way, and in this one we are having Leonardo Gimnis, we're having Noah Stander Mikkelsen and Lucas Winter Droix.
Drew, I believe.
Drew. Yeah, I'm not too good with the French name.
Just the Danish.
The Danish I'll say very well.
Yes, exactly.
But yeah, exciting heat coming up. We got, I know Noah and Lucas. I've seen them surf before. Very young talents coming up. So yeah, Lucas still being in the junior division. Noah just moving in. I think he's just turned 19, so he will be now in the men's division. But yeah, still very young and up and coming.
Yeah, Leo Jimenez there. He placed 3rd last year in the longboard, I believe. He's a very good sup surfer, as we see him up and riding now. Straight up to the nose, hanging 5. His feet really close together for a more critical hang 5, which was nice. And it kind of looks like he is riding that rented board from last year. Yeah, I think it's a Stewart. He's up on the nose again.
Oh.
He was loving it. Yeah, it's exactly the same board as last year.
Wow.
It's even got the GoPro mount up on the nose.
Wow, great control there. And then we're having Noah up and riding, also straight out to the nose. Little cut back. See if he can connect this wave. Again, hang 5. Getting some speed, see if we can get around the 6. Oh, unfortunately he goes down there, but yeah. It's a bit of a smaller wave than the one from Leonardo, but showing great control. I think for the first wave of the heat, it's good to get a few waves under the belt.
I've just noticed such a huge improvement in Noah's surfing even from last year when he was at the event. I met Noah for the first time last year. Obviously seen him in events, sup surfing, but really watching him and come along, and the control he had on that wave, he just seems like such a better competitor this year. Really coming in with like some good mental strategy, I think, as well. As you see Lucas just taking off there, kicking out. But yeah, no, I really liked the way he was controlling that board and getting to the nose, and those kind of powerful turns as well on the longboard. So yeah, great to see him, stepping it up a notch.
Yeah. And he has, this year Noah has been competing a lot. In the meantime, we're just seeing the replay of Leonardo's wave here. This was a great wave.
Yeah, it was. He got to the nose nice and quickly to get that nose right in, and then was able to cut it back here. So that board's maybe taken on a bit of water since last year. Bit slower through the water, but yeah, he's connected it really well. Another nose right here through the inside, and then finishes it off with a nice carve at the end as we go straight to live action. Lucas just unfortunately not finding the right wave there. I think it's really hard to come from that shortboard sup back onto the longboard sup, just getting used to it.
Yeah, that's going to be a long day for him, competing in both divisions.
Yeah, it is going to take a bit of energy, as we see Noah there, just riding it on screen.
Yeah, Noah is staying busy. Just having a little hang 5. And that's what we talked about for, every surfer will have their own strategy. Some of them will be like, come out there and be like, okay, the first 5 minutes I want to catch 2 or 3 waves to get, those scores under the belt. And then after that I can sit and I can wait for the good ones. And, so that's very... They will come in with different strategies, right? And on the meanwhile, we see the first score from Leonardo. That wave he had, it was 5.83, so that's a good score for the first wave. And Noah's wave a 2 point, and then he got a second wave, which had been a 1.6.
Yeah, so small scores to start with. I think Noah's wave, that 2 point ride, probably just coming down to the size of the wave. It wasn't a big wave, nothing super critical. So he'll be looking to improve on that score. As we just see Lucas here paddling in. Just can't quite paddle in. I think he's on one of those prone long boards as well. It looks like it's quite a narrow board. As we see Leo at the back getting set up here to go off the top on this one. Big off the top there. So Leo showcasing the power he has on these boards. He's going to bring it around. Maybe try and get to the nose here, I think.
Oh, yeah.
A little section. He does. Quick trip to the tip. He's going to cut it right back toward the whitewater. So Leo there showcasing the SUP longboard skills. And try and link it up, but it's not going to work.
But yeah, another great ride from Leonardo.
Yeah, really nice turn off the top there. Judge is going to like that. And he even got a nose ride in as well, so comboing it up.
Yeah.
Judge is definitely looking for a variety of maneuvers, so not doing the same thing on the wave. Let's see, nose rides, cutbacks, re-entries.
Yeah. Yeah, and just that speed and flow that you know he gets on that wave is also, you know, it just looks so smooth.
Yeah, it really does. It's nice to see them. And that's what SUP longboard is all about, just have that flow, just that smooth surfing. As we see Lucas here, you can see how much that board's sinking in the water. He's not getting a lot of paddle speed.
Yellow Bali.
Board. Drop in here, cut back on the takeoff. He's going to walk
Right
up to
in
the
the back.
nose. Going to get there, he's going to shuffle up there a little bit. Unfortunately just falls off the back of that one. You can see he wasn't surfing right next to the white water, so he needs to stay next to the white water as Noah's doing here. Got to stay nice and critical, stay with that wave. Nice turn from Noah. Lots of water, lots of spray on that turn.
Yeah.
Stalling it to get up to the nose.
Doesn't get all the way to the nose, but see if he can connect it here to the inside. Yeah, no, that inside with the low tide is not really working anymore, as we saw in the first few heats where they could connect and get that finishing turn on the inside.
That's right, yeah. The bigger ones are going to be the waves that really link through to the inside section. Just when that last hit, Killian going from out the back on the left, cutting across to the right. So on those big waves, we'll see the surfers doing a lot more with that. Come down to 17 minutes on the clock, and we're going down the beach now with a beach interview with Leko Salazar. Have the interview ready down on the beach. We'll throw it down there very shortly.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I am here with Leko Salazar, our reigning stand-up paddle longboard champion. He has just taken out the first heat for the longboard discipline events. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. The waves is perfect for SUP longboard. I like so much this place. The last year I winning here. I like so much the guys, the waves. I'm ready for competition.
Well, we're super happy to have you back representing Brazil. Any words for your friends and family back home?
Yes, say hello for my friends, my sponsor in Brazil. Have many days in the competition. Let's go, keep going.
Thank you.
Leko Salazar there, the winner of the last heat, the first heat in the longboard. As you see,
Yeah.
live action. Leo Jimenez nose riding hang 5, big cut back into the white water. Fantastic surfer from Leo already. He's already leading this heat with 11 point total. We'll see him trying to make it through to that reform section. He's not going to make it in there, but Leko looking super happy and relaxed here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. He is here to go back-to-back with the longboard world titles and hopefully looking to secure his second SUP surf shortboard world title as well. Coming from that 2012, that'll be 11 years since he won that world title back in 2012 in the APP World Tour. But Leko looking really happy, super relaxed. Be great to see him coming up later on in the week for the pro and also the longboard. Back to action here in the water. We do have Noah Stender at the back with priority. Currently sitting with a 5.5 heat total, so he's going to be looking to improve that. Currently in that second position. Lucas in that third position in the yellow jersey. So we see the waves just slowing down a little bit. But that was a fantastic wave from Leo that we saw. straight after the interview with Lecco.
7.5. 7.5. First position for red. Leonardo, your first wave. 5.
Emily, you just stepped out of the booth there. What's the vibe out there like?
Yeah, it's a good vibe out there. Already lots of people on the beach. So yeah, for Tuesday today. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. A lot of competitors hanging around out there, you know, watching the waves, and you know, there's a lot of action today and a lot of competitors that's going to be in the water, so they'll be there watching, see, you know, planning out their strategy for their heat.
Yeah, that's right. But I think things change so much out here with the tide. It's yeah, you really need to keep your eye on it. Like you said, the competitors watching the waves, understanding where they're going to be breaking. A lot of competitors would have been here a few days early to get their kind of tune into the conditions a little bit. I know that Sebastian Gomez has been here for 6 weeks, just learning the conditions. He's been putting up some great clips of him surfing El Lloret just around the corner. Some massive turns, so we'll see him coming up in the Pro Men later on in the week. Hopefully with some good waves as we progress through the rounds here.
Yeah. And right now, yeah, we just see, as you say, Lucas just sitting on the board waiting, which is allowed when in between the sets, and just, you know, taking a bit of downtime, where Noah is balancing on the board. He sits with first priority, so he'll be ready if there's a set coming. Lucas getting up as well, so maybe there's something coming.
Hopefully there's something coming. I'm just taking a look at the comments in on YouTube. John Phillips asking, can anyone enter the amateur events? Yeah, go on, put your name down next year. Definitely, just you can register as you like for an amateur, especially for the longboard. Simpin asking if he can join next year for 2024. We need to confirm if we're coming back for 2024, but I believe that there probably will be a SUP Surf event here, so we'll get those details to you as they come to hand. But I think the schedule for 2024 is going to be locked in probably around the new year from the APP World Tour. So do stay tuned to appworldtour.com to check out all of the schedules coming up for next year.
And we're seeing just a little bit of motion in the ocean, but nah.
Maybe Leo having a look here.
Leo's going to have a look in this one.
He's going to catch it. No. I've had a question also about the maximum and minimum dimensions to make the longboard category. So generally it's just a 9 feet length minimum. So your board has to be at least 9 feet long. It can be any width. You can see some of these competitors, especially Lucas in this heat, and also Leo riding actual just standard prone longboards. You can see Lucas there really on a narrow board, and then Noah just having a lot of stability there. He's on an actual Fanatic Style Master, which is 9 feet in length. It's one of their older models. They don't make a 9 feet long board anymore. They just make a 10 feet long board. But you can see Leo standing completely underwater in the red jersey on the right of screen there. So these boards can be very small, but as I said before, that minimum 9 feet of length.
Yeah, you definitely see Noah riding a bigger board here. He looks a bit more stable standing out there. But yeah,
I think Lucas is riding the same board as Killian was in that last heat, I believe. So they might have done a little board swap as they were paddling out.
And yeah, we see Noah sitting there with first priority. But he's still looking for pretty high score, as we said before. It's only the first place who's moving straight into the round 3. So yeah, so you really need, you know, to get that first place. Not in other events, sometimes we see that it's 1 and 2, but here it's only the first place.
Yeah, that's right. So you really have to solidify your lead to get through to the, you know, an extra round. You don't have to surf twice, but maybe they want to surf twice. Because the way of fun, I wouldn't mind going out there a few times.
Yeah, and sometimes you also see that here we see Noah is going to use his priority, getting straight to the nose. Nice cut back to the foam, back to the nose again. Then Noah is showing great control over the board here. See if he can manage to finish off this wave.
Yeah, he just seems to be surfing beyond his years, Noah. He's really, really come a long way. Love
Yeah.
this nose right at the start there.
Yeah.
Holds it for a long time and then does this turn and then just realizes that, hang on, there's going to be another nose ride section.
Yeah, and then straight out to the nose again. Like, yeah, I think that was great surfing from Noah. Excited to see what the judges are going to say about that.
Yeah, definitely. You can see on that nose ride there, the tail of the board being in that white water, which is really close to the critical section. So judges are going to reward that.
Yeah. So yeah, we really saw Noah again using his priority there. He was waiting, for that set, and now you see the ocean just going flat again. So yeah, smart of Noah to go for that one.
Yeah, he used his priority really wisely. Got to catch that wave. He's been waiting quite a long time as well for that one. Over 6 or 7 minutes.
Yeah. So we just have 9 minutes left on the clock, so still plenty of time.
Yeah, still lots of time. Probably time for another set or two to roll through. We see a nice drone angle of the city, Las Palmas in the background. Prone surfers opting for that little bank on the inside there. There's some really fun waves along this beach.
Last of white, 4.2. 4.2.
Looks like Leo here up on the nose. Quick hang 5, trying to get around this section. Do a nice turn off the top. Oh, great, powerful turn on the SUP longboard. Going to bring this one through. Looks like it might even reform for him, but down on the inside. So Leo, he's going to cut it back again. Oh, he really loses it there. Manages to hold on to it. So he's really done a nose ride, a really nice carve. Second carve there, just waiting for this wave to reform. You can see there's none of that bouncing, it's just kind of flowing through to the inside. This wave might keep rolling through. It is going to keep rolling through soon. And try and get another nose ride in, I think. That end section. As we're going to watch the replay of this wave.
Yeah.
Quick trip to the nose there. Gets around this carve here, Emily. Beautiful.
Wow. Yeah, that's it's amazing to see, how they just turning those big boards like.
Yeah, it all comes down to that use of the paddle. You can see him leaning on the paddle there, just throwing all that spray as well at the back of the wave. It's a nice wave there.
In the meantime, I heard the beach announcer saying that Noah got a 4.2 for his last wave. So yeah, he's still sitting in that second position, and I also think I heard them saying that he needs a 6.72 or something like that. But so he still needs a pretty high score to move into that first place, and that last wave from Leonardo could also maybe change his give him an even further lead.
Yeah, I think so. We're actually just hearing those scores come through. It's like a 4.5 for red. So even those two, nice. And that nose ride, I guess, was quite quick. But I think that all that score just come from that one big turn from that wave. As we see Noah Stender here taking a look at this wave. Little fade at the takeoff. I love that. Really nice. He's going to go off the top. A really nice turn there. He's going to bring it through back to the right here. Little foam climb. He's going to try and opt to stick with this wave. Maybe try and walk the board along this here. See if he can get out, but he's going to kick out because that wave kind of closed out on him.
Yeah, and then now we're just seeing the replay here.
See Noah getting his back foot right back on the tail of that board to be able to turn it.
I don't know if this is a replay or live action. No, that was replay.
It was replay,
yeah. But yeah, I just heard again, Noah needs a 6.8 to move into that first position. So yeah, he still needs a high score, and that's also why he, choose to kick out. He sees that that wave does not have the potential to give him that score.
Exactly.
In the meantime, we're seeing Lucas having a look at this one, but
you can see usually if you're on like that SUP longboard with a bit more stability, you can probably get a bit more glide and catch those waves. But he's on that very small prone longboard. He's going to be able to take off late on this one. It's probably a bit too late. He just kicks out of that one. You can see the wind also playing a bit of, part in the wave there. It's not too strong, but it's definitely offshore.
Yeah.
So holding the surfers up at the top of the wave a little bit more. But beautiful conditions.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be happy with that any day of the week.
Yeah, it looks super beautiful. Kind of giving it a little bit of itch to get out there.
Yeah, definitely. Get in the water for sure.
Yeah.
You have to balmy 23 degrees in the water here for almost coming into winter. Sounds strange, but
yeah.
as we see Leo on the right hand of the screen there, trying to catch this one, but not going to be able to get onto it. There's that left-hand point break that they are surfing at La Cicere in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. A lot of surf events held along this beach. There is the national titles coming up in next week, I think it is. They're going to be held here for the shortboarding.
Okay, yeah.
So yeah, definitely a surf city. You can see that is the capital of the Canary Islands.
Yeah, so many great surfers coming out of the Canaries, and also a lot of people moving here to practice, and you see a lot of international crew living here and surfing and
yeah, that's right. Like Felipe Martin, he's moved over from Brazil. He's been here quite a long time now. So Moritz March from Germany, he's living over here as well. So yeah, like you said, a lot of competitors moving over here because it's like a playground.
Yeah.
For them. Like if they're winging, or if because there's a lot of wind around in the Canary Islands, if they're into wind sports, they've definitely got a lot of it here. And obviously surfing's such a big part of their lifestyle as well. Lots of great waves, lots of reef breaks around. So kind of that heavy water waves. So a lot of these sup surfers quite used to surfing big and powerful waves. Obviously a Baia Moreno from the Canary Islands too.
Yeah, and we're just having 3.5 minutes left, and we're seeing just having a bit of downtown out there, just looking, see if there's a set coming, but right now it looks a bit flat.
Does look a bit flat, but Lucas has got choice of the next wave that comes through if he wants it. He has first priority. You can see that board sinking underneath his feet. We're going to keep moving. There might be something on the horizon if he stood up on his board. Yeah, keep those comments coming in online. Hopefully answer any questions you have. Great to know where you're tuning in from.
Yeah.
We're tuning in from Sweden. We're going to get some ice waves tomorrow, so sounds great.
Sounds cold.
Sounds like an experience, like something that I'd like to experience one time. Surfing on ice in the water. That'd be cool.
I love surfing in Scandinavia. I think it's so special over there. Like, I've been surfing a lot in Norway, and I absolutely love it.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That is so cool. I hear there's some really good waves in Norway too.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, I did a trip there a few months ago, in the spring. Surfing in Denmark, and then taking the ferry and doing the south coast of Norway, southwest coast.
Nice.
Yeah, some great waves there, and also some slaps and some point breaks and beach breaks. Like, they have everything. It's great. The water is really cold, but it's more like an experience. It's like almost like going on ski holiday, and then it's like you're all like cold and cozy. And so it's very different from the tropical surf adventure. But I think some of my most memorable surf trips have actually been to the north.
Nice. Okay. Yeah. Right. Wow. Like in winter?
Yeah.
Wow, must be dark.
Yeah, or not completely winter, but if you go October when there's still some light, and it's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear Onsdag.
Yeah.
In Lofoten.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
That's the main hub, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's it's very it became very known, and it has amazing wave. I went there a few years ago on a swell, and it's like world class wave when it's on.
Cool, that's amazing.
But 4 degrees water.
You have to brave the water to be able to get the rewards of a good wave.
Yeah.
Are there many people surfing there? Is there a kind of a community or a crowd? Yeah.
Yeah, there's full community there, which is cool. And also if you go to where Noah is from, in Klitmøller in Denmark, in cold Hawaii, you see the surf community there is thriving. It's really amazing. Talking about Noah, he is up and riding straight out to the nose. Lose a bit of control there.
Oh, lovely cross step turn there. Smaller wave though from Noah. I think he just realised there's only less than a minute on the clock, so he's going to take a wave and try and find a score. He's going to go off the top on this one. Great control, Noah. That was a fantastic turn there off the top. He's going to bring this one through to the inside.
Yeah. But yeah, I think Noah really showed some good surfing. So even if he's not moving straight into the round 3, he will have another chance in round 2, and he looks really strong. We can see he's not done with this wave yet.
No. Oh, unfortunately comes down. But he got third last year in the longboard division, so he'll be looking to go one heat better this year, get to the final.
Yeah.
But we'll see Leonardo Jimenez moving through that last heat of heat number 2 of the longboard men's. And great to see that there's actually a longboard women's event this year too. So actually last year they mixed both genders. They had men and women. But this year we've actually got just a women's specific longboard division,
Yeah.
which is fantastic. So
Yeah.
we see the recap of this last heat, or maybe this is live action. We see Leo there. Amazing turn off the top.
Yeah.
Almost getting that board vertical.
But you also just see his wave selection.
Yes.
Like his wave selection is just, amazing, and that's also one of the reason he wins this heat with such a big lead, because his wave selection is amazing. He's been on all the set waves coming through. He's been on it.
Yeah, exactly right. Now that just comes down to being that seasoned competitor. He's been competing on the APP World Tour for a number of years now. Completes that wave on the inside too, so fantastic there. Just saw Lucas jumping off. Not to worry, they will be coming up again. Round number 2 of the longboarding. Won't be on today, but will be on throughout the week as we move forward throughout the rounds here. 2023 Gran Canaria Pro Am on the APP World Tour. See, looks like a recap from the heat. I love these first waves from Leo here. Just getting up really critical in that nose riding section there. And this turn right back to the white water. Oh, just lovely carve. He's happy with that one. You can see a little fist bump actually. That was fun. He was happy with that wave. Yeah, so we're just watching some of those waves from the recap of that last heat.
Yeah, great heat. And now we have heat 3 coming up.
Yeah, we're seeing a replay of Noah. Nose riding there. This was that great wave where he carved back and went straight to the nose again here. You can see that critical section, the tail of the board in that white water, carving back around as well. So I think the wave size really held back the scoring potential for Noah. Had some great surfing, but you can see Leo's waves were much bigger. He got a little bit more of a high score. See Leo here on a bit of a bigger wave, quick trip to the nose. And this carve here, Emily, this is the one I remember.
Yeah.
Very nice turn. Even though it was only a 4-point ride, it really just come from that turn. You see him bringing it through here and carving it again. Taking it through to the inside. And Noah had a great heat here. I really like the control he has. Especially off the top on these waves and nose riding as well. Good use of the paddle. Fortunately, Lucas just couldn't find the right waves in this heat. You see Noah there. Even nose riding on that flat section. So showcasing that he has good control as well.
Yeah, just see also like sometimes he just comes in with a very stylish cross step, and like you see that he's a really good longboard as well.
That's right.
Here we have the heat 3. Also a very exciting heat.
Super exciting heat, yeah. Taka Inoue in the red, Moritz Marsh in the white, and Clement Rosero in the yellow. So a very, very good heat. This would be a great heat in any type of sup surfing, let alone the longboard as well. Hopefully Tucker's here on time and been able to make it, and he'll be out in this heat. But yeah, Tucker Inoue got barreled last year in the event, the longboard event, which was pretty cool to watch. Little head dip on the inside. But Moritz here, kind of a local, Canary Islands. And then Clement Rosero from France. I don't think Tucker is out there in the water. I'll have to get confirmation of that, but probably get through to that round 2 and hopefully get here in time for that next heat.
Yeah.
Third for yellow, second position for white, and first position for red.
So they're just waiting to get this next heat started out in the water. Moritz in white, and in the yellow will be Clement. You can see Clement on a starboard longboard. Moritz Marsh on a gong, NFA. So probably similar board to what Leco Salazar was riding, that Moritz is on in the white.
Yeah, I was actually just talking to Clement out there this morning, and I think he was not even supposed to do the longboarding. So I think he's on one of Ben's board.
Yes, probably is.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind taking one of Ben's boards out.
Yeah.
But
so,
yeah.
So they will be doing a board switch, because I think Ben is in the next heat.
Yeah, that's right. He'll be coming up in the next heat, so they will have to do a board switch out in the water.
Yeah. Well, that's a good friend.
Yeah, he's a good friend. For sure. But it's, yeah. So it's actually a brand new longboard that Clement is on. So Starboard bringing out a new range of SUP longboards about a month or 2 ago. A really nice kind of longboard style, quite a flat rocker in the board, but quite narrow as well, so still has that performance element to it. So it really blends that traditional and progressive together. So it's probably on the 9 feet by 26. Looks like it is a production model.
Yeah.
Just waiting to get this heat underway in the water. We'll see Leonardo Jimenez taking the win in that last heat. But yeah, great to watch the SUP longboarding here. As you said, longboard women's division specific, which is fantastic. I think there's just 5 women in it. We're coming up later in the week, but Abai is going to be there. Keita Inoue.
No, we're coming up today, actually.
It is coming up today,
Yeah.
you're right. No, you're right, yeah. On the sheet in front of us.
Yeah, so that will be coming up after the round 2 of the junior boys. We'll have the longboard women round 1. So yeah, 2 heats going on there.
Yeah,
That
it would
would
be
be-
fantastic to see them in the water.
Yeah.
Abaya Moreno says she hasn't been on a longboard since April earlier this year because she's just so busy surfing everything else that she does. Windsurfing, SUP surfing, yeah, foiling now. She's doing everything. So it'd be interesting to see her coming up in the longboarding. So yeah, unfortunately Taka Inoue not making it for this heat. But we're going to throw it down to the beach now for an interview with the heat winner of the last heat of the men's.
Welcome back, everybody. I am here with Leo Jimenez. He just took out heat number 2 for our stand-up paddle longboard division. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good to be back here in Gran Canaria, and I surf with this board that is from the surf school here, and it's good, and the waves is good here in La Cícera. I got some good waves there, got some big maneuvers and like hang 5s, and that's it. Let's go to the next rounds.
Yes, you looked very comfortable in the water, just like at home, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about the conditions. Are they good? How are the winds?
Yeah, the wind is not so strong. It's like 3 feet in the sets, and yeah, it's good to longboard. It's perfect, you know, and good to make like some nose rides, and in the outside right there, you can be like do big turns, and that's it.
Amazing. Well, we're glad to see you back again, and we'll see you in the next couple of heats, as well as the stand-up paddle division as well.
Yeah.
See you then.
See you.
Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much. So Leonardo Jimenez moving through to the round number 3 of the longboard division. He put on a great performance out there today in that previous heat, taking the win quite confidently.
Yeah.
With Noah and Lucas. But, those other surfers will be coming up again in round number 2.
1 minute, please.
So we just hear that we're going to get started in just under a minute for this next heat to begin.
So yeah.
The judge is just adjusting times and the heat timers.
And we again see the difference here in the board. You see, Clement looked like he's riding quite a smaller board than Moritz.
Yeah, definitely. So that 9 feet by 26, I believe, is around 95 litres of volume. The surfer in yellow.
Guys, we're ready.
And then Moritz, he's probably on like a 105 litre, 110 litre board. So quite a big volume difference. And quite a lot wider as well, I think. Maybe 27 wide, but still the nose is a lot wider on the goal. So have a bit more swing weight on the board, so going really have to step back on the tail. Just saw Leko do that earlier in his first heat.
Pass started.
We're going to catch up with live action.
In red,
Heat has
Tanya
begun.
Noe. In white, Moritz Mort. In yellow, Clement Roseiro.
So yeah, surfers just waiting patiently to get underway, letting those first waves go. Actually, no, we've got Moritz up and riding. Nice hang 5 there through that section.
Yeah.
Lays back on that paddle for that carve. He's going to try and stick to the left here if it's going to allow him to get around it. Oh, unfortunately, it doesn't. He's going to stick with it throughout to the end. Might be able to get a nose right on the end section here. You can see that reform coming there on the right.
Yeah, in the meantime, we see Clement having a look in the outside.
Yeah. You see him getting up to the nose, nearly there. But stepping back. Oh, unfortunately, just getting used to the longboard style.
Yeah.
See the wind as well, maybe coming into play there, keeping him high up on the wave.
Yeah. And as we talked about earlier about, these guys being so accomplished watermen, and I think a guy like Clement, he's also doing a bunch of different disciplines. I actually, as we talked about before, I work a lot up in Nazaré with the big wave surfers, and he was actually just there a few weeks ago also, charting the big waves, and actually hurt his knee a bit, so he's been a bit injured, but it seems like he's good to go for this event. But yeah, he was they're charting the big waves. I think he's also foiling and kiting, and so that's what's so amazing with the men and women in these events is they are proper watermen and women.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's amazing to see that he's been chasing the big waves in Portugal. Very accomplished, like you said, wing foiler and foiler as well. Kind of just true watermen and waterwomen, like we said in this event, just people crossing between different disciplines. Really goes hand in hand for kind of cross training as well, for that kind of for sup surfing and all the other events that they do. I think just being out in the water is a lot of fun too. So they just want to be out in the water for as long as they can, so they just do all the different sports. If it's windy, they take their wing out, or if it's small, they take their sup longboard, or
whatever. Yeah. And as we said, we don't have Taka in this heat, so it's again a 2-man heat.
Yeah, I heard that the Inouye family is just arriving today with some flight delays, some board delays as well, getting their boards here. So hopefully they will be able to arrive later on today and be in the event for throughout the week. Obviously, they're probably a bit stressed that they're not here for these heats, but it'd be good to see them arrive safely and compete later on. It's great to watch them here last year. Really great story about the Inouye family back in Japan. They've really put all their efforts into surfing and sup surfing. They really kind of live that waterwoman lifestyle back in Japan, always out in the water training. They said that it's not widely accepted in Japan either to be out surfing and sup surfing and things like that. So they've kind of gone out, on their own and trying to find their way. And I think they've been doing very well. Obviously, Taka being on the World Longboard Tour, the WSL, as we see Clement here taking off on this one.
Nice set wave.
Yeah, great set wave. Great style. Carves that board back around. You see him there just realising that the board is a bit longer than what he's used to. So just getting used to the feeling of riding the sup longboard. You might even turn around and take this one. That leaves Moritz out the back in priority.
Yeah. Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did take it. There we go.
Yeah.
So, lovely drop knee turn. That's what you might see a lot of from competitors here, dropping that back knee as they cut back toward the white water. It's a very traditional longboard style of maneuver, but when done very well, it's so nice to watch.
Yeah. Just gives that extra style to it, doesn't it?
Exactly.
In the meantime, we see Moritz going for this one. So you carve back. He managed to stick with it here. It's almost hard to see from this drone angle what the wave is doing, right? If it's standing up or if it just flattens out.
I thought he was going to hit the lip there for a couple of times, but it looked like it just didn't happen. You can see that tail of the board maybe a bit loose. He's going to spin it around. That's a great long nose ride.
Yeah, wow, really getting full potential out of this wave.
Certainly, as you can see, being on that bigger board, it just glides effortlessly through those slower sections. So not having to bounce or use the paddle too much, just standing there and let the board do the work with the speed. But yeah, great nose ride there. Also some great turns on the outside sections too from Moritz. As I said, Moritz Marsh, 10-time German SUP champion. Very accomplished wing foiler as well. He rides for Gong, so he's been making lots of videos for them, doing all the different equipments and disciplines of SUP. Currently residing here in Gran Canaria.
And you said he's been living here for 10 years?
I'm not sure how long he's been living here for, but yeah, it could be closer to that, definitely. He's still young. You see the replay of this wave. This wave is set up, it carves it back around. Really nice back to the white water there, critical section. Just waiting for it again to stand up. Switches the paddle nicely. Lovely turn there into the white water. You can see the difference in how wide the nose is on this board. That's why he gets a lot of glide and a lot of stability, and especially here when he goes up for that nose ride.
Yeah.
He just holds it for such a long time through that section.
So why does someone like Clement choose to ride such a shorter, like smaller board than him if it's so much harder? Or?
I think just the smaller board's going to fit into those more critical sections a lot easier. So if he does get the right wave, he'll be able to turn it quicker in the critical section. You can see that Moritz was really drawing out his turns, kind of carving around. I think Clement could get a little bit more vertical and a bit more loose in his surfing, which is going to really help. Obviously on the nose, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to have that stability. So we won't be able to hold those nose rides, especially in those flatter sections for very long. But in those critical sections, we'll be able to get that board really critical rather than Moritz because he's on such a wide board. There's pros and cons to everything.
Yeah.
To be honest, because you could be on such a small board and it's going to really turn really well, but you're not going to have the stability or that forgiveness walking up the board. So yeah, it's up to the competitors what they ride. I think some of these competitors obviously riding 4 brands. So that Moritz with the Gong and then Clement with Starboard. So they're kind of, I wouldn't say limited, but you know they have to ride the kind of brands or the boards that the brand makes. Where maybe sometimes they want to be on something a little bit different, and you can see that with a lot of the surfers. Smick is an upcoming SUP brand from Australia, and they kind of do a lot of custom shapes. So a lot of their riders will be riding, you know, a board that's based off a production model but kind of custom, so they can kind of change their board a little bit to how they want it. Where some of these competitors need to ride the boards that the brands make.
See, come on, maybe have a look at this one. Yes. And come on, up and riding straight out to the nose. Oh, great hang 5.
Yeah, really nice hang 5 there. Held it for a while as well. That wave just died out though. It looked like it was going to be a really good wave, but he just that wave died out on him, so not going to have that scoring potential. But yeah, really nice straight up to the nose here. So just those 2 quick steps. 1, 2. Gets those toes over the nose for hang 5. He brings it through. You can see how that board kind of sits in the water a little bit lower volume, where Moritz is kind of above the water when nose riding.
See if Moritz is gonna have a look. This one looks.
That's the thing with longboard SUPs, you can catch just about everything.
Yeah, I know.
So
right?
like you could easily catch that one, and looks like Clement might have a little go at it.
Yeah, and you see as well he's sitting there with second priority, so he's like might as well try to get some waves under his belt, and he's up and riding straight out to the nose. Great hang 5.
Whoa,
Managed.
held it for a long time.
Yeah.
Which was nice. So hopefully looking for a turn on that one. So you could see Moritz here just hanging 5 for such a long time. Just lets the paddle go behind him. Switches that paddle back over for a lovely cut back toward the white water. Great style Moritz has on the longboard. Nice turn there. He's going to try and bring this one right through to the inside. Maybe try and finish it off nicely with another nose ride and a little floater at the end there, which we have seen from a few other competitors. Moritz a great nose ride at the back. He's going to try and get up there again. Didn't quite get to the tip there, so the judges will take that into consideration, but finishes it off nicely on the end there. So a great wave for Moritz there. Surfing all the way through. You can see the competitors opting for the left or the right. The right had a nice little wall to it.
Have you seen a replay of Clement's, that long nose ride? Yeah, wow, he's really holding it for a long time. Unfortunately, he doesn't manage to match it with other maneuvers.
Moritz there just coming off that nose ride into a cutback. You can see the white water trail of him just being on the nose back behind in that camera angle. He just brings it right through to the inside. Not too much work happening here, but he almost gets to the nose again and then finishes off with the floater for the inside. But Moritz currently in the lead. Yeah, Clement there. If he had backed it up with a turn on that wave, it would have been a great score.
Yeah.
I think moving up, but he just held that nose ride a bit too long. But then again, I think the wave only allowed him to kind of hold that nose ride, because if he stepped back, he might have fallen off the back of the wave, not been able to do a turn. Taking down to 13 minutes 20 seconds on the clock.
And we just hear I just hear the beach announcer telling Clements that he needs a 6.3 to advance into that first place, which he's definitely capable of.
He definitely is. You could just see from that last ride there. If he backs it up with the turn, then that's getting up into that, you know, good to very good scoring range. You can see actually the scores on board there. Moritz only with 3 waves ridden. Clement staying a bit more busy. But it's just a couple of 1-point rides for him. So you can see that Moritz has that 4.67, 3.60 as Clement here. Straight up into the nose. Critical section. Holds it through that. Oh, absolutely amazing. Oh, no. Unfortunately, I noticed he did it on a wave earlier as well. He stepped on the back and the tail, and it kind of just stalled for him.
Yeah.
Didn't really offer the drive or the speed from that he wanted from that turn. But that was a great nose ride. Judge is going to love that.
Yeah, that was a great nose. Unfortunately, that was a shame he didn't manage to finish it off.
But you can see just from that nose ride before, we had a 2.9, and that one was so much more critical. So he'd probably go up into the 3 or 4 point range with that.
But yeah, just
Get
seeing
a great replay. See him kind of fading, opting to go a little bit left, and then coming back to the right on screen there. As he holds it through there, you can see him holding that nose ride through. Unfortunately, just that board just didn't do as he wanted to do.
Yeah.
And then Moritz here. Big carve back on that longboard. Fantastic turn. And then switching the paddle there to ride through on this wave. But great big turn there from Moritz on the outside. Just kind of back it up with a little nose ride here, but he might find the opportunity on the inside. We'll see if he does. He just kicks out there. So just like one big turn for Moritz there. Probably not going to come into his score line. So we've got kind of that 4-point ride, a couple of 4-point rides to get that 9.1 heat total.
Yeah. Just seeing the replay here.
Yeah, that nice carve. Switch the paddle there. So he did get another turn on the outside, which was great. And then this turn here was lovely. Really leans back on that paddle. Brings that board right back around to the white water. And then just didn't get much work done on the inside here. But 2 turns for Moritz there. Just trying to find something on the inside, but he just kicks out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, great nose ride from Clement. Oh, if he had been able to bring that turn around, it would have been that would have been the 6 he needed, 6-point ride that he needed to get up into first place.
That would have been. But yeah, as you said, he's probably also just trying to stay busy, getting to know the board. If you say it's not his board, so probably just finding the groove on the board.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Clement there just showcasing that he can ride a longboard, holding that nose ride really critical. You can see the white water across the whole of his board there, the tail of his board. That's where you want to be nose riding. If you're nose riding up the shoulder, you're not going to be getting scored that highly. So you want to be nose riding in the pocket of the wave where the white water is. Get those higher scores.
Yeah, just 10 minutes left on the clock. And I think Le Mans is still chasing that 6-point ride. So yeah, Moritz just keeping it very stable with those 4 5-point rides, which so far is enough.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's currently sitting with priority as well. So they have choice of the next wave. Just 9 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. So it is heat strategy coming into play toward the end of this heat. We see a score that came through for Clement, 3.4 I believe it was, for that nose ride.
Yeah, so even though the wave was incomplete, they awarded him a little bit with that great nose ride.
Yeah, Moritz opting to use priority here. The wave hasn't broken yet. Yeah, there we go. Just Unfortunately, didn't choose the right one as we see Clement here on a, looks like a nice left. He's going to get up to the nose to start with. Great hang 5. Cutting it back a little bit. You can see just how narrow that board is compared to Moritz's, so you really have to be on that center line with his feet as he gets up to the nose again. Great hang 5 there. Fantastic. So you get a bit more speed here in the critical section. Carves it off the top. He held on to that carve that time. I think he knew what to expect from the board.
Yeah, see if he managed to do something here on the inside. Kicks out. But I think 2 great nose rides on that wave, so that's definitely going to better his score.
Yeah, definitely will. And mixing in with a nice little cutback as well. You can see here, just up to the nose of the board to start with, and then gets a little bit more critical here as he runs up again to the nose. This was a nice nose ride there. Kind of shuffled up to the nose, I think, so then cross step back there and then carves it off the top here quite nicely. So yeah, I don't think the score will be huge, but might come into his top 2. Then he just trying to work down that requirement needed to get into first position.
Yeah. He still has 8 minutes to do it.
A lot of time.
So, lots of time.
Lots of time when you're on a sub longboard.
Yeah.
Paddle so fast. You
Yeah,
get back at the back super quick.
I think he already, they said, oh, he's 9th wave or something. So I think he already caught a lot of waves.
Wow, yeah.
So, yeah, as you say, he's definitely just trying to stay busy, and it's also a great wave for them. You know, he's also they're competing also in the sub open, so I guess this is a great way for them to just get to know the conditions and just get their feet wet.
That's right, yeah, exactly, for sure. As we just heard a 5.33 came through for Clement's last wave. So we only need
at 377.
377 to get into that leading position. So you can see the scores there up on your screen as well. Pretty small, but yeah, he's got a 3.4 and a 5.33 for that last ride. So those couple of nose rides in that carve. Yeah,
the judges like
that.
that.
Judges liked it better than Moritz's waves.
Yeah.
So that's the highest score of the heat so far. As Moritz gets to the nose to start off with. Not quite there with the hang 5. Just a little bit, a few inches there to get to the nose. But he's going to time this really well off the top. And manages to lay right back. And he's going to hang on to it. Is he going to stay on?
Oh, no.
Unfortunately not. But he did very, very well to be able to ride that far.
Yeah.
Trying to get back up. But just couldn't control that exit of that turn. But did well to get there in time as well and get that board above the lip. As we see the replay there. You can see him nose riding, not quite hanging 5. And then stepping back for this section here. He wanted to time it well. It just gets a little bit caught by that lip. Getting that board up into the lip is a bit of work.
Meantime, we're seeing Clemens going in, just needing a 377. Kicks out to keep priority.
Yeah, good move there. The wave kind of just disappeared. Looks like reforming a little bit there, but he would have had to do a lot of work to keep up with that wave.
Yeah.
So smart decision there to just sit and wait with 6 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, so he knows now if he keeps that priority and he chooses wisely and he get a good one, he can take this heat. So, yeah, smart move for him.
Yeah, very smart move. And you can just see him getting better and better throughout this heat as well, getting used to the board, starting to tune into that wave selection as well. So he'll be looking to improve on that, that 5.4, and only in that 3.77 to be able to move into the lead. But Moritz here putting on a pretty good heat so far. Found some really nice waves, being able to have that variety of repertoire, kind of that nose riding and turns as well. But how do you think, Emily, the goofy foot and regular foot conversation kind of plays into the waves out here today?
Oh, it's always like a hard conversation, isn't it? Because some surfers are just more comfortable going on the front side, some are more comfortable going on the back side. I think it just depends on your preferences, I guess. I know, like in surfing, there's been a lot of discussions about that as well, because they put a lot of right-hand point breaks on the tour, and so it's. But you see some of the surfers surfing on their backhand, they're just doing better. Like we saw Caroline Mask in the finals, just absolutely putting every turn under the lip on her backhand, and so it's So I think, what do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting because there's guys like Wellington Rice in this event, Luis Denise, who have amazing backhand. Leko Salazar, his backhand is amazing. So if we do move to El Uret, the right hand point break, then I think we're going to see those backhand. I think they could be even contending for a world title on their backhand, which is great to see. But I think obviously surfing on your forehand is definitely much preferred as a surfer, and you can see Clement there surfing on his forehand, being a goofy footer. Nice nose ride to begin. Really just casual turns there. Bringing this wave through. He's going to look for a couple more scoring opportunities. Going to be able to just a little bit of didn't quite get to the nose, but I just love the style, the patience he has. Just the bent knees and kind of leaning back a little bit. Just a really cool longboard style.
Such a gracious style.
Moritz there. I wonder what he got done on the outside. It looked like a bigger wave, bigger set wave. So see if he got much done on the outside.
Yeah. So we're just having 3.5 minutes left on the clock. So Clemens will get out there and take that first priority. But yeah, I'm interested to see the replay of his wave as well. So we just seen Moritz finishing off this wave on the inside.
Great nose ride. Held that for a long time and then manages to hit off the top, but can't quite finish that. But long wave ridden there. You can see Moritz starting left and then opting to go for the right. So mixing in that backhand and forehand surfing. I think just reading the wave and seeing what he wants to do. But this nose ride was great from Clement. Super cool, cruisy longboard style. Drop knee turn. That's fantastic. Love that turn. And then he goes to get to the nose here, but just cruises through this section. Gets pretty fast. Nice little turn there as well. So mixing in some nice carves with some nose riding. Moritz here at the back. See what he got done on the outside section. Carve to begin with. And then he's going to get up to the nose. He's going to carve back into the white rod. I think this is where that wave kind of closed out. He wasn't managed to get up into the lip. So just a couple of carves for Moritz. I'd say Clement has the advantage there. So we see our SUP surfers getting ready for the next heat. Looks like Benoit is paddling out on one of his older prototypes on the starboard. So not opting to switch boards, but maybe he will switch boards with Clement out the back. We'll see.
Yeah.
You can see the lovely drone angle here of this left-hand point break. We have a mix of lefts and rights at the event venues this week. So it'd be great to see if we do move across to the right-hand point break. You can see beautiful drone angle there, that left-hander, and reforming on the inside. As Moritz is paddling back out. Just 1 minute 40 seconds on the clock, so not too much time left. Clement Rosera has taken the lead with that last wave score. So he's got a 9.9 heat total. Currently sitting in priority as well. So really controlling the last minute of this heat.
It's looking good. He really surfed his way into this heat, didn't he?
He really did, yeah. He struggled at the start there with getting used to the board and everything, but I think just a few waves, and that just goes to show how good these athletes are. Just getting used to a new board, how it feels. You said he was borrowing Benoit's getting used to the board and everything, but I think he was just getting used to that and really found his feet and has now put himself in a great position in the lead. So Moritz, I guess that last score didn't put him into the lead, didn't improve on his situation, so he'd be looking to get a wave in the last minute of this heat, but it's going to be tricky with Clement holding down priority.
Yeah. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what the requirements for Moritz is now.
Yes. Yeah, I don't think he needs a huge score, something in the mid-4s, I think, to be able to overtake. That's a 4.9, I believe, in his scoreline. He probably just needs a 5-point ride, 5.01, and he'll get there. To be able to get ahead of Clement. But it looks pretty flat.
It looks pretty flat.
Unfortunately.
Looks like Clement have the upper hand right here, just 16 seconds left.
Yeah. So this heat winding down, maybe a little bump, but I don't think it's going to come in just in time.
Yeah. But wow, but great surfing from both surfers. Lots of wave caught. Like, it was a very interesting heat.
Yeah, it was great to see that comeback from Clement there right at the last wave. That last wave put him up above Moritz. Linking together some really critical nose rides with some great turns. You see Moritz there. We'll see him come up again later on throughout the week and obviously in the Pro Division as well. We'll see the heat has ended. So this is not going to count, but beautiful nose ride there. Love the style. And another drop knee carve. Oh, beautiful turn. I think he's maybe chatting to Ben there. So your board's so-so. It was okay. But I'll ride it again because I won the heat.
Yeah, exactly. Nah, great heat.
So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the water. Getting ready. So the next heat is in the wa So this is going to be the last heat of the longboard men's coming up. So heat number 4, and then we're going to move back into the junior boys round number 2 with 2 heats of that. So that's going to be an elimination round. So we'll be seeing our top 2 surfers moving through into the semi-finals later on today. We'll let you know when that's going to be happening though, because we may go on hold over that low tide.
Maybe have a look at this one. Yes. And come on, up and riding straight out to the nose. Oh, great hang 5.
Yeah, then we will have the longboard women coming up. Round number 1, there's going to be 2 heats of those.
Like
5
surfers, well
surfers,
try
I
to
believe.
get some waves under his belt.
As we see the heat
Straight
recap.
out to the nose.
And this is just those beautiful nose rides we saw
Great
from
hang 5.
Clement. Who's doing so well to stay in that critical section of the wave. Moritz here put together some great rides as well. Love the way he switched the paddle on these turns. You can see that whitewater trail we spoke about earlier. He held that nose ride right the way throughout. So Moritz putting on a nice performance here on the SUP longboard. But Clement was just getting better and better throughout this heat. You can see him fading here and then getting up to the nose and holding it through that critical section. The wave, breaking over that board. Unfortunately, he just was getting used to this board throughout the heat. He stood too far on the tail. And then he managed to link together a few turns. There's Moritz here. Lovely longboard style, carving it back around. And he does another big turn here as well. He really leans on this paddle. Carve that board back around into the white water. So surfers putting on a great heat performance in that last one as we see round number 1, heat number 4 in the water next. In the red jersey, Benoit Carpentier, the number 2 longboard SUP surfer from last year. We're also going to be seeing our other competitors in that heat. And I'll get that up on my screen now. I missed all that information come up. So we'll see Vince Duchnai in the white and Juan Francisco Alonso in the yellow. I've seen Juan out here the last few days, getting some great rides out here on the left-hander. I think everyone else has been opting to surf El Uret on the right-hander, so he's been putting in the time out here. He's been getting some nice rides the last few days, so it's going to be great to see him in this heat here, local SUP surfer. We see Vince Duchnai as well. He was here at last year's event. Vince, he's living in Fuerteventura. So not too far away from Gran Canaria. And he's just into all SUP and water sports, wing foil, surf foiling. Kind of does it all, riding for Indiana. So great to see Vince not traveling too far for this event, but being a part of it. And we see Juan Francisco here taking a look at this ride. Nice little fade to begin with there, trying to get into that critical section. Opt to go right. Good choice too, because it really stood up that wave. Unfortunately, just comes unstuck there. Juan riding a Nash, looks like a Nash Mana, big board. Going to be really good for the conditions out here today. Carry that speed, carry that glide through. We see Vince holding down the first priority there. Looks like Benoit might have caught a wave already. So we'll catch up to the scores that he has. As we see Benoit up on the nose, hanging 5. Just getting that paddle in. He's going to drop down this wave face. He's going to get a bit of speed here. Throw that board up into the lip. Benoit, a very accomplished longboard prone surfer and also longboard SUP surfer. Just couldn't quite hold it throughout that section there. Probably spending a bit too much time on the bodyboard yesterday, chasing slabs. As we see Vince up and riding on this left, carving it around on this section here. So Vince didn't quite get to the nose, but we see him doing some great turns. He's also going to be coming up in the pro men, so we'll see Vince coming up a lot throughout the week. So we'll catch up with all of those scores to come through very shortly, all 3 surfers getting their account started in this heat. Thanks very much for tuning in to the APP World Tour, whether you're watching on YouTube, Facebook, or on the website. Really appreciate you tuning in. If you have any questions, let us know as well. Happy to answer any questions you have. Or let us know where you're tuning in from. I've had some people tuning in from Sweden, South Africa, Or from Brazil.
Yeah.
Must be pretty late there in Brazil at the moment.
Yeah.
Or early in the morning, I believe. You see Juan Francisco here taking off. Just unfortunately that wave just disappearing underneath him, but he's going to try and maximize that length of ride. We saw Juan enter the event last year as well. So local SUP surfer being a part of this pro division. We saw a quick glimpse of the Volkswagen vans there. They are pretty cool looking.
I got picked up in the airport yesterday in one of those. It was a full-on computer.
It certainly is. The space inside him is amazing.
I know.
It's like so much space and the colours of the dash, and it's just, yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was an amazing car.
Fully electric, combi Volkswagen van. Very, very sleek. Yeah, very sleek design.
Yeah.
Wouldn't mind one myself.
I had a hard time figuring out how to open the door because it was like, everything was so like, you know.
Exactly. Benoit coming to you, hanging 10 on the outside section there. Super critical, going to cut it back into the white water. Benoit opting to wear the hat out here. You can just see how hot it is. Love Benoit's style. Again, up to the nose, and you can see Benoit is not throwing any... just off the top. Benoit is just on fire. This wave is a fantastic display of SUP longboard surfing. Benoit is just unbelievable. Nose riding, off the top, throwing spray, all in the hat.
In the hat, just the style. But I think it's safe to say that's one of the best waves we've seen today.
100%. That's definitely going to the excellent range. Yeah. Definitely. That was a great turn off the top from Benoit, mixing with critical nose rides. Finn's there, just not quite getting on top of that one. We're all going to have a hard time catching Benoit after that wave.
Yeah, that was amazing. I'm really excited to see what the judges are going to score that.
Yeah, so we are just getting word of an interference call out in the water. We'll update you as we know more. But we
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with Clement, who just took out Heat 3 for our stand-up paddle longboard division. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling good. The weather very good for longboard stand-up paddle boards. We are here with the French team just on top on this apartment. It's like the best place ever to go here and compete. Just arrived yesterday night a bit tired. I was on a strike mission on a slab surfing and I'm kind of destroyed of the neck, but I made it, so it's very good.
Oh, well, we didn't notice that with your surfing at all. You look like in top condition. Now tell me, how long have you been doing SUP longboarding? Because it's kind of like a new type of surfing.
Never. It's the first time I've been on stand-up longboards just now.
Today?
Today, just now. But
oh wow, okay.
Yeah, I just brought the board of a friend, Camille Dubrana. Merci beaucoup. Promis, je fais très attention à ta planche. Because she didn't want to borrow me the board, so I arrived and I didn't say anything, and I was like 20 minutes before the heat, I said, can I borrow the board? Like his boyfriend asked a week ago and he told me she don't want to borrow the board, so I was sure that she's not gonna give me the board, and she brought me the board.
Well, that is very impressive. What a story. Okay, well, congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks. Merci Camille, encore une fois.
Thank you. Back to the studio.
Thank you very much. Catching up there with Clement Rosero, the winner of the last heat of the longboard man. He did very well to come back right in the last couple of minutes there to be able to take the lead. His jersey matching the colour of that Volkswagen van in the background. Loved it.
Great to see. We have that score in from Ben. There we go. 8.3.
Yeah, that is very well. 8.5 maybe.
8.5, sorry.
Very well deserved for that score. Critical surfing from Benoit and really put him out in the lead now. He's got a 5.33 and an 8.5. The highest heat total we've seen today so far, 13.83.
And we still have 16 minutes left on the clock.
He might even go better throughout this heat. So we'll wait to see as Benoit is going to catch this wave too.
He's not sitting still.
No. You see how easy he turns this longboard. It's just just in such control as well up into the lip there. There you go, a little bit of a parallel stance as he comes through here. Just waiting for this wave. You can see the SUP longboards have this glide to be able to get through. He's just going to kick out of that wave there.
Yeah, wow. Excellent score from Benoit.
Yeah, first excellent score of the day. So, although we didn't get the first heat, this is Capono Fukuda from earlier in the day, the junior boys. So this might have been an excellent wave as well. I'm thinking. But strange to see that come up. But yeah, I was just saying that we missed that first heat of the day because of some technical issues with the live feed in our booth. I know you were probably watching it at home, but Capono Fukuda did very well to win that first heat. As we see Juan Francisco driving along this face of the wave, doing really well to control that board throughout. Saying I've seen Juan out here the last few days practicing. Been the only SUP surfer out here on the left. Everyone I think has been around the corner or looking for waves elsewhere, but he's putting in the time to understand the wave. And Vince Dushnai at the back on a lovely looking wave here. He's going to cut it back to the white water. He's going to continue riding this one through. He's going to get up to the nose almost for this one. Cutting it back to the left. See him. This wave really being very nice standing up all the way through for Vince. There's a lot of potential on this wave. He's going to bring it through to the inside. Fortunately, that wave just dying out in that deeper water.
Yeah.
Replay of Juan Francisco's wave. Cutting it back. And then Vince obviously taking off on the next wave that came through. Take a look down the beach of the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. A little bit of a lull in the action. Benoit sitting out the back with his hat on, comfortably in the lead.
Pretty comfortable in that lead, I'll say. He could probably just sit there and chill for the rest of the heat, but I don't think he will. No, I don't think he will. He wants to surf as many waves as he can. Yeah. But obviously, Vince and Juan want to get back out there. Obviously fighting for that second priority as well on the paddle back out. Looks like Vince has that little bit of a lead in front of Juan Francisco paddling back out. But yeah, Vince looking for... Oh, and Juan both comboed. Yeah. So they're looking for a combination of scores, which means they need another 2 waves to be able to overtake Benoit, and they need to be, at least better than a 3.83, and then that way they can get a 10-point ride. Yeah. After that. But yeah, still looking to improve their situations to be able to take over from Ben in the lead. Obviously, Benoit holding down that first position. First position will move through to I believe the round 3. Yeah. Might even be round 3 or quarterfinals. The rest will move into round 2. Yeah. Everybody getting a second chance to move on in the event. In the meantime, we're seeing Vince up and riding with that drone shot. No, the wave did not have much on offer.
So yeah, Benoit Carpentier, obviously the APP World Champion for SUP surfing last year, 2022. He was well deserved there, surfing some great waves here for last year's event. Fantastic to see. He's obviously won the European SUP surfing this year. He's been on a roll, hasn't he?
Just a month ago, second in the ISA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he's been having a great year.
Yeah, he has been having a really good year. He's on a bit of a roll, I think, just carrying that momentum forward from last year's win. Having some great results as well. He's obviously number 2 for the longboard last year as well, the APP World Tour. But Benoit has been a part of the APP Tour since really it began almost back in 2012. So when he was very young, maybe 14, 15 years old, competing back then. So Benoit is used to ride for Nash, now rides for Starboard. So we made the switch in about 2015, I believe. The reason I say that is because I used to ride for Nash with Benoit. We're on the same team. Okay. We used to travel around a bit together and surf a lot against each other. And then he jumped ship to Starboard. But he's been doing very well with Starboard, obviously winning world titles with their boards now. And, really puts a lot into the research and development as well, into the longboard SUP surfing especially, but also the shortboard SUPs that he's riding. The Starboard Pros. Yeah. He kind of has a lot of input into how it
yeah, I saw him, in the Eurosurf. I was there working, and he was like surfing amazing, and it was really there was some outstanding surfing. They were also very lucky with the conditions there. So so interesting to see him now also in the longboarding.
That's right, yes. We see Vince up and riding the wave here, almost at the nose there. So holding through that section. He's going to bank it off the white water as Benoit takes off on the wave at the back. See Vince cross-stepping up to the top. Oh, the tail almost spun out on him. Just fell off there, but Benoit, wow, just linking together some great maneuvers and controls that one as well. So it's going to be another great score for Benoit. I feel like he got some more work done on the outside.
Just the way he hits that lip and, controls the board.
He seems to get a lot of projection out from the lip as well. He hits the lip and then he can bring that board out in front of the white water. Rather than we've seen quite a lot of competitors kind of falling in with the white water and not quite riding out. Look at that drone shot. You can see the reef underneath. This is Juan Francisco riding here, just falling off the back of that wave. But yeah, look at the colour of that water. It's tropical, almost you could say. But yeah, the replay here of Vince's wave. So cross-stepping through, just unfortunately coming unstuck there as we see Benoit's replay here. And we see him carving off the top. Really nice carve, and then he's going to bring it back around up into the lip, so throws it right up. So just that one really big turn on this wave. And coming through, Juan Francisco here, live action, catching up. And riding through this one. So Juan Francisco coming through with the paddle there, switching his feet nearly. You're nearly a switch foot. Yeah, really definitely getting some length of ride in. Not going to really come into the judges' criteria as much. But he does a little bit of a backwards. Ah, fantastic. Love the showmanship there from Juan Francisco. He's taking this wave right through to the inside, but love that he's showcasing some tricks at the back.
Yeah, we still have 8 minutes remaining.
So Benoit just at the back waiting patiently. He's in a pretty good position. That last wave score coming in at 4.17 for that one turn, or kind of two turns, but that one really big turn where the majority of the score is going to come from. You can see the reef there on the left. So those rocks kind of extend out to where our surfers are, and they're surfing over some shallow reef at the back there, and that's what creates this left-hand point break at the back. Las Isser, Los Mojitos, I believe, that they locals call this spot. And yeah, so that left-hand point break, reforming into that right-hander, and there's some beach breaks down the beach as well, which is pretty fun. And competitors, you can see a bit of a lull in the action at the moment. 7.5 minutes left on the clock.
Right. Yeah.
So yeah, Juan Francisco, local sup surfer here. Great to see him entering the event. He's trying to match his skills with the world's best here. Traveling from around the world. Be able to get a world title here for the longboard sup surfing. We're in heat number 4. We're going to be moving into the junior boys next.
Junior
under
round,
18. Yep, as
round
we see.
2.
There we go. On screen, Pedro Veiga, one of the world's youngest and up-and-coming sup surfers. 12 years old, I believe Pedro is. And that board is looking very small for a lot of us, but when you are 12 years old, you don't ride a small board. So, fantastic to see Pedro here again, once again. I hope he's going to showcase exactly what he has. The waves were quite big last year for him. He was really charging in some solid conditions. And then this year, the waves are a little bit smaller, so he's going to be able to really showcase what he has for us. He obviously was knocked out in that first round of the juniors, so he's going to be coming up again, round number 2, as we see Juan Francisco Alonso there on the inside, riding through a really critical section. Unfortunately, he just gets knocked off his board in that end there. You see Benoit paddling at the back, getting into a nose ride to start with. Hang 10, straight off the top. Fantastic from Benoit. This wave's just going to close out.
Yeah, great. Sorry for leaving you alone there. Just we had a little bit of technical issues with my microphone, but I think we got it fixed.
No problem at all. Just running through some glitches here, but we're getting it all sorted for the event as we move through. Vince just unfortunately falling off the back of that wave. Benoit's going to have a look at it though.
Yeah,
maybe.
He's staying busy, yeah?
Yeah, he is. He's increased his lead as well. It's a 14.47 heat total. So Benoit looking very solid indeed. He is well out in front of this heat. They've left his other competitors in combination situations.
Yeah, look at that heat score. That's yeah, I would say, would you say he's a favorite to the longboard title here now?
Definitely is a favorite. He was a favorite last year as well, but he just couldn't find the waves in the final against Leko Salazar last year. He unfortunately just had a bit of a shocker. I think he was saving his energy for the shortboard where he won the world title there. But yeah, obviously Benoit is going to want to win that longboard world title for this event, and he's looking very, very good to do so. I spoke to Benoit earlier today. He says he's feeling a bit under the weather as well. Bit of a cold, not feeling great on the energy front, but I do not see that at all in his surfing today.
No, he doesn't show it, that's for sure. Look at him going out to nose. Just a combination of maneuvers and how he hits those sections.
So when we talk about flow, just the smoothness in his surfing, as you were mentioning before, Emily, just the way he can carve back, rebound off the white water and continue straight into the next maneuver, linking together maneuvers. That's what the judges really want to look for. And they're going to score really highly in reward for that type of surfing. So Benoit putting all of that on show today.
Yeah, and just the consistency, right?
That's right.
Yeah. And up and riding, we have Juan.
Yeah, Juan Francisco there, bringing this one through. A couple of small scores for Juan.
Managed to stick with it onto the inside. But yeah, it tends to die out a little bit here on the inside with the low tide.
So yeah, a couple of comments I see online. JV. I spent a bit of time emailing JV, actually, but we'll catch up with that in a second as you see Vince on this one. Yeah, JV actually had some lessons from Benoit as well for sup surfing and foiling and things like that. So on YouTube, it's funny to wear a hat on such a day, but I think Benoit is just trying to stay cool out of the sun.
Yeah.
And he is on a very thin board as well. As we see a replay of Juan Francisco, they're going backwards. I love it. Love that he can do that showmanship. Not going to get scored for it though, but I just like it. Especially longboard sup surfing. You want to make it fun.
Yeah. So is this Vince having a little tap to the nose?
But yeah, it is definitely a thin board for Benoit. It is one of the prototypes that he had last year for this event. Actually, one of the prototypes that the new Starboard range is based off. So, but it is a prototype, so it's a little bit lighter in weight, not the production model that you saw Clement riding in the last heat. But yeah, so Benoit on a pretty small board.
You're just checking, see if we got some comment or some questions here. Yeah,
I'm checking.
Please tune in and tell us, where you're watching from. If you have any questions, anything you want us to discuss here on the live feed.
Yeah, a lot of Brazilian people tuning in.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, going for Team Brazil. Obviously, a lot of Brazilians here representing their country for all of the divisions, and we'll look forward to seeing them come up later today. Obviously, Pedro Veiga coming up next in the next heat for the junior boys.
Yeah, I was in. I got a ride from the airport yesterday with 2 of the Brazilians because they were in the airport picking up their boards.
Right.
Because their boards, they've been here for 4 days without boards.
Right.
So, meantime, we're just seeing Vince up and riding.
Yeah, Vince here carving it back through. You're going to walk the board. He likes walking the board up through that whitewater section, showing some good control there. Didn't quite get to the nose, but showing that he can cross step, which is good, rather than shuffling. And he's going to do a spin, surf backwards. I think he learned that from Juan Francisco.
Yeah.
Very tricky. There we go.
Yeah.
Well done, Vince. But yeah, that's one of the things about traveling to the Canary Islands is getting your boards here. It's very tough, and some of the airlines, didn't make it happen. Unfortunately, last year we saw. Actually, we're just going to catch up with live action here. Juan Francisco making it through that flat section all the way through to the inside. Local knowledge coming into play here. He's going to take this wave right the way through to the inside. Oh, just going to kick out there. That's pretty shallow right there. You can see him standing up.
Knee high.
Yeah, riding a single fin. There we go. So we get a good look at the board that Juan Francisco is riding. And Benoit, live action. Just a smooth style. Oh, unfortunately, just couldn't get the speed to ride through that nose ride. So Benoit just coming unstuck. But yeah, Zane Schweitzer was here last year at the event, and unfortunately his boards didn't even arrive at all. And he only caught up with them like a month later, I think. They found him in Madrid airport.
No way.
Yeah, but unfortunately they were a bit damaged, so they were sent back to him on Maui. And Zane Schweitzer obviously won the Pan American Games recently. Did very well. And some massive surf. Don't know if you saw that event at all, Emily, but the waves were like quadruple overhead.
Yeah, I saw Tatiana follow her a bit, and yeah, it was great to watch some sizable waves there. And this heat is done. Definitely Benoit put a stamp on this heat.
Oh, he certainly did. Yeah. There wasn't much else happening rather than with Benoit. So we'll see him moving through to that round 3 of the longboard. Is he just going to take this one through? And yeah, interesting decision with the hat. The hat not even factoring into his performance.
I don't know if the hat even got wet.
Oh, that's very true. Yeah, you're right.
Well, yeah, and now we're just waiting, getting the round 2 of the boys. We're having 2 heats. And I think we're just going to see a bit of a recap of this heat. Maybe we'll see a few of Ben's waves.
It'd be great to watch how critical his nose rides were if we do get that back up on screen, because he was just nose riding in that really steep section of the wave. His board obviously thin and narrow holding into that section of the wave. If we compare it to kind of the wider longboard subs, having a wider board is going to be harder to nose ride in that really critical section. So Benoit opting to ride that thinner board.
Sitting still.
No. You can see how easy he turns this. As we see round number 2 of the junior boys coming up. Pedro Varga in that red. We have Enrique in the white. So you see them out in the lineup at the moment. The heat has got underway. 25 minutes for the heats. Already a couple of minutes into it. So Pedro, I'm going to call Pedro Varga. Very long name on screen there, you can see. Pedro Emanuel da Veiga Vaz Marquez Nunes Santana. Up against Enrique Perez Serra. Spanish surfer Enrique. So not travelling too far for this event. Pedro coming across from Brazil. Bit of a lull in the action to begin with. But great to see the future of SUP surfing out in the water. These are the surfers that unfortunately didn't make it through or didn't win their first round heat. So they're up into that round 2. The winners of that round 1 went straight into the semi-finals, which is going to be coming up maybe later today. We'll see what the conditions offer. And surfers can sit down on their boards as they are waiting for waves, but they just can't move around as they're sitting down or lying down. They have to be standing up to be able to move around. As we see a little paddle battle to start off things. Enrique and Pedro trying to fight for that one wave. Enrique giving way to Pedro, but Pedro not unfortunately catching it. So Pedro back on his feet. Going to be getting at the back there. Maybe taking off on this next set. Looks like a nice left-hander coming through for them. We'll see who's in the right position. Looks like it is young Brazilian surfer Pedro on a nice drop. Oh, fantastic. Just can't quite get around that section, so has to jump off.
Fortunately, it closes out. And so we're seeing Enrique having a look at this one. Yeah.
I mean,
Just a quick...
The size of board they're on. It looks so small.
Looks like a normal short board.
Yeah, right.
But yeah, I think Enrique, we also saw at the Eurosurf, no?
Yes, I believe we did.
Yeah. I think he was doing quite well there as well.
Yeah, replay there of Pedro's wave, just closing out on him.
Yeah, I guess we are almost reaching the low tide now.
Yeah, coming out to about an hour's time, we'll have that low tide.
Yeah, just a couple of waves ridden so far as we see Enrique having a look at this one. He's up and riding.
Great turn there. Oh, unfortunately, just can't link that turn together. I think that wave just went a little bit slow and a little bit fat.
Just hit that flat section, so he didn't really manage to keep speed into that.
Pedro opting to go for the right here, looking for this wave to stand up. Lots of speed to do something with. Nice carve there for Pedro back to the white water. This wave standing up nicely for him. Little turn in the pocket. Oh, unfortunately, just can't quite hang on to that one either. But Pedro, you can just see that, you know, they get the right waves, these kids, they can just unleash some big turns. It's going to be great if they can get themselves on the right waves in this heat. Watching the future of stand-up paddleboarding right here. Under 18 junior boys. It's great the APP World Tour is bringing the juniors division through and being able to crown junior world champions. We see a replay, a drone angle from Pedro's second wave here. Carving it around. Back into the white water. And unfortunately just falls off on this turn. That white water hitting the heels of his board there.
Yeah, it was a shame he didn't manage to finish that because you see he's surfing with so much flow and speed.
That's right, yeah, lots of speed there, which is great. I think you being that small, lightweight rider, you can get lots of speed from those small boards. You see maybe a little bump out the back. See Enrique having a look at this one. See a wave standing up.
Yeah, looks like a good set wave coming in here for Enrique.
Yeah, hopefully he's in the right position. Looks like it might close out as well.
Close out, yeah.
He's gonna, he just decides to jump off.
Yeah.
So maybe that low tide also coming into play. Positioning. You can see those waves breaking a little bit wider as the reef gets a bit shallower.
Yeah, definitely looks shallow out there now. Yeah, I haven't been out there surfing myself yet. But oh, and I think we have Tatiana ready with Benoit down for a beach interview. Take it away.
I'm here with my good friend Benoit Carpenter, who just took our first position on heat number 4 for our stand-up paddle longboard discipline. Now, you scored the highest scoring heat wave for the event so far, 8.5. How does that make you feel?
Yeah, I feel good, you know. It's been nice to watch all the heat this morning, and I didn't know how it's going to be with the low tide, but actually it turns well, and I had some nice waves, so I'm really happy to get that 8.5. That's what I've been practicing a lot, like longboard SUP this year and stuff, so I'm really happy, and I'm really happy to ride my board. It's working great. I creased it back home like 1 week ago, but I was like, oh, I need to take it, and I thought I'd break it like on the first wave, actually. I thought like,
I'm sure if I do a turn and my nose like go down, for sure it's gonna break. So I was so scared, like just like, you know.
Well, you made it out with no injuries, the board intact, and in first place position. So look forward to seeing more of you. You'll be competing in the stand-up paddle open men's event as well. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, pretty excited. It's gonna be, hopefully we get some good waves in the red so we can do a good show. But yeah, I'm really excited for this week. It's gonna be nice.
Amazing, thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Tatiana. Yeah, great to hear from Ben. New board he was riding there, but it looks like he already got to know it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. He said he creased it last week, so
yeah.
Yeah. Obviously riding a bit of a broken board, but didn't look like it at all from the performance Benoit put on. So he'll be coming up later on this week. But back to action in the water with the junior boys, Pedro Varga and also Enrique Perez Serra. You can see those waves breaking a little bit wider. So competitors going to reposition themselves over to where those waves are going to be breaking. This low tide, as Benoit was saying, he said he didn't know he was going to be on the low tide for the longboard and conditions were changing a bit. So it's interesting to see where these competitors position themselves in the water. Pedro's sitting really deep on the reef, whereas Enrique is positioning himself a little bit wider on the right-hand side of the screen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like we talked about before, some of those set waves are breaking a bit further. They're closing out a little bit on that first section, right? Yeah. So I guess he's just trying to adjust, and yeah, hopefully he's hoping for one of those set waves.
That's right. Yeah, we saw Pedro take a right-hander before as well. So he might even be looking for some right-handers that break in underneath that reef. Maybe on his forehand, surfing there. So maybe opting for that reform on the inside. You can see there is that reef also in the background. Lots of reefs along this stretch of beach, and there's also beach breaks as well on the inside. So lots of options for waves and surfing and sup surfing as well. Conditions, offshore wind in the southeast. About 10 to 15 knots. Might kick up a little bit more this afternoon. Did yesterday. Saw some white caps out there in the afternoon.
Mm. Yeah, this heat's been a bit slow so far. It's what we said earlier. Like there's a long time between those sets, and I think even now with the low tide as well. So yeah, it's about picking that strategy. Are you sitting here on the inside trying to just get some scores, or are you waiting patiently for those set waves?
Yeah, it's that strategy really comes into play. Kind of understanding what the waves are doing, and being in position, I think, really is key out there as well, because you could be out of position and that means you miss the sets that come through and you've got to wait another 10, 15 minutes for that next set to come through. You see competitors paddling for a little bump at the bottom of the screen there. Pedro Varga looks like he's getting on this one. He does have second priority though, so we do see him having to give way to Enrique. And Enrique having that first priority, meaning that he's going to have full priority on that wave. We'll have to see exactly what happened as we see some great surfing from Enrique, really cutting it right back. Pedro behind him as well, but lots of turns on that one, utilizing the paddle, cutting it right back. So good surfing there from both surfers, really.
Mm-hmm.
So watching the replay here of Enrique's wave. This end section here, he's just done turn after turn after turn. So great to see the progression there. Really nice strong turns in the critical section of the wave. And then Pedro behind him as well. So good waves from both surfers there. We'll have to get the official call on the surfing, the priority situation in that takeoff. See if Pedro did kick out in time, because he did not have that first priority. We can update you on that shortly. But yeah, these young kids are just pushing that level of sup surfing. Great to see them traveling so far and wide to be a part of the APP World Tour for the junior division. We've also got the junior women coming up this week. It's going to be great to see them competing too. Some great competitors from France. And also Sakura Inoue coming up in that junior as well. She was actually against her sister in that junior final last time for last year's event, 2022. As we see a really good score come through for Enrique, pushing him up into the lead. With 4.9 heat total. Still waiting on Pedro's wave, I believe, to drop.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that last. 3.57. I just hear the beats announcer says.
Yeah, for Enrique. So good score. He's going to want to back that up with another solid score to solidify his first position, because very small scores really. And we do have an interference for Pedro Vargas. So on that wave, it was deemed that he was in the way of Enrique with first priority, which means that his second wave score, highest wave score, will be 0.
Eliminated.
Yeah.
So it's actually an interference call.
It was an interference call, yes. I think because Pedro was on the wave that Enrique was on. So Pedro's going to have a lot of work to do. He's going to need a big, high-scoring wave, and it looks like this wave could be on the way through. He threw that board up into the lip there to start with. He's found a really nice wave that's going to reform into the inside. Carves it off the top there. Carves it back in. He's going to finish this one right through. So he's found a great wave that's going to reform. He gets really vertical into the lip. Unfortunately, he just can't hold it.
Yeah, it's a shame he doesn't manage to finish that one. In the meantime, we have Enrique up and riding out the back here. Also look like this wave is going to stand up. Nice calf back here. Getting a few good turns in on this wave as well.
Yeah, he's showcasing some great surfing, Enrique. You can see him really switching that paddle, bringing it over to each side. He's going to just kick out in front of Pedro as well to get out there for first priority. So.
Yeah. But yeah, he's in a good position now, because Pedro needs a high score to only his best wave would count. He doesn't have a backup.
That's right. Unfortunately, that priority interference means your second wave is 0. So only one wave, your highest wave, is going to count toward the heat total, whereas Enrique will have 2 waves counting toward his heat total. But remember, we are on a scale of 0.1 to 10. So Pedro could get a 10 or anywhere, around that, and then still get ahead of Enrique. But I think Enrique's going to make it a little bit harder after that last wave, because he's going to probably extend his scoreline. As we see the replay here of Pedro, young 12-year-old, off the top, great turns. This is what we need to see more of from Pedro.
Yeah, that was a great start, really putting that commitment into the start of the wave. And just managed to, grind through to the inside here and finish it off.
Yeah, unfortunately he comes unstuck on this turn, but that first turn out the back is just, that is the future of SUP surfing now.
Yeah.
For a 12-year-old to be able to do a turn like that, it's pretty unbelievable.
Yeah.
And Enrique here on the replay as well, getting some nice turns in that critical section. You can see him switching the paddle as well. Judge is going to like that. Nothing too, committed or critical, but just great flow and speed throughout that wave. So going to increase that scoreline. Yeah. Making it just a little bit harder for Pedro. But I think that last wave of Pedro is going to be a nice one.
Yeah.
Definitely the biggest turn of the heat.
Yeah, and I think, the judges really like to see that commitment in the beginning of the wave, doing those big maneuvers and just taking that chance,
Yeah, you really have that first wave, that first maneuver on the wave is where you get all the big points, because, it's the most committed, most critical. If you fall off in that position, it means, you've lost the whole wave. But if you can make that turn, it shows really good commitment. So the judge is going to really reward that highly. As we see Pedro having on the inside here. Maybe something's going to reform. Get a few turns in, hopefully. So Pedro in the red. Nice turn. Wow, throwing the tail there. Really bit of release. Slide the fins. Carving in the pocket, but just in that white water. It just hits that bumpy water there and falls off. We got to get an update on the scores as they come through. So we just hear that Pedro dropped a 5.5 for that one turn.
So yeah, just confirms what we just said.
Yeah,
What the judges want to say.
exactly. But I think that Enrique is still in the lead with that last wave score.
So yeah, so that means that Pedro needs a 7.64.
That's right. He is 7.64. And although that would match Enrique's score, it's because it's the highest wave score. It means that you get that priority. So if they do end up equal, it goes back to your highest wave score, which would be a 7.64. So that's what Pedro is looking for at the moment. And we can totally see that he can do it. If he does two of those turns on the wave, then he'll definitely increase that score line.
Yeah.
It's just over 6 minutes remaining, so Pedro's going to get out the back, get himself one of those set waves. As we see Enrique paddling into a set out the back. In that first priority, here we go.
Oh, nice looking wave. Up the top. Yeah. Great control. Unfortunately, the wave flattens out and that, hits that deep water there. And yeah.
Yeah, I really like the timing that he had on that first turn. He just waited and waited patiently until that white water started, then he threw his board up into the lip. So really good patience from these young surfers. You see him waiting, and then as that lip comes over, he hits up into the lip, and then unfortunately the wave just disappearing. But he managed to get a couple of turns on there.
But you saw that one turn that Pedro had before was like, you could really see how he served that from top to bottom, and I think that's, what the judges are really rewarding. This was also a great, he hit the lip, but Pedro was really, utilizing the whole wave.
That's right, exactly. From the bottom to the top, getting the board above the lip as well, showcasing that radical surfing. So yeah, Pedro needs to find one of those waves again. He's going to be sitting in that second priority though. So he's going to have his work cut out for him under 5 minutes remaining to find that one wave score of at least a 7.64. So if you are just tuning in, unfortunately Pedro had a priority interference, which means his second wave is going to be not counted at all. So just his highest single wave score will count, which is a 5.5 at the moment for one turn, basically.
Yeah. So he's capable of it.
He's more than capable of it, for sure.
And we already seen the judges dropping 8.5s in the last heat. So, and let's see, it looks like he is going to go for this one.
He's going to stay busy on the inside. You can see this wave standing up. He needs to be able to get a couple of turns in, carves that back around. Wave's going to start to stand up here. Again, carves it back around to slide the tail. That wave steepening up for him to get off the top. Oh, great carve off the top there. Brings it around again. This is more like it from Pedro.
Yeah.
This is really showcasing what he has. He just linked all those turns together, so no downtime at all whatsoever on that wave. Lots of flow, linking together maneuvers. The judges are going to like that. Wasn't a big wave though.
No, it was a smaller wave, but he really managed to, just utilize the whole wave. Just look here how he managed to, waiting for it to stand up to hit that critical section now.
That was the best turn of that wave so far, and then he managed to link together a few more. It's going to be very interesting to see where the judges go with that. Not sure it's going to be a 7.64, but I mean, it could easily jump up into that very good range for the score.
And just 3 minutes remaining.
So yeah, nerves. So it's elimination round, this one. So the winning surfer will move through to the next round, semi-finals. So we see a replay from Enrique there, cutting right back to the white water. This wave is quite flat. You can see a bit different from Pedro's last wave. But Pedro's wave really stood up. We see Pedro live action.
Staying busy.
He wants to catch as many waves as he can. Put on a good show for everyone.
Yeah.
As we see Pedro making his way through to the inside here. Not going to find much more scoring potential on that one. I'm interested to see where the judges went for his last ride. Just comparing it to the big turn, that was a very big controlled, committed turn. Just one maneuver. But the last wave linked together lots of turns. So the replay of Pedro's last wave. It's a bit of a flatter wave, cutting back to start with. then deciding to go toward the right, but not finding much more in terms of turns on this wave.
But such an amazing control he has over that board, and as you said, 12 years old. Wow. So even he's out of the event now, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more to Pedro in the future.
Oh, definitely. Definitely we will, for sure. Yeah, we hope. I'm sure Pedro's amazing shortboarder as well and kind of does it all. But it'd be great to see him stick with stand-up paddleboarding and become that next star of the future. He definitely has what it takes. Definitely, you know, I haven't seen that many young kids sup surfing, so it's good to see the youth being represented here for the APP. Enrique, current heat leader. Lovely paddle switch there to cut back. Gonna opt to go right on this one, finding a bit of an end section. Gets that board into the white water. So Pedro just improving that last wave score of 5.6. Still looking for a 7.64 with 1 minute left. As Enrique brings this one through to the inside. That wave just going to allow him to keep going though. So a nice long wave is going to bring this one right through to the beach, being the end of the heat, and finishes it off there with a little turn off the top. So Enrique putting together a great heat. You see the replay of this wave. Switching that paddle at the start. Lovely. With that wide stance as well, which means he's going to have lots of control. Great balance. So bring it back to the right. Switching the paddle too. Nice carve. We like the way he read this wave. Going left and right. Identifying where the critical section is going to be.
Yeah. Just 16 seconds left. So yeah. See if Pedro managed to get one more wave.
Come on, Pedro.
Yeah. Smaller one, but fortunately it closes out. So yeah, it's a goodbye to Pedro for now, but yeah, shame without the interference, but that's part of the game.
That's right, it is. So he'll definitely learn a lesson from this heat, learn a bit more about priority coming up in the future of his sport. But yeah, fantastic showing from Pedro. I love the way he surfs. Got a great style. Surfs better than me already at 12. It's good to see that the future's in safe hands.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nah, really good to see. And yeah, we're going to move into the second heat of the round 2 of the men boys. I think we might have Tristan coming to call this heat.
Yeah, I think Tristan will be coming in shortly.
Yeah.
We're just catching up with a recap of the last heat as we see Pedro's wave here. This is the good wave from Pedro? No, this is the right-hander he took. Managed to get a couple of turns in on this one. Racing along the line. See how much speed he has.
Yeah.
How much speed he carries. He's come unstuck on this turn, but just trying to get a little bit of confidence from this. And this, I think, here was the interference call.
Oh, yeah.
So that's why there was an interference call, because Enrique in the white had priority, which means he had right of way, and Pedro was surfing right next to him. But this is the one we want to see.
This was the turn.
Bang! Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Insane. Such good surfing there from Pedro.
Yeah.
All he needed was another critical section. If he kept surfing this wave, actually, because he had another turn at the end here, which was quite critical, but just couldn't hang on to it. It would have been very nice to see him finish off that wave.
Just get a bit stuck there on top, and yeah.
I think it was a little bit late to the lip, a little bit caught behind. And this wave here, he just kind of linked together maneuvers. This was the one that closed out on him a bit. Pedro really stayed busy in this heat, caught lots of waves.
Yeah.
But Enrique getting the jump there, moving through as we're going to go into round number 2, heat number 2. Andrew Noel from France, Vince Duchenay in the white, and Lucas Winter-Drew, also from France, in the yellow. And Vince, the local Canary Island surfer.
Yeah. And is it only one of these surfers that's moving into the next heat?
I believe
we
so.
We will just confirm that, I think.
Confirm that. I think it is going to be man-on-man for the finals.
The semi-finals. Yeah.
So I think it's just the top surfer, number 1, will move through to the semi-finals. However, there will be a consolation final as well. So what that means is the semi-finals, whoever drops out from the semi-finals will go head-to-head for 3rd and 4th position in the ratings. So instead of having an equal third, there will be a 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th. So if you get to the semi-finals, you get another 2 surfs at least.
Yeah. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
But yeah. So hopefully if the day go as planned, we're going to already have our first world champion today.
Wow. Who's it going to be? Let us know online.
Yeah.
Capono obviously put on a good performance earlier today as we see Lucas up and riding. That wave just slowing down. So Lucas Winter-Drew in that yellow jersey, getting his campaign started with just a small...
Yeah, so everything is on the line here. Just one surfer moving into the next round.
Yeah, so they're all staying pretty close together, wanting to wait for those set waves. Obviously a lot on the line, as you said, Emily. Vince just sitting down. You can sit down to wait for your waves. You need to be standing up to move around and to catch your wave, obviously.
Yeah. And can they sit down for unlimited time, or is there time limit?
No, unlimited time they can sit down. As long as they're not moving, they can stay seated on their board. And that way, the judges have deemed that just so they can conserve energy and save the energy for the performance on the wave. So, you know, in the rules before, it used to be only a 5-second rule that you could be sitting down or lying down prone paddling, and then you have to be on your feet. But when you're riding such a small board, it takes a lot of energy to stay standing, especially if it's 15 minutes, you need to wait for a set. So the judges have deemed that you can sit down to save your energy, which means we're going to get high performances on the wave, as we see Andrew Noel having priority for this one, and does... Oh, I thought he was going to ride out of that one.
Yeah.
He looked like he did pretty well to project out, but unfortunately just got caught by the lip.
Yeah. And we see them now trying to go, because we see the judges score high for that single, you know, turn, like hitting in that critical section. So, of course, these surfers have been watching that, and they know that, okay, we're going to try to do that as well. In the meanwhile, I just see that Tatiana is ready with an interview of the winner of the last heat.
Welcome back, everyone. We just finished round 2, heat 1 for the under 18 division. I'm here with Enrique, who just passed first, and he's heading on to semi-finals. So tell me, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I feel so good to stay in the semi-final, and I go for more.
So you're from Spain. How does it feel to be competing in your home country? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel safe? Let me know.
I be so safe because it's my country and it's like my house.
I bet. So you're happy representing your country here, you know, leaving Spain high?
Yeah, I like so much. I live in Los Caños de Meca, that is a city that is spectacular, and this too is so good to stay here.
Amazing. Well, we're stoked to have you here, and we'll look forward to seeing more of you in the upcoming heats.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana. And yeah, great to, you know, he's stoked to have the Spanish crowd here and being representing his home country here.
That's right, yeah. Enrique there putting in a great performance against Pedro. But yeah, we'll see him coming up in the semi-finals.
Yeah.
Later on, hopefully later on today.
Yeah.
We're going to assess the conditions as we move through that low tide. Coming up in about 40 minutes time. So we'll have to update you as we move through that.
Yeah, we're still having this heat and then 2 women longboard heats, which is going to be really interesting for the first time, right?
Yes, that's right. So last year we had a mixed longboard division, so the women were competing in with the men. But this time we have a lot of women entering. So I think there's 5 competitors in the women's longboard. That's if Katie Inouye and can hopefully get here on time. But yeah, it would seem like we're going to have a women's longboard heats coming up after the junior boys as we go back to live action. A couple of small scores dropping for our surfers in this heat. Andrew Noel, 1.53, very small score. And Lucas Winter-Drew, a couple of waves already surfed, but very small scores. So nothing of consequence just as yet in this heat. 18 minutes, 10 seconds remaining. You see Lucas Winter-Drew taking off on this one on the inside. This wave not really offering too much, so he's going to kick out. As I'm now joined in the booth by none other than Tristan Boxford, Director of the APP World Tour.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vol. How are you doing, man?
Great. It's been amazing to see all the action going down today. Obviously, the future of our sport currently in the water, the junior boys. It's been great to see them moving through, and some amazing surfing from Enrique and Pedro as well in that last heat.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been a great part of this event the last few years, a great legacy for it as we try to nurture the future of SUP surfing and really put some energy back into it. And to see these guys out here ripping like this, Kopono's heat this morning was impressive. Yeah, it's great to see the action out there.
Yeah, fantastic. Obviously, Kopono hopefully backing up his junior world title from last year where he won that, but he'll be coming up as well in the pro men's later on this week.
Certainly seems like the Frenchman Titouan as well was looking pretty sharp as well, no?
Yeah, Titouan Pajot, obviously, I first come across him last year at the event, and he just looks like he's going from strength to strength. He's getting much better, much more controlled surfer as well, so he'll be coming up in the semi-finals. Will that be later on today?
We're actually going to have a title crowned today. So first title of the event will be the under-18 boys crown. The under-18 girls should be following up tomorrow. So,
perfect.
Yeah.
That'd be great to crown champion today. And we'll see who that will be later on. But we also had the longboard divisions kicking off. Just quickly, Tristan, just tell us a bit about the longboarding division and how that came about to be part of the APP World Tour.
You know, it was a combination of things. One, I love to do it myself. It's always a helpful driver. Two, I really saw there was some energy behind it, a lot of people really pushing. And a big shout out to the guys over in WA and all over Australia who are really pushing hard with that division. I think they're doing great things. Smick as well, the boards you ride for, they're super into it. I think it really adds a dimension of the sport that's really accessible. And for a lot of guys that want to get into it, they don't necessarily want to go super performance driven, but want to have a more flowing feel. I think it's a great aspect, and the athletes seem to love it. But we got action on the water.
Yeah, looks like we've got Andrew there just kicking out because Vince does have first priority. Unfortunately, Vince just falling off the back of that one. We saw Vince earlier in the longboard division as well. He unfortunately was second place there, so we're seeing him coming up in that round number 2 of the longboard.
Yeah, but going back to the longboard stuff, I think, as João Maia, our head judge here this week, as he mentioned in the briefing, we really want to see a complete approach to longboard subsurfing. Hang on, we got another rider in the water here.
Yeah, this looks like Lucas Winter-Drew. Nice off the top there from Lucas. Oh, almost come unstuck there. He's going to surf this one through, keeping that paddle switched over. Nice off the top there. They cut this one back around to the white water. It looks like he's chosen a good wave. It's going to be the first really good wave of this heat. It's been surfed, so he's going to really set the judging bar. You see Lucas there just falling off into that deeper water. And at the back we could have Andrew taking off here. These young talent is just amazing to watch. You see a replay here of Lucas's wave. See that wave standing up there as he gets into the lip. That's what judges want to see, that critical surfing, the steepest section of the wave. He brings it around here as well. And we did see Lucas as well in that longboard division earlier today. So a lot of these competitors are surfing in different divisions, which is great. Get a lot of water time.
Exactly, and this wave really lends itself to longboard subsurfing as well. As you can see, it goes soft in certain sections, so that's great for that glide of the longboard to really maximize the wave potential. But yeah, as I was saying, the criteria we're really looking at here is a real combination of approaches. I know that traditional longboarding's gone to, we got a highlight here, sorry, of rider in red.
Yeah, Andrew Noel from France. Going off the bottom here, into the lip. Oh, really nice turn there off the top, so definitely more critical than Lucas's wave, so we might see a good score dropping there from Andrew.
Yeah, as I was saying, I think in WSL longboarding, they've definitely gone for a more traditional approach. But I think what we've seen with stand-up longboarding is because of the paddle, because of the torque, the ability to really drive more committed turns on a really big board. I think we saw it as super important to be able to combine progression with traditional. So we're looking for a real rounded approach, full use of the board, but the committed rail turns count.
Yeah, definitely do, and I think that's a really good point that you make to bring that progression into it, because the boards are 9 feet, minimum 9 feet. And yeah, the use of that paddle just makes it so much easier. You can get vertical into lip. We saw that from Lecco and Benoit, obviously. But you see Vince taking off here. Local Canary Island surfer. Obviously hailing from Germany, I believe.
He is from Germany, but yeah, I think he's lived here quite a few years. His parents decided to go to warmer climes, understandably.
Definitely.
And what a place to be at this time of year, right? In board shorts in the wintertime.
Amazing. It's so good. I can't believe I was in board shorts yesterday out in the water. Almost winter here.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, replay here, Vince. Bringing it through.
Yeah, going back to the longboard criteria, you know, certainly personally, I like to ride a 10-foot longboard. Actually, I find 9-foot is almost too close to the traditional SUP surfing as we've now come to know it. But I really enjoy riding a bigger board, and I really enjoy actually drawing a turn on a bigger board with a lot of rail in the water. So, you know, I think that's something we're looking for, and we want to kind of create something, a point of difference, I think, with the sport. We don't want them to be too close, and also to create our own path with this. I think it's an interesting one.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, like you said earlier on in the piece, just that accessibility to the sport for a lot of people as well. Because, you know, if you ride a SUP longboard, you can come and enter these events as well. You don't have to be a professional rider, and that just makes it much more accessible because you don't want to be going up against someone on a 70-litre board in the shortboard SUP surfing. But if you know that longboard SUP surfing, then yeah, you've got a chance.
No, absolutely, and then you know that's the kind of roadmap for our growth here with the Surfing World Tour. Is we really want to grow the more festival side of this event, engage more people, get more people entered into the open participation in the same way that happens in racing. So you know, I think there's a lot of potential there. There's in Australia, I know there's a bubbling scene and a lot of enthusiasm. So I want to see this growth elsewhere, and certainly you know when we think of the more progressive stand-up surfers we have on tour, like Leco and Luis and these guys who are really riding shortboards and SUP surfing, they all love to ride a longboard too. So they're really pushing for this side of the sport to grow because they love it as well.
That's so true. And Leco obviously coming from that pro and longboarding background, like his father, back in Brazil. So yeah, definitely a lot of SUP surfers coming from longboard. Benoit obviously coming from I came from a longboard background. So yeah, it's great to see you bringing in that longboard division. But we've got the junior boys in the water at the moment. Andrew Noel currently in the heat lead with that first priority. Looks like he's signaling for something.
Yeah, maybe a scoring update he's waiting for or something like that. But yeah, it's actually interesting as well because you know when we started the Stand Up World Tour, it was like a white page. There was nothing there back in 2009, 2010, and for a couple of years, the progress with the sport, the board evolution, and everything else was so fast, and it was somewhat driven by what we were doing on tour because the guys were starting to realize the performance potential of the sport. You had guys like Kai Ovage, you know, all these guys riding smaller boards, smaller equipment. Mo Freitas came and blew everyone's minds in Ubatuba in 2012. I think there was like this evolution that was really fast, and then it kind of established itself. Okay, this is what the sport looked like. And now I see the potential to a little bit do the same with SUP longboarding. I think there's potential to kind of redefine what the parameters are of the sport and how it goes.
Yeah, amazing to hear that you've got plans and for the future and hopefully to grow that side of the sport, and hopefully get a few more events as well for the SUP surfing and make it a bit more accessible to those elsewhere in the world.
Exactly, and we, as the World Tour, we're looking at this in a global sense. So, we're hoping to be back in Brazil after a big break next year. That's the goal. Looking to try to get back in the US next year as well. And Australia is permanently on my radar, even though it's been a long time coming.
Yeah, definitely. Be great to get out to Australia. I know there's going to be a lot of people wanting to enter that event if you do head out there. So that'd be fantastic. And it's obviously Australia's a long way from anywhere. So it'd be nice to get an event out there. Bit of a sleepy heat, this one, in the middle of this junior boys round number 2. Only the first place surfer will move through to the semi-finals in this heat.
Actually, we had a slight adjustment. I think it was it's going to be the top 2 from here, so only one guy's going to get knocked out here. So, we'll have, at the moment, it'll be Andrew and Lucas moving forward to round number 3. But yeah, we're coming towards low tide, so probably that might be a reason for the waves slowing a little bit too.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Low tide at 2:20 today. See Andrew, current hit leader. Big off the top. Oh, I just had to kick that board away. Just landing down with the lip. Really want to project out in front of the wave when you do turns like that, as we see Lucas. Oh, getting really steep on that takeoff there. You can see the reef's getting shallower and shallower. Getting super steep for these SUP surfers. Positioning really comes into play out here as well because you've got that shallow reef there and it kind of reforms along the inside. There's a few different places you can sit out there. You can see that wave just reeling off on the inside there. Let's see Andrew. Again, there's that replay just not quite projecting out in front, so having to kick out of that one. Live action with Vince cutting back into the whitewater. So he's looking to improve his scoring situation to get up into second place to be able to progress through. Looks like this wave's going to stand up for Vince here. Crosses the paddle over. gets another section here as well. So great wave selection from Vince. Managing a few different turns, snapping that board in the white water.
So, Bo, obviously we got you stuck in the commentary booth, but I know you quite like to be out in the longboard division, no?
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Yeah, maybe.
No, it's been really fun calling the action as well, and just yeah, hopefully explaining a lot more to the people at home watching as well to tune in about the longboarding and the technical side of it. It's been fun to watch. Obviously, Vince was in the longboarding division earlier as well, so Vince getting a lot of water time out there.
Yeah, and a big shout out as well to Dave Bainey over in California. He's another big proponent of the SCP longboard division. He's been pushing the design side of it with his I think his new deal, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's yeah, amazing board. He even comes to kind of like in mid-length sizes, 8 foot, 8'6". But yeah, he starts to get to that 9 foot and 10 foot sizes, and yeah, he's really pushing the design elements with that. Seen quite a few of them getting around the UK as well. So good to see Infinity in the UK and a lot of people deciding for those boards. But I think a lot of the brands now have realised that SUP longboarding is coming on. So like Starboard's pushing their designs with Benoit, obviously. You've got Smick now, obviously with the SUP longboarding too, and then Infinity as we see Lucas. This wave not looking like it's going to offer too much more. It's going to fizzle out. Andrew having a look on the wave out the back, but deciding not to go. But yeah, a lot of the brands really bring on. Obviously, Gong makes the longboards as well with Leco jumping ship to Gong, riding for them now. See Lucas taking off on that wave from out the back and just mistimes that turn up into the lip, so he's going to go down. He's currently in that second position. A 4.5 and a very small score of a 0.67. Andrew Noel out in front with a 5.5 and another small score of a 1.63. So not much in terms of backup scores for these riders, so it could go either way as we count down the minutes in this heat.
Yeah, it's a close one between position 2 and 3 there. Lucas and Vince really tied there. Let's see if Vince can turn this around on this wave.
Yeah, Vince is paddling into this one, opting to go to the left. The critical section throws it up into the lip, but just can't quite hang on to it. I like the commitment, though, that Vince is showing, knowing that we saw Pedro in the last heat throw the board right up into the lip. Couldn't believe he's surfing. 12 years old?
I think he might be 13 now. He's getting old. Yeah, yeah.
He's getting old. Still surfs better than us, though.
Yeah. No, he's a classic character from Brazil. He was on a fundraising program to make it over here, and you know, his father and mother just super committed to create a career for himself in stand-up surfing. So more power to them.
No, definitely. Lucas there, not happy with that wave selection.
It looks like we're 4 minutes 30 odd to go, so still some time to get that second score. Definitely Lucas will be wanting to improve on his position, make himself a little more comfortable.
Yeah, definitely. It's not much in terms of those backup scores, as we said, so they'll be looking for another set to come through in the last 4 minutes of this heat to be able to back up that bigger score. But yeah, Vince not looking for much at all to get up into that second position.
So our clock a little far ahead by the sounds of things, but yeah, still 5 minutes to go. So they got some time.
Yeah, plenty of time out there. It looks like maybe a little bump coming through. Andrew sitting with that first priority, so he does have choice of the next wave if he wants to take it. Vince sitting with second priority, so he's going to paddle across to this one.
Yeah, it's still got a little bit of shape on that takeoff, huh? There's a little bit of critical section there, at least they can get up into.
Yeah, exactly. It's been, yeah, it's interesting to see the change in the tides out here today from the high tide this morning to the low tide now. Just the different wave types, the reforms on the inside on that high tide. As we see the longboard women coming up in the next heat. It's amazing that we have the women-specific longboard division this year. They were obviously mixed last year.
Yep, exactly.
But yeah, we've got the division for the women. As we see Andrew here carving off the top there. Going to bring it right through to the inside. This wave maybe standing up again for him. So getting a few critical sections on this one. Carve back around. So that's going to be a great backup for Andrew. So it's going to improve his situation. Really solidifying his lead at the moment.
Yeah, we've got actually it's been a growth for the. Oh no, we've got a replay first before that. Yeah, he's comfortably into the next round, I think.
Yeah, so far we've seen some good surfing from Lucas though. So we'll see if they get another wave here toward the end of the heat. But Andrew putting together some great turns, leaning on that paddle, using it really well. That wave just dying out, but he made the most of it. You see Vince paddling in here, first priority. A nice left, a cut back to that critical section. He's going to opt to go right on this one. See if he can get up into the lip. Oh, great turn there from Vince. He identified that right-hander as being much more higher scoring potential than the left. So he's got a couple of nice turns from Vince. So that wave could push him up into that second position. Let's see how the judges take on that one.
Yeah, pressure's definitely on Lucas to get a backup because he's got that good single wave score, right? So he just needs a backup to get himself comfortable.
Yeah, that's right. And he's sitting out the back with priority at the moment. 1 minute 30 on the clock. See replay from Vince. Opting to go right on this one. We haven't seen too many right-handers surf today. But Vince identifying that there's going to be a steeper section there he can make a turn on. So really nice turn. Then switches the paddle over for a cut back into the whitewater. So two nice turns from Vince. Yeah, he'll definitely solidify that second position with that wave. No doubt. And you can see Andrew there calling for a update on the scores. He wants to know. So they see Vince in second position at the moment with a heat total of 6.3. So Lucas Winter-Drew going to look for something in that small score range, 3 or 4.
Yeah, it's a tense last minute and a half here for Lucas. He doesn't need a big score. Something like a 2.5 probably.
That's right. We've seen some of these younger competitors, I guess, kind of not really understanding the priority situation or just learning the ropes with priority. We saw in that last heat, Pedro, unfortunately, had priority interference. As you can see here, Lucas opting to go on the right-hander. Need a good score to get up into that second spot. He's going to pump it through to be able to bank off this whitewater. He does very nicely to do a great turn there. He's going to get the left as well, so he really links together a couple of nice maneuvers. I'd say that's going to be a great score for Lucas. Going to put him back up into that second, maybe even into the lead. Great surfing there from Lucas.
Yeah, he connected that well from going right, and then there was a more bowly left for him to come up into. It was a good timing on there.
You can see Andrew there on the left. Just off screen, but Lucas opting to go to the right. And from here, this is where he got some great turns done. Threw a bit of spray, through the tail a little bit, and then got up into the lip. Did really well on this wave. And then again, a little foam climb there to finish off. So be happy with that. Great to see so many young SUP surfers entering as well. I don't see that many young SUP surfers in the UK. Obviously, there's a few of the girls. Last year we had Annabelle Page come down from the UK. Not this year, but yeah, it'd be good to see some more juniors getting into the sport. It's great that you're offering that pathway as well for juniors to be able to go up against the world's best.
Exactly. No, it's great to see the kids here, and I was so excited to be in Korea a month or so ago to see like 40 or 50 under 14-year-old races, all on race boards.
That's
like
amazing.
properly racing, not just entering for the fun of it. As we got a little bit of a recap here. Nice, that's that opening wave from Lucas, right?
Yeah, so he had that one good score in his scoreline, and he managed to back it up with the wave at the end there, but you can see he's doing really well with his turns there on his backhand. So he got a little bit lost in the middle of that heat, couldn't really find any good waves, but heat leader, Andrew, great carve off the top there. That was a really good score from Andrew on that wave. And then Vince, he had a couple of good waves toward the end of the heat. He managed to do a few nice turns. And Andrew just couldn't quite ride out of this turn. Just got a bit hung up in the lip there. Vince riding through. Yeah, there's a little bit of downtime in this heat, so the surfers had to wait a while for their waves. Vince there connecting through. I need to find a great wave that opened up. So we'll get the official scores there, but we're going to move into the longboard women, round number 1, heat 1. Katie Inoue in the red, Marinko Drew in the white, and Camille de Brana in the yellow. I'm not sure if Katie Inoue is actually here yet.
She got stuck in Madrid, so they're arriving this afternoon, so she'll have to go straight into the repechage tomorrow. Obviously, one to watch out for. Put on a great performance, even with the guys last year, putting them on their toes. But yeah, so she'll be in action along with her sister Sakura, obviously. So yeah, it's going to be a lighter first 2 heats here. We got 3, Marine and Camille in this one, and then we have Ibaya, who will probably be solo, I think, in the next heat.
Not bad at all.
Get the break to herself.
Yes, exactly. Needs a bit of practice on the longboard. I spoke to her earlier. She says she hasn't been on a longboard since April. So a bit of practice will be okay for her. Yeah, and I think Uncle Scott's been pushing her into the longboard deal. Definitely, yes. With Schmick. Well, yeah, she took home the win in the Bali event for the longboard Sup Revolution earlier this year. Okay. In April. So she couldn't really ride a longboard, but that was the first time she really rode a longboard. And Scott was like, "You need to ride this." Anyway, she ended up winning the event. So. Of course she did. Exactly. No, Ibaya is quite a phenomenon. You know, I think she's 44 years old now. I've actually known her since she was 15 and I was 17, I think. So it was pretty funny back in the windsurfing days. And, you know, obviously her and her sister, legacies on this island and worldwide in the windsurfing world, having won just about everything you can win. And then she transferred her attention to stand-up paddling, thankfully, and got a world title. Won this event in 2019 and 3rd last year. So always a contender. Definitely always a contender. Yeah, she's amazing to watch on any craft, as you see Camille here. Lovely nose ride from our French surfer. And cutting it back to the white water. Love the style for the longboard sups. Oh, great walking the board. Oh, super critical nose ride. Can she hang on to it? She does. Wow. Amazing. That's a great wave. That was a lot of flow she had and really connected the dots well. Made use of the full length of the board, which is what the judges want to see. Yeah, fantastic wave there from Camille. Can't wait to see the replay. Super critical nose riding. Great style cut back as well. So yeah, well done there. And then obviously Marinko Drew from France too. Should be coming up in the junior women, I believe as well. I believe so, and also maybe in the main event. I can't. Yeah, I'll have to double check there. Yeah, Marine, great sup surfer from France. We'll see her coming up. Yeah, so it's great to be back here in Gran Canaria. A big thank you to all our partners. Of course, Gran Canaria Tourism Board, Red Bull, all the various partners of this incredible event. It's now in its 4th year, and it's such a great venue, providing so much opportunity for the athletes. This wave at La Cicère, providing great longboarding and conditions for the under-18 field. And then we have the more performance wave around the corner, which provides the perfect right-hand point break for the best stand-up paddlers in the world. So we've been very lucky in the last years to have absolutely pumping conditions. This year looks a little smaller than it has been, although there is a good pulse for the weekend. So we're looking forward to that. It's a longer period swell, which is what this area loves. So we should see some great waves on Sunday. And we'll see what happens. Welcoming Emily back into the booth. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I was just out there having my lunch quickly and checking out the vibes. Some great vibes out there on the beach, and yeah, the waves just looks so fun.
Nice, and this is probably, it's great to see the women out there on the longboarding as well. Camille just got a great wave to open up her repertoire, but she's got plenty more time to go.
Yeah, we saw Camille doing really well in the Eurosurf recently.
Well, from
Portugal. I was there, and yeah, I think she got 2nd, making it into the finals.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hello.
Riding. In the meantime, we're just gonna go down to Tatiana, the winner from the last year.
Welcome back, everybody. Now, we just finished round 2, heat 2 for the under-18s stand-up paddle division. I'm here with Lucas, who just took out 1st place and is moving forward to the semi-finals. Vamos a hablar español. Español, francés, un poco de los dos. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Me siento bien ahora, pero en la competición es difícil porque es muy estresante, sí, se dice, sí. Y ahora estoy bien.
Well, you're doing very well. Si estás estresado, no te ves. Y estás feliz a pasar. ¿Cuánto tiempo estuviste corriendo stand-up paddle?
Hace 3 años. Y hace 2 años que hace no sé cómo se dice, competición hace 12 años.
Oh wow, so 2 years he's been competing and 3 years he's been surfing stand-up paddle. So you're doing very well for someone who's new to the competition, and 3 years is pretty new to that kind of discipline as well. What brought you to stand-up paddle? ¿Por qué te gusta stand-up paddle?
A mí me gusta porque no hay mucha gente que hace stand-up paddle. No me gusta hacer como todos la gente en general.
Hacer diferente.
Sí.
Bueno, gracias y vamos a verte más en este campeonato.
Gracias,
Bye.
Muchas gracias.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tatiana. Great to see Lucas moving into the next round.
Absolutely, and a great, she got right up onto the nose there, Marine, but just couldn't quite pull through into the flats. But yeah, it's great to see Lucas, a great young surfer. I think he's going to be someone to watch out for the next few years. Looked as though he was a little stressed out, and it did look like that in the heat. He was, like the whole middle of the heat, he more or less didn't get anything, and he had a great first score, but was able to back it out with a good score at the end and win the heat. So great performance from the young talent.
And here on the screen we have the women's longboard division for the first time, correct, Kristen?
Exactly. We had the women mixed with the men last year because it was just Kaide and her sister Sakura, who were stuck in Madrid, but they're on their way, so they'll be here later on today. So they'll be going straight into the repechage tomorrow. But this year we had a lot more women stand up. So yeah, it's great to see growth in this discipline for the women as well.
Yeah, and we're just seeing Camille having a few scores under her belt. She's having a 2.67 and a 2-point ride. And yeah, the other girls still looking to find their first wave.
No, I think Marine just got that small nose ride, but it kind of got pushed out the back. So I think we're waiting on a score for her, but nothing yet. But Camille seems, I think she rides a longboard a little bit because you can tell she's definitely used to it. She's used to using the full length of the board, walking up to the nose and yeah, making it count. So great to see them in the water here.
Yeah, there we have that first score in for Marine, and it's just a 0.6 tray.
And there in the background, you can see the bustling city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. This is the capital city of Gran Canaria. An incredible place to come visit this time of year. We're sitting here in board shorts, appreciating the warmth when the rest of Europe is pretty cold. So it's only a few hours from the mainland Europe, so it's an easy jump. It's a great place to visit.
Yeah, so nice. It's like we both live in Portugal, and just compared to Portugal, it's so much warmer. And I haven't been in the water yet, but it looks like the water is nice and warm.
Yeah, I haven't put on a wetsuit, so it's yeah, it's a great place to come visit, a great place to come surf, and a beautiful place. Actually, the interior as well is stunning. Lots of different landscapes to take in. As we got Camille paddling into this one, not quite able to get in.
Yeah, and Justin, maybe you can tell. Now you've been here for a few years doing the tour here, like. Can you tell us a little bit about the wave or rarity there is here in Gran Canaria and just in this area, Las Palmas, that we are in here?
For sure. Hang on, let's just see Camille. No, she's not able to get into this one either. It's tricky. This wave, La Cicer, which is right at the heart of Playa de las Canteras, which is the beachfront of Las Palmas. It's a tricky wave and very changeable. At low tide, it becomes tougher, which is right now. As you can see, the ladies here struggling a little bit to get into the waves. A little bit better towards higher tide, but it's an all-round wave. It breaks a lot. It's consistent, and you can surf a lot here. Around the corner is the more performance point break that we have the main event at, and in the past years we've seen some absolutely pumping conditions there. So yeah, it's definitely has not disappointed us so far, and certainly for the warm-ups, there's been some fun waves over there as well. But there's plenty more waves on the island and plenty little nooks and crannies to explore and check out. So it's a vibrant surf scene here. Lots of surf schools along this beachfront. A lot of accessible waves for everyone. In the south, even more mellow. There's some surf schools down there, and of course, windsurfing has been a mainstay for this island for many, many years. I used to come here year after year on the world tour for windsurfing. So one of the windiest places on the planet in Pozo Izquierdo. And of course, my partner with this event, Björn Dunkerbeck, is 42 world titles under his belt, the most dominant windsurfer of all time, without question.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a multi-sport haven here in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, fitting well for all the stand-up paddlers, because as me and Bo talked about, these men and women, they are proper watermen and waterwomen. Not many of them are just doing one discipline.
No, exactly. And one of the, well, I mean, we've talked about Benoit, we've talked about Kai Lenny, obviously, who's the ultimate of these kind of hybrid athletes. But Clément Rosero as well is really phenomenal across all sports. As we see Marine here, going up to the nose, but not able to stay in there. It gets really soft through that middle section there, which is tough to stay on it. But yeah, Clément is going to be someone to watch out for. He was here in 2019, really impressed everybody. It's a right-hand point break. He's on his backhand, but he was doing 12 o'clock turns, and he hadn't done that many competitions in stand-up before, so he kind of blew everyone's mind. And obviously what he does in the big wave world, in kite surfing and wing foiling and all the different things that he does, yeah, he's an impressive multi-sport athlete.
And here we're just seeing Camille up and riding. Smaller wave, but she managed to stay with it.
Yeah, she's got nice flow, Camille. She's not rushing anything on this. The longboarding division here, you can see flow counts for a lot, being able to use the full length of the board, really navigate the wave the best possible.
Yeah, managed to get a nice turn and a hang 5 there in the end. So maybe she is looking. I think she'll be looking to improve her scores.
Definitely. But she's certainly been the dominant one so far in this heat. Like I said, I think she's probably the most experienced in this heat on a longboard as well. So.
And then Marine up and riding.
Nice little cross step walking towards the nose, but unfortunately getting a little caught up in the white water.
Having some scores in 0.93.
Yeah, still Camille with a dominant lead at the moment. I think we're waiting for another score of hers as well to come in. A little flurry of sets here too.
Yeah, and as you said before, that this place can get super windy and wild, and so we're pretty lucky with the conditions today.
No, absolutely. But as with all islands, there's microclimates all the way around the island. Here is very, like on the North Shore, is very different from Pozo. Pozo is a very local effect. It goes about 5 kilometers north of Pozo and then goes a little bit south. That's a super windy area. So there's a kind of a thermal effect that happens there, that any wind that is there accelerates, and it gets to sort of 45 knots in the summertime. So it's really radical and impressive for windsurfing, for jumping and literally flying during the summertime. But here on the North Shore, especially in the wintertime, it becomes a surfing paradise, and not very strong winds. It's more a summertime thing, the wind like that, and it doesn't accelerate in the same way that it does on the East Coast.
Yeah, and right now we just see these beautiful offshore conditions. And, see Camille and Marine making it back out to the lineup. See, looks like Camille's gonna get there first and get that first priority. She has actually already established first priority.
Yeah, another beautiful drone shot of the backdrop here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. Such a great venue to be able to visit each year, and really building a legacy here. This is now the 4th edition of the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We're excited to be back here, and I think this is, I'm not going to say it's just the beginning, because we've got a well-established legacy, but we definitely got aspirations for a lot of growth here, to see how we develop the event, increase the kind of open appeal, because stand-up paddling is the most accessible form of surfing, and that's something that I think is, it's a powerful tool, and it's an exciting opportunity that we have.
Yeah, and I think just being from Denmark, you also see we don't always have great waves there. We do have good waves, but it's not so consistent. So like stand-up paddling is such a big growing sport, and we also seen it with the Kasper Steinfeld, like him coming into sport. We're having a lot of other great names from Scandinavia coming up because there, as you said, it's such an accessible sport when you have a lot of water around but not many waves. It's like I think it's one of the fastest growing sports in Scandinavia at the moment.
Yeah, I think so. And Casper did such a great job at becoming a real ambassador for the sport. And such a talented athlete. I remember in the early days of the tour when he would come to Hawaii, and he always put on a great performance. And as the Hawaii commentators used to joke, and here we have Kasper Steinfeld from the great surfing nation of Denmark, and it was a kind of a joke back of them because no one thought of Denmark for surfing, and nowadays they've become such a powerhouse in stand-up paddling. Kasper kind of led the way, but now you've got Christian Andersen, you've got Caroline Kunzel, you've got Noah here, you've got a wealth of talent that's coming through there, and a great organization. Jakob and Mikael over there, they do a fantastic job
they're really
developing the sport.
Trying to pushing the sport, and it's great to see. And I think like the similar things are also happening in Norway and Sweden. Obviously Norway has also great wave potential, so there's also a lot more surfers coming out of there now.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the growth of the sport. And I think that's something that stand-up paddling has been really successful at doing. Well, hang on a second. We've got Camille paddling into this one. This is a nice-looking wave. Critical takeoff. And she navigates that well. Banking back into the white water, waiting for it to reform here on the inside. Really using the full length of the board again and just going a little bit high and out the back on that nose ride.
Yes, he's really like reading the wave well and just waiting for it to stand up and then doing her nose ride. So yeah, and you can also see the judges are rewarding that. Her previous wave was a 4.67. Here we're just having the replay.
Yeah, I think Camille might be on the Benoit Carpentier training camp here because seems to be taking notes well from the champ. So definitely good to see.
Camille, she's just staying busy, isn't she?
Definitely, she seems hungry to get some waves.
Yeah, it's also a good opportunity when you just two people out there.
Exactly. And this is actually a good sup longboard wave. It's definitely it's challenging because it's so changeable. But I think that's what makes it cool. You can get a really critical takeoff, which is even more challenging on a longer board, obviously. But then it goes flat immediately, so you can't go out onto the shoulder, otherwise you get kicked out the back. So it's challenging, but in a good way. And then when you see, obviously the way Leco Salazar surfs here and Taka and Benoit, where Benoit, I think in his first heat, I didn't see it, but I heard the judges getting excited about it. So
yeah, that was amazing surfing.
Yeah, and he's
showing at 8.5.
Yeah, no, he's always impressive, and again, he's one of those really talented multi-sport athletes. Having come from a longboard background, a great shortboarder as well. Now really into the wing foil and kite foil stuff. So he's open-minded, which I think in this day and age in the water sports world, it's a really positive thing, because I think each of the, one thing that the likes of Kaileni, Laird, Dave Kalama, those kind of guys taught was this the better you get at one thing, the better you're going to get at something else, because there's always going to be something you can pull from that learning in another sport that will help you in the sport you're in. And I think no one exemplifies that more than Kaileni, obviously, because he's such a freak going on a different board every day.
Oh yeah, I was with him in Nazaré last week, and just seeing him being so stoked. But I'm gonna foil Nazaré, and it was like 40 foot, and just trying all these different things, and just still being like a kid, playing and just really enjoying being in the water and trying new things.
Exactly, and actually, funnily enough, hang on, we got the replay of Camille here. Not such a good wave here for her, but she still manages to make the most of it. Again, using the forward part of the board to keep herself in through the flat section, cutting back into the white water. But it's a pretty flat finish to that wave. So I don't think that'll improve her position, but she's in a pretty solid one, even so. But yeah, I think it's exciting. Actually, I spoke to Kai this last week when he was in Portugal because he was really keen to try come over here. He's motivated on stand-up paddling at full pelt because he's got some new boards that he just goes, man, they'd be so good on that point break. I should be out there. But he had to go back for a commitment in Los Angeles and Vegas, actually for the Formula One, because he's a rock star, so he's got to go sign posters and shake hands. But I think he's really passionate still about stand-up paddling. He loves it. He sees it as a kind of vital tool in his toolbox.
Yeah.
And we always talk about how, what a great tool it is for big wave surfing as well, just because you got a vantage point when you're paddling around. You can move around quickly. You can ride a smaller board relatively than you can a gun. So it's it's an interesting tool, and it's great to see someone like Kai, who was there from not the very beginning, but kind of he was the progression leader at the beginning. So it's exciting to see him still engaged and excited about it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was great to spend some time with them up there in Nazaré and just see, they were having this training camp up there, and Italo surfing there, Kai, and, them all just trying to push each other, and which they do when you see like Shumbu and Kai and these guys together. It's like they're pushing limits.
Yeah, I think Lucas and Kai are like the perfect or the worst combo. I don't know which, depends which way you look at it, because I think they're both as excited and happy-go-lucky as each other.
Yeah.
They're not like, they don't come across as the Hellman Chargers, like super serious, but they're having so much fun all the time that everything they do like looks as though it's easy.
Yeah. And then I think also now, like we see the women in the water here. It's also important to talk about the women also pushing big wave surfing, and there's so much. Like now you go up to Nazaré and you see so much more women there. Also just like pushing the limit. Last week we actually had Laura Cabrera, who's from Gran Canaria, being the first Spanish woman to surf.
Amazing.
Nazaré, yeah.
Actually, I saw that wave. It was really, really good. No. Yeah. And of course, Joana Andrade, who's a friend from San Lorenzo as well, from where we are back in Ericeira. She was the leading kind of Portuguese big wave surfer, kind of pioneering up in Nazaré for the women.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's become such a scene up there, and so much activity that, it's exciting to see it evolve.
Yeah, it's going a bit slow now here with the low tide.
Exactly. Yeah, I think not a huge amount on offer, but when they come, there's still some good waves. You can tell there's still opportunities, and Camille has certainly navigated this heat perfectly. So as for the rest of the day, we got one more women's longboard heat. Then we get into round 3 of the boys, then into the semifinals and consolation and finals for them. So we will be crowning an under-18 boys world champion today, which is exciting. Tomorrow we should be crowning, if all goes to plan and we get good conditions, we should be crowning the longboard and the under-18 girls. So we have a full crew there as well.
Yeah.
And then it'll be on to the main event. So, which might start as early as tomorrow. We'll see how the conditions unfold.
Exciting, yeah. We have full program this week.
Full program this week, and I think that's something that the duality of the two venues really offers. You got a great wave here that's really accessible to everyone. It's not intimidating. It's a great longboard wave, and it's great for the under-18s to perform. And then you have the more intimidating, more performance-driven point break, lots of rocks and different obstacles on the other side. So it's not for everyone and not for the faint-hearted over at El Lloret, but it's a beautiful wave. It's a great right-hand point break and a lot of fun.
Yeah, and it looks like this heat is over, and Camille, she's moving into the semifinals, I guess.
She will, exactly. Yeah. She'll go direct in, and then we've got a repechage heat, so she'll skip the repechage.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for joining me here, Tristan, so we could have a quick lunch break.
It was a pleasure to catch up with you guys and watch some of the action. I'm usually too busy to watch action, so it's quite nice to actually watch a couple of heats. So I'll leave you in much more capable hands of Bo Nixon, though. So.
All right. We are back. Welcome back, Bo.
Thanks, Emily. Great to be back. That was some great action for that last heat. I can just see the recap here. Camille de Bruyne.
Yeah, Camille did some really great surfing. So yeah, great to see the women's out there on the sub longboards.
That's right, yeah. Great footwork from Camille there. I managed to kind of watch a bit of the action as I was eating my lunch. Great cross-step turn. Yeah, the women there putting on some great performances. We do have the next heat of the women's longboard coming up. I think you mentioned it before, just one surfer in the heat. Just I think it's just a buyer out there in the water for the next heat. There she is on screen at the moment. Keita Inoue is still not arrived, so they'll be getting in from Madrid later on this evening, as Tristan said earlier. So it would just be our surfer in white in this heat.
Baya is just gonna look at getting some practice out there, I guess.
That's right. She certainly is. She needs the practice on the longboard, as we said before. Hasn't been on it since April. She was actually trying to find a screwdriver on the beach just before she was going out, and she said, "I'm the only one in the heat, but I'm super stressed about my fin." So hopefully she was able to find that to fix the fin.
But yeah, what a dream to get to just surf by yourself out there.
Definitely. Maybe a little bit nerve-wracking too, though.
Yeah.
Having everyone watch you. Just
all eyes on you.
That's right. All eyes on a buyer.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As we talked about earlier, Baya is such a, also such a water woman coming from different disciplines, and yeah.
Yeah, so true. She's 10-time windsurf world champion. And we see her up and riding. Sup longboard. She's definitely more of that progressive shortboard sup surfer, but giving a go in the longboarding. She's going to get used to that board again after not being on it for a while, so we'll see you by her just getting used to it. But yeah, as you saw, Sakura Inoue was meant to be in this heat. Her older sister Kaede was meant to be in the first heat, but haven't arrived yet. Great takeoff there from Abaya, and she's just able to draw that bottom turn. Great cross paddle carve back to the white water. I think she's just figured out this board already from the first wave.
I think she's all right.
Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
That's for sure, yeah.
You need to practice those nose rides about. That's what you need to practice.
Yeah, great surfing. And Ibaya, she also did very well in the Eurosurf, got into the finals, and so yeah.
Well, was leading the final for quite a lot of it, wasn't she? And unfortunately, I wasn't there, but you can...
Yeah, unfortunately there was a paddle interference, so just like unfortunate mistake, and so she ended up taking the 4th place, and she was actually in the lead. So of course that was a bit sad for Ibaya, but that's also part of the sport, and also part of competition that you, as we talked about earlier, this priority system. So Ibaya, she's probably very hungry at this event to get that win.
Definitely is very hungry to get the win.
Yeah.
Sure was going to get the win in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. Well, she's starting out great with a 4.83.
That's right. Exactly. So if you're just tuning in, we do just have Abaya Moreno in this heat. Sakura Inoue still not here yet from her flight. Flight delays, board delays. We will see them competing in the event throughout the week, though. The Inoue family. Taka, Keide, and Sakura. And yeah, Abaya sitting out there with priority at the moment.
No interference in this
No
heat.
interference, that's right.
Yeah. But yeah, great that she just gets to surf the heat anyway, and try out the board with no crowd around, and she must be pretty happy with that.
She'd be stoked with that,
Yeah.
definitely. She'd be very stoked. So Abaya riding a SMIC board. So SMIC from WA, Scott McKercher. He's shaping those boards. Probably the only board we'll see from SMIC in this event, I think. So it's still a very, very good shaper. And Abaya switching over from Starboard. She was a long-time Starboard team rider. Switched over to SMIC late last year. So she's just searching around for a wave.
Yeah. Yeah, as we talked about before, it's going a bit quiet now, low tide. But I guess the tide is just turning now as well, and so hopefully soon we will see that maybe for the junior, the finals, and we'll see that push coming in. And in the meanwhile, we're having Tatiana ready with the interview.
Okay, welcome back everyone. I'm here with Camille. She just passed first for our first round of the women's SUP longboard event. Now tell me, how are the conditions in the water today?
Yeah, the wave was cool. It was super glassy, so that was super nice for the longboard. But the set is really low, so you have small wave, and after big set arrives, so you need to make a choice, or you wait a little bit at the outside for the big one, or you go inside for the small wave. But when the big set arrives, you crash. So it was not really easy to find the right spot, but I found some good wave, and I'm happy with that.
Well, you managed very well. I mean, passing first. Tell me, how long have you been practicing SUP longboard?
Not really long, because I practiced a lot of longboarding and SUP surfing, and Starboard just sent me like a longboard SUP, so I started maybe a few weeks ago. It's like longboard SUPing, and I really enjoy it. So I'm happy with the board, and happy to. It's my first competition, so to try this this board in competition.
Well, the Starboard must be doing you wonders because passing first with like little experience, you know, it's quite a new discipline, the longboard SUP division, but it looks so fun out there. A blend of your two favourite things, longboarding and SUP surfing. Yeah. So I look forward to seeing more of you over the competition. You'll be competing in the Open Women's SUP event as well?
Yeah, I will be competing in SUP surfing also. But we do a lot of competitions this year, so mentally I really want also to change of support, and it's really cool to have the longboard for change a little bit, because we are all the years the same women and the same battle, and now it's cool to have like other support for like different feeling.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, and we'll see more of you, I'm sure, over the event over the next few days. Thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. And we are back here with a little replay of Iberia's last wave.
Yeah, she had a really long ride on that last wave. Took it all the way to the shore. So we'll catch up with that replay. As we see a little steep takeoff there. The wave kind of getting pretty steep. She's going to carve back into the white water. This has happened during that interview with Camille. Only riding a SUP longboard for a few weeks. That's amazing that she's doing so well on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, by there, just getting used to this board. She is the only surfer out there, so she will move forward into the semi-finals, I believe, for the women's longboard. Unfortunately, Sakura Inoue not being able to make it here. But yeah, going back to Camille Debrano, she's been riding a longboard before, but a SUP longboard, and then she just put it all together for that last heat win.
Yeah. So
nice.
Yeah, and she surfed really well. But you can see she has experience surfing a longboard. Like, she's really good at, reading the wave, getting out to the nose, and just doing those hang fives in the good section of the wave.
Yeah, very good section of the wave, very critical. It's great to see her. I was very surprised actually when I saw her get up to the nose. I was like, oh wow, she can really surf. So great to see that from
Camille, who will also be in the main event of the women. She's a really, really great stand-up paddle surfer, and we saw her getting into the final in the Eurosurf recently.
That's right. Yeah, doing very well in European SUP surfing. Baez had two good waves, 4.83, 4.77, total of 9.6.
Yeah, that's not a bad heat total.
That's right, exactly. Still waiting to see a nose ride yet, though.
Yeah.
Come on, Abaya. She's a bit hesitant to get to the nose. She's still learning the longboard SUP. Obviously very competent on a normal SUP surfboard, but she needs to, I was giving her a few tips in the Bali event earlier this year of how to get to the nose and nose ride and things like that. So hopefully she still remembered those.
So what was those tips?
Oh, just to stay high on the wave when you go up for a nose ride. You want to really be nose riding in at least the top third of the wave. If you're any lower than that, the board's going to nosedive. So you need to stay nice and high on the wave. And I'll just teach you not to be super critical to start with, because the fins might slide out and things. So you just start on the shoulder of the wave and walking up, and obviously cross stepping is preferred. But you'll see if she gets a chance. Hopefully she gets a chance to showcase her skills. But this board that she's on definitely suited to the more turning style. Very, very narrow tail on it as well.
Yeah.
Surfing it is like a twin fin plus a tiny little trailing fin. It's what they call the hipster twin longboard from that brand.
Okay, so she's surfing as a twin fin. Interesting.
Twin fin with a little trailer. Yeah.
Yeah, because we've seen people like different competitors today. Some surfing single fin, some surfing thrusters. Some, yeah.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see that she's gone for the twin fin design. This board definitely lending itself to that more twin fin kind of surfing. Makes it really loose off the tail. Could kind of slide out in the nose rides. That's why that trailing fin's in the middle there. It's only like a small 3-inch, 2.5, 3-inch fin in the back of the board, and then really big side fins. So we get a great drone angle of the reef where Abaya is sitting, panning out to the city of Las Palmas de Gran Canaria.
Yeah, beautiful, these drone shots. Really just see how clear the water is and the reef here at the...
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, and it was interesting to hear Tristan before, like explaining about, the island and the different microclimates and how it, creates these like wind tunnels in some part of the island where it's really good for kite surfing, windsurfing, and then here we just have these beautiful offshore conditions.
Yeah, it's nice to be able to find these nice conditions for sup surfing. Obviously, wind sports are really big in the Canary Islands, as we were discussing before with Tristan. A lot of wind around, so winging, kiting, windsurfing, which is why Abaya is very good at windsurfing herself, hailing from the Canary Islands. You'll probably find Abaya on the water most days.
Yeah.
Here where she lives. I might try and see if anyone's commenting online.
Oh yeah, let's see if we get some questions online.
Yeah, that's right. Remember to let us know where you're watching from. If you have any questions for us as well, hopefully answer those.
Any comments? Anything you want us to discuss? We'll do our best.
We will try our best.
Yeah. Mo's just checking. As we see Abaya paddling for this one. And she is going on the right on this one.
Yeah, going on forehand. Big float off the top there. Just going to cut it back to the left.
Yes.
Beautiful surfing from Abaya here.
Yeah.
So really to get those higher scores, she needs to be utilising that whole length of the board. So we'll see if she gets up to the nose here. Looks like there's a bit of a section.
She gets a chance.
Little cross step. Unfortunately just comes unstuck there.
Yeah.
So you can see she's still trying to learn the board.
So that's what you talked about, is like you need to be in that more critical section of the wave where so not too thick the nose.
Exactly right. So you need to be a little bit higher on the wave as well. If you're doing it too low on the wave, then you're going to put pressure on the front of the board and that's going to dig into the wave in front. So you need to be a little bit higher, it's creating a bit of lift underneath the nose of your board. Then you can be able to walk up to the nose, but we'll get the replay of beautiful off the top there and carving it back around to the left here, switching the paddle. So Abaya surfing very well on this board. We'll get a good angle here of her cross-stepping up to the nose. You can see that smile on her face. She knows she wants to cross-step. But unfortunately just comes unstuck there.
Well, you can go out and give her some more tips after.
Yes, I'll give her some more tips for sure.
Well, yeah, just over 10 minutes left on Abaya's solo heat here.
Yeah, not bad at all.
Yeah.
Be able to have this line up all to yourself.
I know. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Wouldn't mind that.
I know, right?
They should clear the water later for us.
Yes, they should. They should clear it later for us. We'll get on the microphone.
Yeah. They can all commentate us.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Prone surfing.
But yeah, and then after this heat, we're moving into the round 3, the junior boys. And then we just continue with the semifinals, then the consolation finals, and then the finals. And we will have our first world champion today.
That's right, crowning world champion in the junior boys division. Who's going to be? Who's your money on? What do you think?
Oh, I don't know. It's hard. I didn't commentate the last heat, but I know that Lucas, he was doing pretty well, and he also came out of the Eurosurf with a win. So I don't know. Could be interesting to see him.
I think so. Yeah, he had a really nice. He had a great wave to start off the heat, and then he was in 3rd place for a lot of it, and then the last wave he had was a great wave, so that put him up into that advancing position. So,
but that's the thing. Just two waves is all it takes, right?
That's right.
If you have some patience and you wait for the good ones, it's possible to just have basically 2 waves and
exactly
have some good scores.
Yeah, that's so true. You just need to get those 2 waves. They're going to count toward your heat total. Better progress through the 2 top scoring waves. Yeah, I think Kapono Fukuda from Japan was looking really good early this morning.
Mm-hmm.
So he's definitely one to look out for, who won the event last year for the juniors.
Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some very great talent coming up.
Yeah, Tituan Pajot as well. And the junior boys, he did very well this morning in his heat to get the win. So he'll be coming up in the next round.
Mm-hmm.
The ocean's gone a little bit flat for a buyer. 9 minutes left.
Yeah, but she had some good waves and pretty solid scores. Yeah, I guess now she just have to see if she can get to that nose.
That's right.
See
yeah,
if that's going to be a goal of hers for the next wave.
That is the goal for sure. She's got the turns down. We know she can do a turn. So to ride the nose, utilize that whole length of the board. That's what the judge is going to be looking for. Got to get to the nose and nose ride. Hang 5, hang 10. As we see her looking at a small wave to practice that nose riding. But yeah, by the 2018 World APP SUP Surf Champion. Won the event here in 2019. Got a 3rd place last year. Unfortunately, just missing out in the finals. She was the favourite last year.
Okay, yeah.
To get into the final, but just came up short. And the conditions were quite tough for the women last year. Really big surf, quite lully as well. So they'd sit in a little bit closer, and then the big sets would come and just wipe everyone out. Even the men were getting caught in the inside. It was pretty scary.
Yeah.
But Keita Inoue taking the win there for the women last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a poster behind us with, I think that's a picture from last year. You can really see it's some solid size.
Yes, huge wave.
Yeah, it looks like there's some swell coming later this week, so could be interesting as well.
Yeah, hopefully fingers crossed for some big swell to finish off this event. Obviously, we are out in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, so we're open to swells from all directions, north, south, from the west as well. Obviously, to the east of us is Morocco, coastline of Morocco and Africa. You ever been to Morocco?
Yeah, many times.
Oh, nice.
Living in Portugal is like such an easy getaway when it's like too big and stormy in Portugal. Is usually when it's like pumping waves in Morocco. So that's it's a good little getaway in the winter if it gets too cold and big in the coast of Portugal.
Nice. That's awesome. I'm still yet to get out to Morocco. It's one place I want to go.
Yeah, it's also the land of right-hand point breaks.
Yes.
Which is good when you're a regular footer.
Exactly. As we both are? Yeah.
Yes.
You're I'm regular as well. I've seen some amazing clips of Benoit Carpentier, who spent, I think, a couple of months in Morocco over the last couple of years. And he's dropping clips of him foiling on waves for ages and ages and ages on these right-hand point breaks, and SUP longboarding as well from Benoit out there too, and some big barrels and some amazing waves. So it's good to to watch that footage. As we see Kapono Fukuda in the red there, And looks like Pedro's heading back out as well in the yellow. So they'll be coming up in the next round, the junior boys. And Abaya there just waiting patiently for some waves to come through, having this heat all to herself. Not bad at all. But it has gone pretty flat. I think the, well, we're about 20 minutes past the low tide. So conditions, I think, just changing with the tide coming back in.
Yeah. So often we see like a little bit of a low there with the tide changing, but then hopefully, like now when we see the junior boys getting back in, we'll hopefully see that push and maybe see some bigger sets with the tide pushing in.
Definitely, yeah. It'd be great to see some more action from the junior boys. Be crowning that world champion later today for the juniors. So a lot on the line for these upcoming surfers. Yeah, it's gone flat.
It's gone flat. Definitely, but yeah, just 4.5 minutes left. And yeah, again, we have time now, so if you have any questions, please just tune in on Facebook or on YouTube.
Yeah, appworldtour.com. You can watch it on the website. A lot of support for our junior boys. Enrique in the last few heats getting through, doing well.
Looks like Abaya is going on this one. Nice looking wave. Nice with this drone angle. Let's see if she managed to get to that nose. A bit of cross stepping there.
Oh, get there. She's trying.
Yeah.
Obviously that board a lot bigger than what she's used to riding.
But still maneuvering it so flawlessly.
Yeah, exactly. That comes down to that really narrow tail on that board as well. Those twin fins help turn it really easily. But yeah, by there. See the replay? This one. Cutting it back. Doing a great job with the paddle there. By such a solid sup surfer. Cross stepping up to the nose, getting a bit of practice. You can see a bit unstuck there, but does well there to control that cross step. Give a stall and then finishes it off here. So yeah, just under 4 minutes I think remaining in this. Under 3 minutes remaining. We see the junior boys paddling out. It's going to be Lucas and Pedro and Capono.
That round 3, fighting for a spot in the semifinals.
Yes, one step closer to that world title. Obviously, Abaya being a world champion, maybe she can share some advice with the young kids paddling out. You see a lot of water moving there as well, where Abaya was just paddling out. So all this energy from the waves coming into this deeper water, and then there's a bit of a rip being created there. Moving back out.
Yeah. So they still have just under 2 minutes to catch the last wave and taking a secure win on this heat.
Very comfortable win.
But yeah, very great heat total and some great waves.
Yeah, we're good to see Abaya coming up in the next rounds. I think she's just taken this heat pretty cruisy, but she can definitely switch on her competition mode when she needs to. See her dropping scores all around that 4-point range. Some high fours, some low fours. To really get up into that excellent score, she's going to have to be riding the nose. So hopefully we'll see her doing that. Looks like a set coming in. Maybe to finish off this heat for Abaya.
Yeah.
As the junior boy is going to get into position. It's going to be such an exciting heat coming up.
Yeah.
Some of the best junior boys SUP surfers in the world.
Bayer is going for this one. No. Doesn't manage to get into that.
So she might have a look at this one though, seeing what it's going to do. She's going to end up going over it. Because you can see something at the back as well though. Stroking pretty hard to get in position for this one. Decides to go over it. You see those boils there in the water. So quite shallow rocks underneath. This wave going to stand up just in front of a Bayer there. Going to opt to go to the right-hander on this one. She goes off the top. Oh, just mistimed it a little bit there.
Yeah.
The wave didn't have much power.
No, but still, she reads the wave so well, and yeah. All right, but yeah, great to see some surfing from Bayer. She got trying out the board, and we'll see her in the next round.
Yeah, we'll see her in the next round of the longboard, but also in the pro women's event coming up later on this week. As we see a recap from a Bayer's heat. This is the replay of that last wave. So we will see the Inouye family coming up later on this week as well. Sakura meaning to be in that heat, but she'll be into that repechage round number 2 of the longboard, along with her sister Kaede and her brother as well, Taka, in the men's. So we'll see that coming up possibly tomorrow. We're going to have to wake up and check the conditions. We've got a little bit of a changeable forecast throughout the week. Need about 3 to 4 days to run this event, so we'll be looking at maximising the best conditions as they come to hand, and we'll make a call at about 8 o'clock each morning, and getting competition underway by about 9 a.m. on the competition days. Start a bit later today due to the tide. We see the recap from a Bayer putting together some great waves, really good scoring as well. She managed to pick some good waves in this heat. Obviously, being the only one out in the water was pretty easy for her. Be able to choose the right waves. Great off the top there. Then brings her around to the left for a nice turn as well. So she's doing very well on this longboard, making it look so easy. This board, 9 feet by about 22, I believe, or 23 inches wide. She was riding this longboard SUP for the Bali Cosmic Experience earlier in the year. That is run by the Longboard SUP Revolution coming out of Australia. And we're going to move into the junior boys round number 3. The future of SUP surfing. Can't wait to see these boys take to the water. We've got a pretty stacked heat to start off proceedings here with Kapono Fukuda, Lucas Winterdrew, Pedro Viga in this heat 1 of round 3. Great looking heat. Kapono, obviously the reigning world champion for the junior SUP surfing. Lucas Winterdrew took home the junior win for the European SUP surfing. And Pedro, we saw him go to town on a wave earlier today. So it's going to be a very good heat. You can see Pedro sitting on the left-hand there, left-hand side of screen, in the yellow jersey. The inside position. Looks like Lucas has already caught a little wave, sitting with that 3rd priority. And Kapono identifying there could be a couple of waves coming. So it looks like we're going to have a paddle here. The competitor's just deciding to take a look at the next wave that's going to come through, a little bit bigger. Hope we get a bit more consistency in the surf for this heat. 22 minutes on the clock. We see Kapono taking a look on the outside here. In the red jersey, Kapono off the top. Fantastic turn. Just linking together those maneuvers. He surfs so well. He's going to really take it to the pro men as well. Coming up later on this week. He definitely has what it takes to go up against the best in the world. A couple of nice turns to start off his account. A small score, but a good one nonetheless. And we see Lucas and Pedro just getting into position. Pedro now sitting with number 1 priority at the back. A bit of a lull in the action. You are watching the Gran Canaria Pro Am, part of the APP World Tour for 2023. My name is Bo Nixon. I'm joined by Emily Utrup in the booth. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, you're getting really good at that.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's always a hard one. Yeah, exciting day here. Round 3 of the junior boys.
Now it looks like all our competitors get to surf again. Pedro had that unfortunate priority interference earlier on in his round, but looking like they're all going through, getting a lot of surfing done, and this is going to, top 2 is going to move through to the semi-finals as we see Lucas Winter-Drew taking off in this wave, putting together some nice turns. He really likes that paddle switch for those cut-back maneuvers. He's going to switch it back as well as he's riding on his backside to get to the inside section and just get some nice speed around that off the top. He's really finding a great wave here. He couldn't really find some really good white rides in that last heat, so I think he's really being patient, waiting for the right waves in this heat, learning from his mistakes. So great to see Lucas get started there.
Mm-hmm.
We saw Capono had a quick wave earlier as well. A couple of nice turns. We'll go look at Lucas's replay. Off the top,
Yeah.
cutting it back.
Nice turns to start with there. Just trying to look for that wall. Fortunately, it doesn't really wall up, but there, nice turn.
Yeah, that was better. You can see it was a bit sleepy, that wave at the start.
Mm.
Pretty slow sections. And then he managed to find that fast section there and get a nice turn done. So that'd be a nice score for Lucas. We'll have to wait for the scores to come through for Capono as well. See them sitting next to each other at the back, Pedro and Capono. What do you think? They'll be chatting to each other out there, do you think? Or
I don't know if they're having a little chat or if it's full-on game face. I'm not sure.
Pretty game face, I think.
Yeah.
Capono is such a good competitor. It's really good that Pedro can learn from him as well. Follow him around. Obviously, Pedro has that first priority, so Capono will have to let Pedro go any wave that he does choose, which I think he's going to choose this one.
Mm-hmm.
So Capono just pulling off there. So this might be interesting. We might see priority switch, and we do see priority switch. So because Pedro made a concerted effort to paddle for that wave, that means that he does lose priority. And it looks like Capono might even lose priority again there.
Now they're just changing back and forth.
Yeah, they are, exactly. So Pedro does move back into that first priority, so no harm, no foul. So yeah, if you do make an effort to paddle for the wave and miss it, you will give away your priority. No matter which priority you're in, priority 1 or 2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like I always find it really interesting to see how that priority come into play and who is really smart about it.
Yeah, exactly. But it can be
sometimes you see like in the end of the heat them just playing cat and mouse and they're just paddling around each other to like trying to block or trying to sell waves. So yeah, exactly.
It's so interesting. It's yeah, good to see that the strategies coming down, and also just to it can be quite like maybe a bit of a burden as well having priority, because you actually have to make the decision to go on the wave or if it's going to be a good wave or not. So you really have to be switched on about reading the waves and which type of wave you want to catch, because it can be very easy to think, oh, this might be a good one, and then the next wave's the best one, kind of thing. So you can kind of find out that you kind of have a bit of pressure on you when you do have priority. Whereas if you don't have priority, you can kind of look at any wave, apart from the one that the person with priority is on. So Pedro currently sitting with that number 1 priority. We'll see if Capono realizes that as he paddles in. And he's going to take off in this wave. Pedro sitting a bit too deep, so we'll see Capono.
Wow, great flow.
He surfs so well for a junior subsurfer.
So much speed, really putting in it, the critical section of the wave there. He's waiting now for the wave to stand up. See if he has one more section to hit here on the inside. Going a bit on the left. Yeah. In the back, we're seeing Pedro. Up and riding. And see, he managed waiting for that wave to, waiting for that section, you know, he's keep cutting back to the wide water to hope for the wave to stand up, you know. He want to do one more of those money turns that he did earlier.
Exactly, he wants to do 6 of them on a wave to get the excellent score, but that was a good wave from Pedro. Kept the board moving throughout the whole wave. As we see Lucas up on a nice looking wave here, it's going to stand up nicely for him on this inside section, carves it back around. He loves his paddle switch as well. Bringing it back. That wave just going to slow down a little bit as it moves to the inside. The low tide not really helping that reform. Definitely much better on the high tide to have that reform section. But it'd be interesting to see Pedro's wave score coming in. We have a 5.17 for Capono's first one. 4-point ride for Lucas's first wave. But they have caught second waves as well. As you can see Capono in the far top screen there. Paddling out on the inside there, on the right. Maybe opting to go on the inside, which is interesting. So as you get further out there, the reef gets pretty shallow. You have to make your way back across to the left where the other competitors are in the channel. A beautiful drone angle there. Looking back. I believe that's the music hall there. And here we go, replay of Capono's wave. Just cutting back there. You can see him really finding that critical section, going right back to the white water, waiting for this wave to stand up. He's going to get that right here as he has a nice bottom turn.
Yeah, he's just holding it so long there to wait for the wave and, you know, like really showing great commitment.
Yeah, his use of the paddle is perfect as well. The timing of the switch is great. Looks like Capono's on some new boards and new equipment for this event. As we catch up with Pedro. Oh, nice carve off the top there from Pedro. So lovely turn from him. I think I must have missed that on the live action.
Yeah.
As he brings this one right through to the inside. So great surfing there from Pedro. That first turn is what the judge is going to really be putting that score on. And Lucas doing some great turns as well. He had this wave stand up for him, which is nice. Switching the paddle over, bringing it back in to the white water. You see him bouncing through, but that wave just fading out. See, I was saying earlier that Capono looks like he's on some new equipment. Capono has been riding Sonova for a while, but looks like he's switched over to a more custom shape. I'm going to head down after the event and check out what boards he's riding. I can bring you that information throughout the next few days. But he looks very, very comfortable on that new equipment that he's riding.
Yeah, so you're going to go do a little board assessment after?
I think so, definitely. So there's board storage here down here for the competitors, so I might just take a little walk around and have a look.
Stroll, if you have a little break, if we
see
if we get one of the athletes in to commentate a heat, and we'll send you out on a little board tour.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, definitely. I'd love to check it out. I have to ask permission to touch them.
Yeah, you come in with lots of new information.
Exactly.
Yeah, we're just having Capono up and riding again. He is staying busy and just again like finding that flow. this wave doesn't really... See if it stands up here on the inside. He's really waiting for it. Well, looks like he might have a little section here.
Yeah, he's
nice
identifying
turn.
good waves, isn't
Yeah. Wow, that was a nice turn. Yeah, it's great to see, like, he's really just holding it, and waiting for that section to stand to really hit that lip.
he? He's such a good surfer, Capono. I didn't think that wave was going to be much at all. And then he, it stood up on the inside. He could identify that it was going to be a good wave. As we will see that replay. We saw Lucas try to paddle for it, but I think he missed it on the inside there. And Capono took off on the outside. Managed to get some nice turns in. So he will solidify his position in the lead in this heat. We're still waiting for scores to come through though, for all of our surfers. This is the replay, Capono's last wave. You can see I thought it might be a bit slow on this wave, but he manages to find the steeper section on the inside here. And does a few nice turns, moving through. Cuts it back. Great turn from Capono. I love the use of the paddle as well. Gets it up into the lip. Judge is going to like that turn. Bit more committed, radical. And then just finishes off there. As we see maybe some motion at the back. Some waves coming through for our competitors. Pedro currently in that first priority. So he's going to have a choice of which wave he wants. Looks like he's going to have a look at this one. So he's going to take off. A bit of a speed, cut back into this first section, back into the white water, throws it up off the top. Unfortunately just comes unstuck. Looks like that wave just disappeared on him.
Yeah, and let's just, now we're having like lots of scores in, so let's just see here. We're having Capona now in the lead with a 5.17 and a 5.43. And we're having Lucas in the second place, and he's having 4-point ride and a 2 something. Sorry, now it just went away. I didn't fully see it, but yeah, already some great scores coming in.
Yeah, there we go. 3.07 for Lucas's last wave. And then Pedro with that 3.63. And then probably a small score for that last wave. Won't be much at all, but he'll be looking for about another 3-point ride to get up into the lead. Or up into second position. Sorry, Capono is currently in that leading position in the heat. But the top two will move through to the semi-finals of the junior boys. We'll be crowning a world champion later on today.
Yeah, just in a few hours, huh?
Yeah, that's exciting.
So exciting. Yeah, right now I would say Capona looks strong.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's definitely putting together some good heat totals. He's a very good subsurfer to watch. You can tell though, sometimes I've seen him in competitions that you can tell he's a young frother because he just goes hard at everything.
Yeah.
He surfs at 100 miles an hour sometimes, and it's great to see him going for big things. But it's trying to put that into competition and maybe scaling back a little bit to be a bit safer in competition. But it's good to see him going for some big moves as well, and he's probably going to bring his A game toward the finals as he moves forward. As we see Pedro taking off here. Looks like a great wave for Pedro. He's going to get up into the lip. Great turn. Unfortunately, he just comes unstuck. So he was looking to repeat what he did in the last heat, getting up into the lip, but just unfortunately couldn't hold on to that turn. So Pedro looked to get back at the back and reset with 8 minutes on the clock. That leaves Lucas to Drew out in first priority. Capono is just waiting for the waves there, sitting down on his board. Great conditions here for the sup surfing. All day today has been offshore winds. Some nice 2 to 4 feet of swell. And some bigger ones earlier today on that higher tide. The swell slowly dropping back. It's going to be slightly smaller tomorrow, I think. And then a bit smaller during the week, but we're looking like we're going to get a bump in swell toward the weekend. So looks like we might be running competition then, which would be super great to see some awesome waves for the pro competitors coming up, the men and women. And surfers in the water. So when they're waving their paddle like that, they're asking for a situation update from the beach announcer. So they're asking for scores, maybe asking for the time left in their heat. So you can see Lucas there. He'll be getting an update that he's currently in second position, needing a score to move into first. And they'll also update them that there is 6.5 minutes remaining in the heat. So if you see competitive SUP surfers waving their paddle, they are communicating with the beach announcer. You see Pedro cutting back into the whitewater. Just unfortunately that wave disappearing on him. Wonder if he got anything done on the outside. Looking for a pretty small score to move up into that second position to advance through. Looks like he's going to have a look at this wave on the inside. Great little reform. It's going to stand up for him. Pedro, can he get there in time? Oh, unfortunately, just doesn't get there in time. Be able to get up into the lip. So, so 5.5 minutes. Pedro staying busy on the inside. Capono having a look at this one on the outside. You can see that wave stand up pretty quick. As we see Lucas on the right-hander banking off a beautiful top turn off the top there. He'd be happy with that performance on that turn. He's going to try to look at his watch, see how much time he has left. He's going to make his way through to the inside to see if this wave's going to reform. We've seen a few waves reforming on the inside on the right-hander. Not really on the lower tide though. The waves kind of disappear as this one is. So on the lower tide, you really want to be getting those bigger sets on the outside, doing your turns on the outside section. As we see Pedro taking a look, trying to stay busy. It's beautiful off the top there from Lucas. Really comes down to wave selection in these heats. When you get the right waves, you get the best turns. I've seen Lucas take off in a few waves that haven't been great, and you can see that just the opportunity for scoring potential just isn't there.
Yeah, and you just see Capona just, he's on the right ones, and he knows how to use that priority. Again, now he's with priority. There's a great set wave coming. Let's see what he can do in this one. Again, just holding it there in the wide water, waiting for the waves to stand up. Great turn again, and then hits the lip. From the drone angle, that looked like a great turn, but I'm excited to see it from the other camera angle so we can see how vertical he actually put the board in that.
Yeah, just his timing is spot on with everything as well. Just held that bottom turn to connect with the lip. As we see Enrique and Tituan paddling out for the next heat. So we'll get that. Here we go, setting up. Bang! Yeah, that was fantastic. Really critical. So he carved that board around.
Great finish, yeah. Let's see what the judges are going to reward that one.
Yeah, he might even extend his lead at the moment. I think he just did. 12.63. So that last wave score was 7.
7, we just hear the beach announcer yell out. So, wow. I think that's one of the highest score for the juniors.
I think it is. That's true. Yeah, 7-point ride from Capono. 7-point ride and a 5.63. Puts him well in front of the other competitors.
So looks like Capono is moving straight into the semifinals.
Yeah, but who will join him? Will it be Lucas or Pedro? Pedro is currently sitting in 3rd place. He needs a very small score of I believe it's a 2.65, but my eyes aren't that good.
Do you need my help?
Yeah, maybe. Capono live action, floating off the top of that one. Brings it through. Oh, he's so fast on his feet. Again, he's found this little wave that's just offered him some great turns. Well done, Capono. Link together those maneuvers. Might even extend his scoreline again. Even though it was a smaller wave, just that critical section, linking together maneuvers. He didn't have any downtime between the turns. That's what we mean when we say linking.
Yeah, just 2 minutes left. But right now, Lucas is sitting with that first priority. So let's just see this wave from Capono.
Floats it over there and just...
Yeah, he really knows how to hit that section, just like waiting for it. He's like, look how he just like surfed the wave from top to bottom. That's what the judges want to see.
Exactly. Looks like that equipment is working for him. But yeah, 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Let's hope there's another set. I want to see these two surfers get another chance. It'd be great to see them moving throughout these rounds into the finals. So there is a little wave here. None of the surfers going to be in position to catch that little one, so time is going to start to run down now. Doesn't look like there's much on offer from this drone angle. Pedro had the right idea there, staying busy on the inside, but just couldn't quite find the right waves to be able to increase his score. Oh, it'd be so nice to see a little wave pop up.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lucas sitting good position there with first priority.
Yeah, that's the position you want to be in when there's like less than 30 seconds on the clock. You have priority. You can keep the other competitor off the wave that comes through. But yeah, Pedro been putting on some great surfing in this event. Even though he will be eliminated, he should be very happy with his performance.
Yeah.
Such a young sup surfer.
So young, and like the way he surfs with that much flow and speed, and yeah, great future ahead of him.
Yeah, he certainly does have a very bright future. So that will be the standings for that first heat of round number 3. Capone Fukuda, Lucas Winter-Drew moving through to the semi-finals. Well done to those competitors. And that will not be the last we see of Pedro, I'm sure. Many, many, many more years left in his career.
That's for sure. Just 12 years old.
Yeah, right.
Now starting the second heat of the round 3.
Here we go. You're going to look at a recap from that last heat. Lucas on one of his high scoring waves, cutting back into the white water here. So he really keeps that paddle on that heel side of the board when he's surfing on his backhand. Being able to lean on it during the bottom turns, and he gets around here, and this was a lovely turn off the top. Slides the tail a little bit. So showing a little bit of progression. And Capono, he really handled this heat from start to finish. Stayed in front in that number 1 position. This wave didn't look like much, but he saw the potential in the inside. He started to get really critical up in there. So well done to Capono moving through. 1 step closer to backing up his win from last year. Here we go, heat number 2, Tituan Pajot in the red, Enrique Perez Serra in the white, and Andrew Noel in the yellow. For round 3, heat number 2 of the junior boys. Up and riding, Enrique. Nice carve. He's going to bring this one through, getting a bit more critical section there. Throws it up into the lip, lands it really well. So bring this one out into that cut back on the outside, and that wave will finish up for him. But that was a good way to start his round 3 heat, as the French competitors are left at the back, waiting for their waves. So Enrique, Spanish surfer, so not traveling too far to get to this event.
Yeah. And he's up and riding. See if this wave he can manage to get. No, he doesn't manage to get to that inside that stands up a little bit more. But we're starting to see a little bit more motion in the ocean, huh? After we had that little low at the low tide, we can really see that tide starting to push in now. There's some bigger sets. Look at this one.
Yeah, great looking wave here for Tituan. He put on a great performance this morning. He's going to look to get some turns done on this one. So hopefully this wave's going to stand up again for him. You can see them just bouncing. Maybe the wind getting a bit stronger out there. The wave also slowing down a little bit. And we have an update on the schedule for today. Emily, do you want to take us through it?
Yeah, so right now we're doing the boys round 3, heat 2. After this, we're going into men's longboard repechage, and we're having 2 heats. Then we're going into the boys semifinals. And then I think, depending on how much daylight we have left after that, we'll see if we're going to do the finals as well.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. We've got more longboard action coming up. The junior boys semi-finals to come as well, and then we'll be on standby for the finals for the junior boys after that. As we see Tituan taking a look at this one. And he's going to get himself onto a nice looking wave here. It's going to stand up really well for him. Does a nice turn back into the critical section here. He's going to find another section to turn off the top. Does very well. So Tituan looking very solid on his feet. That was a nice wave.
Yeah, great surfing.
So yeah, a bit of change to the schedule, just based on the conditions. I think the event organisers realising that it's still really good for longboarding out there, so we're going to get the longboards back out in the water. And then keep the junior boys moving through as well.
Yeah, it's such amazing longboard waves, and yeah, really cool to see, you know, the performances today, and the longboarding was amazing. So yeah, so after this heat we'll go straight into the men's longboard repechage. So still lots of action today. And in the meanwhile we have Andrew up and riding.
He's going to cut back on this wave.
Waiting for that section to stand up here on the inside. See if he managed to get that section. No.
But Enrique, meanwhile, does a really big roundhouse cutback on the outside. Another linking cutback there, and finds a nice turn on that section. And again, cutting back. Some great maneuvers on this wave. That's going to be a nice score for Enrique there. It's going to keep that score high. Remember, Tituan had a nice wave as well. So we'll see what the judges do with those scores.
Yeah, Enrique is with a 4.67 and having the first score of Andrew. I don't think that was his last wave.
No, he's had a couple of waves. Andrew.
Yeah, so we're just having some scores coming in now. Like soon we'll hopefully see the full panel with all the scores. But yeah, what a first day we're having here. Perfect wave, full day of action. Just yeah, just look at this set coming in here. It looks like Tituan is going to turn around and go for this one. He is there with first priority.
This wave looks like it's going to be left-handed for him. He's going to back up that score he had to start with.
Okay, so we are back. We just finished round 3 for our under 18s stand-up paddle division. I'm here with Kapono again, who passed through first. Congratulations. Tell me, how was it in the water? How were the conditions?
Yeah, waves are getting smaller, I think. But I did my best. Yeah, but I'm not satisfied yet because I couldn't catch the good waves first few minutes. So
it was hard. The positioning was hard to find the right spot. I've noticed that over the events. You know, if you're in the inside, you kind of the big set comes and cleans everyone up. But then if you're too far open, you miss all the opportunities. Yeah. So it's hard. But you did really well. You had a really high scoring 7-point ride. Congratulations on that. You should be very happy. And moving on to the semi-finals. Anything you want to say to friends or family back home in Japan?
Hi. Japanese? Okay. こんにちは。いつもサポートしてくださる友達とか スポンサーの方、次セミファイナルでこの調子で頑張るので、引き続き応援よろしくお願いします。
Amazing. Thank you, Capono. We'll see you in the semi-finals.
Red, you have to stand up. You have to stand up. Red.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. And yeah, we're stoked moving into the semi-finals, which is going to be in about an hour time.
Yeah, that's right. So we have another 2 heats of the longboard and then moving back into the semi-finals for the junior boys. But Capono there, very critical of his performance.
Yeah.
Saying he wasn't very happy with the positioning, and obviously he can learn a lot from that. So he'll be taking that into the semi-finals and watching the conditions as well over the next hour or so, because they will change again with that tide coming in. Maybe see some more reforms on the inside.
Yeah. Yeah, we're already seeing it, just the last half an hour change a lot. And here we are having the full scoreboard. We're seeing Enrico, he's sitting on that 4.67, and then we're having in red, he's having a 4.17. Oh, it moves around really quickly. Well, we just had a change.
Yeah, last score for Tituan came in as a 4.93.
So he's having a high 4 and a low 4, so it's a pretty good start to the heat.
Great start for him to the heat for sure. Andrew, we'll have to wait for that last wave to come through for him. Looked like a nice wave he caught, a couple of turns. But he's got a 3.7 as one of his highest wave scores, and then Enrique with that 4.67. We might still be waiting for a score for him.
Just a replay here.
Andrew, little check turn off the top, and carves it back around. But not much happening on that one, so won't be such a big score. As Enrique sitting at the back with that first priority. Does look like the conditions are getting a bit better out there, Emily.
Yeah. It looks like there's more and more waves rolling in, and it's great, and also a little bit more size maybe with this tide pushing.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to bring that swell in as the tide comes in too. As we see a score drop for Enrique, putting him out into the lead.
Okay. So, interesting to see. He must have been dropping a high 4 and a 5 on his last wave.
Yeah, definitely. He's got himself over that 10-point score total, as we see the competitors having to jump off. Andrew might even pick up that left from the inside a little bit further.
Yeah, exciting heat. And from this heat, the number 1 and 2 are moving into the semifinals. And third place is out. Eliminated or
I
into
think
the...
so. I don't know. It's been tough all day to call it, because we've had obviously all these surfers surfing 3 times, I believe, throughout the event. But yes, third place will be knocked out of the event. So it is an elimination heat. So we will be saying goodbye to one of these surfers. We'll say goodbye to Pedro in the last heat. And at the moment, Andrew is sitting in that third place. But after this wave, we'll see what the judges... It does one nice turn, bit of carving back to the white water there, but you can see not too much of a steep wall in front of him, so not going to be getting super high scores with that. We'll see what the judges come through with though. Tituan Pajot currently in second position, and Enrique Pedicera in first with first priority as well. 13 minutes, 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, still a lot of time. A lot of things can happen. Seeing great surfing from all 3 surfers. So let's see if anyone is able to turn it around. I'm not sure what the requirements are from Tituan, but I know he's sitting on a high 4, so everything is still possible.
Oh yeah, everything's still possible for sure, especially with a lot of time remaining in this heat. So competitors going to have to work on strategy now, whether to sit and wait for a really good wave or stay busy on the inside. They do want to be making it through to the semi-finals.
Yeah, it's always hard to choose your tactics here and your strategy and see. It's like, okay, am I going to stay busy? Or am I going to take a chance to, waiting for the set wave? We saw that in the Eurosurf actually a month ago in Portugal. Let's just see if anyone is going for this one. No, we were seeing the finals with where Ben and Clément they were both in the finals, and Clément had actually been surfing really well throughout the whole event as well, and in the finals he was really taking his time waiting for that set wave, and it just never came, and so unfortunately he got fourth in the finals.
Yeah, so wave selection strategy always coming into play. See Enrique using that priority to take this one. The wave hasn't really offered up too much in terms of scoring potential, but it looks like it's going to stand up again on the inside.
See if we can hit that. Nice turn there on the inside.
Yeah, probably wasn't the wave he was looking for, but he did the most with it. He's still currently in the lead, but does leave Titouan out the back. It's actually in second priority. Must have had a little paddle for a wave there.
Here we can see.
So Titouan having a look at this one for the left-hander. Going to get a lot of speed. Throw that board up into the lip. Nice. Turn off the top. You see that board was up on rail during that turn. He's going to bring it right through. Cutting back as well. So he's going to look to move up into that first position with this wave. He's doing some great turns. This wave offering a lot of scoring potential for him. He needs a 5-point ride to be able to move up into that first position.
Yeah, could be the one. Like that first turn, you really see him projecting that, the board forward and getting that speed out of that turn. Meanwhile, we're seeing a replay here of Enrique's last wave.
Yeah, it just didn't really stand up for him,
No.
did it, this one? He got a couple of turns on the inside, or maybe one more turn here.
A lot of work to get into there.
Yeah, and the further you go in, the lower the scoring potential becomes, especially if the wave is dropping off in size. Judges want to see those turns like this one on the outside. Bang!
Just see how it jacks it forward, get that speed, gets around that section again, and then waiting for it to stand up.
It's a little hung up there with the use of the paddle.
I think I heard the beach announcer just said a 5.4.
Nice.
So it could put him in the first place.
Yeah, could put him up into the lead, which means Andrew's going to need a pretty big score to be able to jump up into the lead. We'll definitely get the update on Titouan's score. Seems like...
We're hearing a lot of scores dropping out from the beat announcer, so we're just waiting to see our screens get updated to see the current situation.
It looks like a few lines coming in for the surfers now. As Andrew might be looking to take one of these waves. It's going to offer up some scoring potential. You can see some nice lefts there rolling through. Nothing wrong with those waves, in my mind.
You'd be out on there.
Yeah, definitely. See Andrew taking a look at this one. Looks like it might stand up this wave on the inside, and he has decided to get onto it. So he's going to be looking down the line here. Oh, nice turn off the top. He's going to need a good score.
Oh, it stands up nicely here, the wave. Nice cut back to the wide water. It's just waiting for that, they're really waiting for that section to try to hit that. But yeah, some of the waves just gets a bit flattened out there on the inside when they hit that deep water.
Yeah, you really want to position yourself in that steep section where the waves are a bit bigger. Nice carve off the top there, throwing a bit of spray out the back of the wave as well, and then the wave stands up again for another carve for Andrew. You can see him leaning on that paddle, using it for balance, and then carves back again. So 3 turns. Be a nice score there for Andrew. See if it does push him up into second place. As we see Tituan on the inside having a look at this one. He just pulls off the back of it. And Enrique at the back with priority. And currently in the lead in this heat.
Yeah, but I feel like we're still missing some scores dropping, no? Maybe not.
I think the last score from Andrew to come through.
Yeah.
Possibly from Tituan, but it looks like maybe it was a 4.37 from Tituan. So there's Andrew's last score, 3.43. So not enough to change really the situation. He's still looking for a 5.6, I believe, to be able to get into second place, which is advancing position to the semi-finals.
Yeah. So far, as the situation is right now, it looks like it's Enrique and Tituan moving into that semi-final, and Andrew getting knocked out of the competition. But he still has 6 minutes to turn it around.
Yes, so still a lot of time on the clock. Andrew, even though he'll have third priority, he might have the opportunity to kind of hunt around on the inside for a few waves, as we see one wave standing up for our competitor in red. This is Tituan. Nice turn under the lip there for Tituan. Great surfing. He's going to cut it back, wait for this wave to stand up again. Offer him another turn. Does very well with that paddle. Again, just bouncing through. Oh, he's found a great... just throws it up a bit too vertical.
Yeah, he just like doesn't really hit the same. He just kind of got stuck in that white water on the lip. That could have been a good section if he had hit it in the right spot.
Yeah, that's what you want as a competitor, to have that oncoming section toward you, so you can really throw the board up and show a bit more commitment, radical surfing. You can see he's eyeing it up. He knows it's coming. Here he goes. He can see it. He's just trying to work out what to do, how to approach it. But just probably a bit too late to be able to get to the lip.
So yeah, things are looking good for Enrique. Just 5 minutes left on the clock, sitting in first priority.
He seems to be really building throughout the whole day today with his surfing and getting some better scores throughout the heats. Enrique maybe getting used to the waves out here as well, as he floats on that one and manages to ride out of it. Not much control, but still manages to complete that maneuver, as we see Andrew taking off on this one. Looking to get a hit on the top of that wave, and he does. Can he get around this section? He's going to get around it. He's going to be able to get a bit more open face. He carves that one around, and he has another opportunity. So he's chosen a great wave with a really nice turn there, and backs it up again as well. So that was a nice wave from Andrew.
Yeah, great wave selection, and managed to get a few nice turns in there.
Yeah, I'd say possibly better than that 3.7 in his scoreline, so he might improve that situation. As we saw Enrique there landing that floater off the top. Just decides to kick out. Andrew hitting it off the top there. And then does well to identify that this wave's going to stand up again on the inside. And makes it past the white water.
Yeah. Just getting it. That turn is a nice one. Just the waves just standing up a little bit more.
Yeah, that turn, the second to last one, and then that first turn as well is going to be where the points come from. Some really good surfing. As we see our longboard competitors getting ready to head out. Looks like your fellow countryman, Noah.
Noah is heading out there, yeah. He will be hungry to make it into the next round. Noah's been doing a lot of competition this year, and both in the sprint and the longboard and surfing and stand-up paddling and long distance, short distance. He's
nothing he can't do.
No. Just 2.5 minutes left on the clock here.
Yeah, still waiting for that last score of Andrew to come through. Pretty keen to see where that's going to be sitting in the score line. whether it's going to improve his situation or even get him up into that second position. 2-1 definitely not safe just yet. Neither is Enrique, to be honest, because we've seen 2-1 have some fantastic scores throughout the event, especially in his heat this morning. So coming out of the 2 minutes remaining in the second heat of this round 3 for the junior boys. Top 2 will be moving through to the semi-finals. We'll be looking for some score updates shortly. Possibly Andrew just improving that situation ever so slightly. But nothing to really boost him up into second place as we have a bit of a paddle here. We see Enrique in that first priority taking off on this one. Going to throw that board up into the lip. Oh, it just comes unstuck on that floater off the top. He's been managing to pull those all day, so maybe a little bit tired, but also maybe just a bit relaxed knowing he is in the lead in this heat with less than a couple of minutes left. So we see him throwing it up there. Yeah, just that back foot kind of slipped off a little bit as he hit the lip. So Enrique will make his way back out. But he will be in that third priority. So as we see Andrew off the top, does well to hang on to that one. And he's going to try and ride this one through, get around this whitewater section to be able to get out to the open face. He does very well, carving it back around. He's found himself a really great wave, and again, carving back. Can he keep going on this ride? He's going to try his very best to get through. Fortunately, that wave just flattens out on the end section, but a couple of nice turns from Andrew. We'll see if it does go up into that high scores. It does look like Enrique and Titu will move forward as we see that replay. I don't know, it's a pretty good turn off the top and manages to get around this section. Looking for around that 5-point ride, I believe, and then a couple of turns on the end here. Just those carves that he's known for, he's been doing throughout this heat. So that wave dying out, but a couple of nice turns for Andrew. The wave's looking very nice out there indeed. It's great to have good waves for a SUP surf contest, as Enrique is making his way through live action, so he'll be getting scored for that wave. But he is in that first position, making it through that heat, so he'll be happy moving through to the semi-finals. We'll come up against some tough competition in the form of Lucas Winterdrew and Capono Fukuda. And also Tituan Pajot moving through. So that's going to be the semi-finals for the junior boys, all set, as we move through into the longboard division.
Yeah. We are just moving through a lot of heats today, aren't we? But yeah, great to see the longboarders now. So now we're going from the normal stuff to longboarding. So maybe you can just recap a little bit of what the judges will be looking for now and how they are changing the criteria.
Yeah, sure. So the longboarding definitely going to be still that progressive surfing. So still looking for turns off the tail, but also want to be mixing in with using that full length of the board. So the board's a minimum 9 feet in length, so they have to be walking up to the nose riding as well. That's going to come into play for the longboarding. You'll see some of the competitors getting to the nose to start with and then moving back to do some turns. So we're just watching the recap from the last heat, and the heat winner Enrique in white put together a great performance against the French competitors. Tituan here moving through in that second position. He did really well to find some great waves in this heat. Just some great surfing with that use of the paddle, switching it over, cutting right back. Great to watch these junior boys. So we see Andrew Had a couple of nice waves in that heat, just couldn't quite get the highest scores needed to move through. As we are going to take a look at the longboard men round 2, heat 1. Killian Burek in the red, Noah Stender in the white, and Lucas Winterdrew in the blue. That's going to be your round 2, heat number 1 of the men's longboard. Pretty good heat to watch, actually.
Yeah. That's going to be an exciting heat.
So Lucas Winterdrew just backing it up from the juniors to the longboard, doing lots of surfing.
Yeah, I think he's already been doing like 5 heats today, hasn't he? It's like finals day for him.
Exactly.
Yeah, some great waves coming in now. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about those 3 surfers in this heat. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about Killian.
Yeah, Killian, young surfer from France, and he's a pretty new face on the scene, actually. Been good to see him riding earlier today in the longboard division. He'll be coming up for the pro men's as well. But he's very good at shortboarding, skateboarding, longboarding, everything to do with surfing.
Yeah.
And on the land as well. So very cool style as well. We saw him doing some nice nose rides earlier. Yeah, great to see a new face on the APP World Tour.
Amazing, yeah. And then we have Noah Stander Mikkelsen from Denmark. That's a name I can pronounce. And in the meantime, we've just seen Lucas up and riding.
Yeah, great nose ride to start off with there.
Yeah. I feel like Lucas just got out of the water.
I think he did from that first heat of the juniors, yeah. He just kicks out of that one.
Yeah.
We've got to get used to riding the longboard again.
Yeah, that must be hard, like switching it up, just going between the 2 all day. But he's been managing pretty well.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, these athletes being able to switch between different boards is just another day at the office for them. They probably switch boards throughout, you know, their free surf sessions and everything back home.
Yeah. And yeah, let's see who is up and riding here. It's Killian.
So Killian, yeah.
Let's see what he's going to do on this left-hander. Getting out to the nose there. Nice little tap on the nose.
Wow,
great
nice.
control and just like great flow in between the maneuvers here. And really mixing it up between that classical, a little bit more classical style and the maneuvers. And we're just seeing, we didn't get the start of Noah's wave there, but let's see if we can get that on the replay.
Yeah, we'll see that hopefully on the replay, but Killian had a great wave.
Yeah, that looked great from that drone angle. I'd love to see it from the other angle as well to, you know, sometimes from the drone angle it's hard to see how critical they're hitting the sections, but it looked like he was definitely having some nice flow. And hopefully we'll also get a replay of Noah's wave, which we didn't really see.
All right, we are back with Enrique. He passed first again, so he's through to the semi-finals where you'll be competing against Capono. Tell me, how did you feel in the water? How were the conditions?
I feel so good, and I think that now the conditions are very good. Like in the afternoon.
Getting better now in the afternoon. So what was your strategy in the water?
My strategy is stay focused with a good intelligence.
That's good. Good game plan. Good game plan. Now, how have you been training for the event? Like building up to the big event, what have you been doing in your day-to-day life?
Yeah, I training some, I think that 5 years a week. And I'm so happy to stay here and I like this.
Well, you'll be making Spain proud, so congratulations, and we'll see you in the semi-finals.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thanks very much, Tatiana. With Enrique, last heat winner for the junior boys, moving through to the semi-finals. Quite serious, Enrique. Very focused, I think, on his, you know, his goal.
Yeah.
Of obviously becoming a world champion for the junior boys.
Which potentially could be today.
Could be today. We're going to keep an eye on the conditions. We've managed to move back into the longboarding for the men. For round number 2. And we're going to move back into the semi-finals of the junior boys, and then we're going to assess the conditions and see if we're going to crown any champions today. But yeah, being very flexible with the conditions, making sure we're putting our competitors out in the best waves possible.
Yeah, that's also why, you know, at an event like this, we have like an 8-day waiting period. So, you know, and we probably only need like 4 days to finish the event. So it is really to make sure that during that window that we put the competitors out in the best conditions.
Yeah, exactly. So big thanks to the city of Las Palmas, to Gran Canaria, for having us here.
Yeah.
Being able to surf the waves and share with the locals. Big thanks to the locals too.
Yeah, I know. Thanks to them for letting us borrow their wave.
Great nose right there from Killian. Unfortunately, he just can't hold it. I thought he was going to manage to be able to get off the nose again and keep riding, but unfortunately just goes down. But started off the heat with a 4.5, Killian, so he's sitting in the lead at the moment. Noah just a 2.67. There's some small scores there from Lucas as well. Lucas and Killian riding that prone longboard. It's a bit different to Noah's board.
Yeah, and now we're just seeing also there's some scores coming in. We have a 4.5 from Killian's first wave and a 2.67 from Noah's first wave. That's the wave we never really saw, I think. And Lucas's first wave, a 1.33. So, and we're looking for number 1 and 2 moving into the next round here, and number 3 getting eliminated.
Yes, so 1 and 2 will move on to, I believe it's the quarterfinals for the longboard.
Yes, and yeah, interesting. I also think Noah, are they all of them in the men's division, or Lucas is just in the juniors?
I'd say they'd all be surfing in the main event.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe Lucas wouldn't just come for the juniors. I'm sure he put himself into the
main event as well.
main
So
event.
he's just surfing all the categories, staying busy this week. Yeah, I know Noah will be surfing in the main event too. He did really well in the Eurosurf last month and got into the semifinals. I think he finished 6 or 7. But yeah, this longboarding is definitely also his discipline. He's also competing in regular longboarding, so he definitely knows what he's doing. Also, when it comes to, you know, more classical longboarding, as we talked about, it needs to be a bit of a mix.
Yeah, just from these last heaters, he seemed like he was very comfortable on the nose, nose riding, nice turns as well. Quite a tall kid as well.
Yeah.
Noah, so having a lot of power as well to be able to throw that 9-foot board around. Yeah, Noah is like from this generation, his age, like him, Christian Andersen, and these guys coming out of Klitmøller and Cold Hawaii in Denmark. It's just a lot of great stand-up paddlers coming out of there. It's such a big and growing sport. Yeah, it's kind of like the new surf destination.
Yeah.
For like, for that region, it's amazing to see. And they obviously held a lot of events there as well.
Yeah.
For SUP surfing, the ISA titles back there.
Yeah, and as we see Noah going straight to the nose. See if he managed to get around this section. Looks like waiting for the wave to stand up. See if he can hit that lip. Nice done. That was a great hit of the lip there with that big board.
Yeah, he got that board right up in the lip. Great turn off the top, and then like a little bunny hop.
Yeah, but looks like he's not finished with this wave yet.
No. These longboards carry so much speed.
Yeah.
They keep going. But yeah, no, it did very well there to time that turn off the top very nicely.
Yeah, I was like, he was waiting so long. I actually thought he would wait too long. Like, let's look at the replay, but he actually read the wave really well.
Yeah, he got a nice nose right in to begin with. And surfed this wave right through, and then just waited patiently. I didn't see the wave actually doing much, and then all of a sudden, right in front of him, it stood up. Just waited perfectly, got the board above the lip, Very nice controlled. Bunny hop. Saw the fins.
Little hop, and then managed to connect it all the way to the inside and actually doing a nice little cut back here, as I remember, yeah.
Yeah, opting to wear the leash on the knee
Mm-hmm.
to get the leash out of the way when you're cross-stepping. Nice little cross-step turn there. We'll get the full wave. Maybe even rode that a bit further. So Noah probably going to move up into that first place after that ride.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the judges are going to score that. In the meantime,
See a replay. Great nose ride there.
Wow.
From Killian. So he's going to cut back into the white water. Nice turn. Does well to control that. Very cool style on the nose, the way he walks the board. Waiting for this wave to stand up again, see if it's going to offer him any more potential. You can see the tide filling in, so the waves maybe slowly starting to reform through that midsection. So we are back to live action.
yeah, some exciting scores we're waiting for now. That was a great wave from Killian as well, and waiting for that score from Noah. So see if that's going to change anything. And we just have 12.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, so time ticking away pretty quickly in this heat. Already halfway through it.
Yeah.
Not too much in the way of action happening. Not too many waves ridden. We are still waiting for another score for Killian, another wave for Noah as well.
Mm-hmm.
Lucas has been very patient in this heat. Just waiting for the right waves to come through. As we see him at the back, holding on to that first priority. So the next wave that comes through will be his to select. You see all competitors making their way back out to the lineup. You can see that rip on the inside there.
Mm-hmm.
That low tide. A lot of waves breaking further down the beach to the right of screen. They're going to move out. You can see that's very, very rippy.
Yeah.
But all that water's going to rush out somewhere, and it's going to rush out.
Yeah,
Right,
we're having this like
competitors
little point break here at the end, but there's so many waves like all the way down. And yeah, you told me you were out there surfing yesterday.
Yeah, it was good to get out there. Little rip bowl, right-hander and left-hander. Pretty crowded, but I've got a board with a lot of volume, so out paddled everyone in the rip to get some waves.
Yeah, it's great.
Had a guy yelling at me. He was like, "What are you doing? Are you on the inside or on the outside? Which wave are you catching?" I'm like, I don't know. I'm just catching waves.
Just there with my shreds
exactly.
machine. Yeah, let's see if we have time to get out there later.
Yeah, hopefully. Brought the board down. Hopefully we can jump in, at least for a swim anyway.
Yeah, it's so nice. The water's warm.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't wait. But yeah, let's see. We're still waiting for those scores.
Yeah, I think
judges are taking their time with those ones.
Yeah, I think so. They want to get it right.
Watching the replays and saying, it means that it could be pretty tight.
I think so, but some nice waves coming through here. Looks like the competitors might be a little bit deep. We'll see if Noah can get onto this one.
Mm-hmm.
Can't catch onto this wave. There might be another one behind. So we will see possibly Lucas using his priority.
Yeah.
But I don't know if he's going to get onto it. So he's a bit too far out.
Yeah.
But we are going to see Killian trying to get on that one. Fortunately not being able to. So
leave Noah back with first priority.
Yeah, that's right.
So he'll be happy with that. And we have some scores coming in. So Noah is now in the lead with a 5.67. And we also have another score from Killian. That's 1 point.
I don't think his third wave's coming yet.
No, I don't think so either. But Noah with a great score.
Really good score from Noah. So that was that nose ride to that big vertical turn.
Yeah.
So obviously judges rewarding that critical turn.
And Noah is up and riding again, straight out to the nose with a nice hang 5. And now he's looking at that left-hander.
You can see it walling up in front of him.
Yeah, waiting for that wall to try to hit that again. We know that the judges like to see that.
Great carve back to the whitewater there.
Yeah,
Love that turn from Noah.
Just waiting.
So yeah, we'll wait for that score to come in. But Noah currently in the lead. Still waiting on another score though from Killian. We will hopefully see that drop very soon, but we're going to hopefully catch up to some action in the water with some waves rolling through. Looks like a few lines out the back. We're going to be running 2 heats of the round number 2 for the longboard. As we're catching up with a replay for Noah's wave, he gets his fast section through this carve. Oh, great turn from Noah. Leaning on the paddle, throwing lots of spray. That's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, great surfing from the young Dane, my fellow countryman. Might be a bit biased here, but
he's currently in the lead as we see him up again.
Staying busy, straight out to the nose again. Quick little tap there on the nose. Oh, yeah, he's really managing to get up in that critical section, put that board more vertical.
Yeah, I really like the way Noah's surfing. He was still finding his feet last year when I saw him at this event. Coming unstuck on a lot of those turns, but it looks like he's really been practicing. As you said, been riding lots of different equipment. From race boards to SUP surfboards. And he's getting a lot more confidence in competition as well. So currently in the lead in this heat. Looking to move through.
Yeah. It'd be great to see Noah with a heat win.
Yeah, he did well last year in the longboard. Made his way up to the semi-finals, which was good. So he'd be looking to repeat that and go one better. But Noah here on the replay. Quick hang 5.
Yeah.
But does really nicely to get this board up over the lip.
Yeah. Yeah, very nice footwork as well. Just like being really quick there on the foot, walking out, walking back on the board. Meantime, we're seeing Killian up and riding.
Yeah, it looks like live action. You can see him cut back to the right. Nice longboard style. Bit of a stall there. Trying to get up to the nose, but couldn't manage to quite get right up to the nose on that one. As we do see that score now drop for Killian, increasing his position at the moment. Lucas, though, just with that one wave score, so being very, very patient. He's going to try and catch this one. It's not like there's much happening to this wave, but we'll see what he can do on it. Going to cut back. Going to wait for this wave to stand up on the inside. He's going to start to walk up to the nose. Does well to hang 5, but just that wave dying out. Maybe that wave selection wasn't great for Lucas there.
It seems like he's struggling a little bit to find the right ones out there. But as you say, I think it's his 5th heat surfing today. He must be so tired as well.
Yeah, that's so true. Very, very true. And going from that short surf SUP to the longboard SUP, it's always hard to adjust.
And it's probably also for him now about, preserving energy, because he is in the boys semi-finals, and it's also probably for him to see, okay, what is more important for me to get some more energy for that, or...
That's very true. Probably conserving energy. Yeah, as we see him take a quick hang 5 here. Gets back off the board. Does well to ride that one out. But Noah Stender currently in the lead in this round 2 heat number 1.
Yeah.
The men's longboard.
Looks like there's a second scores in for him, but he has a total heat score of 970. Yeah.
So yeah, Lucas, just with that 3.03 heat total, he'll be looking to get a good score to be able to move up into second position to advance. But as you said, probably just conserving energy.
Yeah, so just 4 minutes left on the clock. Let's see, Killian having a look at this one.
Yeah, it looks like
Lucas
also on the inside. Killian, unfortunately not riding out of that turn off the white water.
And look at Noah just looking at them and be like, great, okay, I'm looking back at the ocean now. Yeah, he'll be happy with that. Just staying there. He's in the lead. He has first priority. So right now, Noah has the heat under control.
That's right. I think though, if a good wave does come, he'll probably decide to take it,
Mm-hmm.
even though the competitors aren't at the back. For a chance to extend his scoreline, making it even harder for the other competitors to take that first place. And looks like there's a little wave coming through.
Looks as there's something coming. Mm-hmm.
No,
And he is up and riding. But no, you see, he's like, I'm going to kick out and I'm going to go back out and get that first priority again before the other guys reach the lineup. And as always, like the thing when you're in the lead and you sit with that priority, you always have to think about, okay, this wave, does it have potential to be better than the waves I already have? Because otherwise it's better to sit with that first priority, right? And wait and put pressure on the other guys and try to, block them or sell a bad wave to them. So this is where, that mental game really plays in.
Yeah, totally, exactly right. And that's where that pressure of having priority as well. Understanding if it's going to be a good wave or not and putting that pressure on yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But the seasoned competitors will always use that priority to their advantage. As we see a couple of waves being ridden on the inside there. Looks like Lucas is up and riding on the inside. We'll catch up to his wave. Looks like it's just going to slow down there. So not much happening for Lucas in this heat, unfortunately. Probably good idea to come in and save himself for the upcoming junior boys semi-final.
Yeah, he could literally be in the next heat.
Yeah, exactly. He'll come in from this, have like 20 minutes rest, and then head back out.
Yeah. So, we have one more longboard heat, and then we have the juniors.
Yeah,
correct? Yeah,
that's right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, even still, he's battling back out.
He's not done.
No. Just goes to show that he's taking it seriously.
Yeah. So, yeah, 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, the ocean going a bit flat though.
Yeah,
that swell is dropping throughout the day and into tomorrow as well.
But Noah will be happy with that.
Yeah, he'll be happy. If there's no more waves that come through, he'll be happy.
Yeah, and if there's just one more wave coming through, he is free to take it with that first priority. So
that's right.
So now you'll probably just see him staying very close to Killian, and this is where that we call a little bit the cat and mouse, right? It comes into play where you see them just following each other, staying really close to each other. And yeah, I think that's one of the really interesting things about competitive surfing is, because when it comes to that, you have to be a very smart competitor.
That's so true. You really do.
Because sometimes you are also a surfer, and if there's a good wave coming, you just want to go, but or if there's a wave coming, you just want to go. But that's when you really have to, play it smart. But yeah, it looks like Noah is gonna take this one with just.
He's gonna let Killian have a look at this one. That's second priority. Killian's gonna manage to get onto it, I think. Yep. The wave still not breaking. Oh, he's going to do a nice nose ride here.
Oh.
Great 4 steps up to the nose. Great longboard style, getting nice and low.
Yeah.
Cuts it back into the white water. Doing very well to control that board through the bumps there. And then Lucas behind him.
Oh, this could be a dangerous one for Noah.
Could be.
Yeah. It didn't look like the wave had much potential when he paddled into it, but he definitely got all the potential out of it. Oh, he's literally finishing ankle high water.
Yeah. So Killian taking it all the way through to the beach. Quite a lot of nose rides and walking up the board there, so we'll see how the judges bring that into the consideration. As this is the heat recap from the first heat of round number 2 of the longboard, and this is a great turn from Noah up into the lip. Best turn of the heat.
And that little hoop.
That's where all the points come from, right?
Yeah.
And Killian, nice nose ride throughout that section, cutting back into the white water. So he did very well to hang on to second position. Still waiting for that score to come through for Killian.
Yeah, be interesting to see if that's going to change anything. I think he was looking at a 5-point something to take over Noah, but
Pretty small wave. I didn't see too much critical surfing there.
but looks like no matter what, both Noah and Killian are going to move into the next round.
That's right, yeah. This is a great carve from Noah as well on this wave, switching the paddle, throwing lots of spray. So the bulk of his score came from those big turns out there. So you can see judges really favouring big turns on the SUP longboard, but also those critical nose rides as well. And Noah, quick nose ride there and managed to get the board above the lip on his backhand. So just showcasing that he has great control, surfing both forehand and backhand.
Yeah, like consistently good surfing from Noah in this heat.
Yeah, unfortunately Lucas just couldn't find the right waves in this heat. Just a few slow waves, nothing too big on the scoring side, only a couple of 1-point rides. But he'll be coming up again in the junior boys semi-finals very shortly. But Noah here, just a highlight reel of Noah.
Yeah.
Been great surfing. This was Killian's last ride, so a couple of nose rides. Getting 5 through there. Little turn, not too much else happening. Bit of a cut back, and then manages to cut back to the right here, and then do a couple more nose rides throughout the end section. As we are looking at the longboard men round 2, heat 2. Vince Dushnai in red, Moritz Marsh in white, Juan Francisco in the yellow, and Taka Inoue in the blue. I don't know if Tucker is here yet. Would be unfortunate if he is not here. That means he won't be moving through.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. He would love to be in the longboard side of things. But Vince and Moritz, both from Germany, but now residing in the Canary Islands. Vince in Fuerte and Moritz here in Gran Canaria. Juan Francisco, local Gran Canarian surfer. So we'll see Moritz Marsh up and riding.
We're already getting this heat started.
Great nose ride from Moritz. Just couldn't quite complete it. Really have to ride down the wave face to complete the nose ride. As we see Vince, really nice cutback and trip up to the nose as well, but just couldn't quite hold it. That wave dropped out underneath him. Very steep section. Hard to do that on a SUP longboard. Got a 9-foot board. We saw Vince earlier in the day in the juniors. He's going to try to make it through the longboard division. Moving through to round number 3. So, same score for Vince and Moritz. 1.33 on the board. I can't see Juan Francisco or Tucker out there in the water. So, interesting, might just be the 2 surfers out there.
Just a German matchup.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's talking about Germany. It's crazy to see how many good surfers there's actually coming out of Germany.
Amazing, right? It's so cool to see them.
But it's also amazing to see how much effort they're putting in to really, build the national team. And I've been following a guy like Leon Gletscher, where you see after he comes into the Olympics how much, investment they put into the team.
That's right. Yeah, definitely. And river surfing is such a big thing in Germany as well.
Yeah.
The Eisbach in Munich being kind of the center hub of river surfing.
Yeah. So cool. Have you tried it?
No, I haven't. No.
It looks amazing.
It does look amazing.
It looks like such a good vibe there.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, super cool vibe. I think it's pretty localized though. Like there's hardcore locals that are like ruling the spot a little bit.
Yeah.
But I know there is a SUP longboarder, Andy from Germany. He was at the Bali event earlier this year. He rides river waves in Germany, and so it was exciting to talk to him about it. And he goes down to the Eisbach, and there's apparently a couple of little waves around there as well. It's not just the main one in town. So managing to get out on the rivers. His SUP longboard.
Yeah. Yeah, it's something I would like to try. But yeah, just coming back to Germany and having also these two guys here and their national team also in the Eurosurf was just looking incredibly strong and yeah, so
Yeah, amazing to know that surfers are from Germany now.
Yeah.
They do have like that small coastline. Not sure if it gets great waves.
yeah, it's like it's just south of Denmark.
Yeah.
There's a place called Sylt, which where they have some waves,
Okay.
but actually a lot of Germans also come up to Denmark
Yeah.
actually to surf. So it's when you go to Denmark to Klitmøller and stuff, you'll see a lot of Germans up there surfing and kite surfing and windsurfing and doing all the water sports on the coast of Denmark, because it's a short, like if you live in Hamburg or one of the bigger cities, it's like a 3-4 hour drive for them. So it's quite a easy drive.
Yeah,
you say
exactly.
like for them it's easier than going down to France or something.
That's
like
right,
that.
exactly. We did a trip to Norway last year from the UK in the van. We drove across mainland Europe and right up through, and it was amazing to see how many Germans were in Norway, taking their holidays through the summer there.
Yeah.
Pretty close for them, get the ferry across up into Norway and especially also in Denmark. We didn't manage to stop in Møller, but we'll catch up with Tatiana and Noah Stender.
Talk about Klitmøller. Let's get down to Noah.
Noah, congratulations. You made it through the repechage rounds and you've got another opportunity to take home the title. How are you feeling?
I'm just stoked. It was so fun to just have the spot by ourselves, and it was just nice, yeah.
So tell me, what did you change? How did your strategy change from this heat to the last heat?
I think I just tried to surf more high performance. I don't think the nose rides give that good scores, so I tried to do turns instead, and that worked out, yeah.
Okay, well that's good information for the upcoming competitors. They're looking more towards the turns, the more difficult manoeuvres rather than just the nose rides. Well, congratulations. We'll see you later on for the semis.
Quarters, I think.
Quarters, sorry. We've got a few competitors for the events, but lovely talking to you. We'll see you then.
Thank you so much, thanks.
Thanks, Tatiana. Catching up with Noah Stender, the winner of the last heat for the longboard. Yeah, Noah from Denmark, representing his country here. Good to see some, as we were talking about German surfers and Danish surfers, it's just amazing to see people from, those colder regions really stepping it up in the surf.
Yeah, it's like back in the days you would just see, the main regions, just, maybe Portugal, Spain, France, and then Australia and the US, but now you see like people from everywhere, and I think also cold water surfing has become so much more accessible the last years, of course, the last 10 years, 15 years with the equipment and the wetsuits, and now I was doing a trip to Norway recently, or like in the spring when the water was still super cold, and with the new wetsuits you can still manage to stay in the water for like 2.5-3 hours in 3 degrees water.
Nice. Do you have like the heated pads in the wetsuit or not?
No.
Just like a normal rubber wetsuit?
Just a 6'5" with hoodie, boots, gloves, yeah. Often like you're actually fine on the body and you manage to stay warm. Like the worst is actually trying to keep your feet warm. Feet and hands are often, what gets cold first, because if you keep the hoodie on, you manage to actually like keep your body warm.
Yeah, so it's keeping those extremities warm.
Yeah.
Is that Tucker?
Oh, he's coming straight from the airport.
Tucker has made it.
Wow.
On a borrowed board.
What a commitment.
Amazing. I don't think his boards are arrived yet, so he's taking out a gong. But yeah, Tucker manages to make it in time. So he's going to be paddling out there. He's just going to blow everyone out of the water, I think.
Wow.
Straight off the plane.
Straight off the plane. Board. He's on it.
They've made it. So yeah, well done for them to get here. Fantastic to see Tucker is going to be competing. 16 minutes left, so plenty of time still.
Yeah, there's only like 2 ways written, so he didn't miss much.
That's right.
Oh, okay, interesting to see if the jet lag is going to help him, or if he's just riding on adrenaline.
Moritz here Taking off on a bit of a closeout, looks like, or is he going to be able to get around this section? He is going to make it around.
Oh, standing up nicely that wave. Nice carve around.
Yeah, this wave really offering some great scoring potential.
Yeah. There's like some super smooth turns there.
And he'll look up and he'll be like, oh no, Tucker's arrived. See Vince surfing in as well. A couple of waves. So the reason we're so excited to see Tucker in a way is because he is on the World Longboard Tour for the WSL. So very accomplished longboard surfer. He did very well here at last year's event. Unfortunately didn't get through to the finals, but put on some great performances. And he's going to get out there with priority for this next ride.
Yeah. Let's see if he's just going to get straight into it. Must be some high adrenaline getting from the airport now.
Exactly.
Wonder if he put his wetsuit on in the car.
Probably did. I'd say he would have. Or maybe he just jumped in his board shorts. I think he's in his board shorts out there.
Is, yeah.
So just straight off the plane. Nothing better though. Straight off the plane into the surf.
Yeah. Wouldn't mind that.
No, that's right. Pressure's on though.
Yeah.
Got to get through this heat.
Yeah. First priority.
Yeah. So yeah, waiting for those scores of Moritz and Vince to come through. Moritz going to get that second priority because he's second out in the lineup. It'd be good to see what Vince did on the outside as well. Whether he got some nose rides in or some bigger turns.
Yeah.
Before riding through.
And also see that wave from Moritz. Now, so that must have been
2.77?
Yeah.
67? My maths isn't great. 2.67. There we go. We got a 1.33. As we see Tucker.
All right, let's see what he can do here.
Here we go on a borrowed board. Straight up to the nose. Oh, nose riding through that. So great hang five. Going to carve it right back around. He's on a bigger board than he would be expecting to. So great cross step cut back there.
Yeah.
This is where we're going to see some great longboard action from Tucker.
Great style. Yeah, you think he just grabbed the first board he could get hands on?
I think it's Leko's board. So I think he's like, Leko, give me your board. So yeah, probably maybe they didn't bring any longboards, or their boards haven't arrived yet. I'm not sure. Or maybe they just didn't have any fins in their board.
Yeah.
They couldn't get it ready in time as they arrived from the airport. So I think he just grabbed any longboard he could.
But yeah, you can definitely see he was surfing with a lot of speed and commitment, and also seeing that probably a different board than he usually rides. Yeah,
definitely much wider. He was on just a prone longboard, I think, last year. That he would probably normally ride in like a longboard event. So you see Moritz up and riding. It's going to be fading back in to the right here, and then maybe he's going to opt to go right on this wave. He hangs five across this section. Nice nose ride. He's going to switch that paddle back for a cut back. Bringing that board right back around. Still going to have a bit more opportunity here to get some scores on this right. You can see Moritz there on this wave, just petering out there. So a bit of a different tactic of surfing to the right. I guess that tide coming back in is going to offer those reforms on the inside. Yeah, Tucker's wave, very critical, nose rides.
Interesting to see what he's going to get scored on that one. Look at him, like standing there.
He's tired.
Yeah. Great to hear from him if he wins the interview, to see what a journey he's been on. Looks like he's going to have a look at this one.
Yeah, he's going to try and stay busy in this one. He wants to catch a lot of waves, so hanging five.
Paddling into it, hanging five.
Yeah.
Wow, unfortunately. Doesn't manage to get on it.
Yeah, he must be happy that he made it in time to be able to get into this heat. Let's say even just with that first wave, it put him in a good position in the scoring.
Yeah, still waiting for that score to drop.
Yeah, he might get caught out by this one.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Right on the head. And then maybe Vince is having a look
I
at
think
this one.
Vince is in a perfect position for this wave.
Yeah.
Nice cross step up to the nose, and a nose right up in the shoulder there. But that wave just hitting that deeper water, so Vince unfortunately losing that ride. You can see this wave reforming there.
Staying a bit too far away from the face of the wave. So yeah, 10 minutes left.
Yeah, waiting for that first score of Tucker.
Yeah, very interested to see what the judges are scoring that.
As you see a little set coming through at the back. Moritz at the back. With that, he will have that priority. That priority hasn't switched on the screen just yet. Looks like Moritz might be a little bit too deep. We're going to try this one. He's going to try. So great wave here from Moritz.
Yeah.
Gets around this section. Nice size to it as well. Looks like
Yeah.
that tide's bringing in some size to the waves. As it gets a bit steeper there, he drops down, but does very well to control that. As we see him carving through, getting on the nose. So really do a lot of variety of maneuvers here.
Yeah.
Moritz.
Great surfing. In the meantime, we have the wave score from Tucker coming in as a 5.67. We also have the second wave of Moritz, that other great set wave, which was a 4 point. So now Tucker is in that second position with priority. Well, we need a score for this last wave of Moritz as well, which probably gonna like improve his position in the front at the moment.
Yeah, it's a great wave for Moritz here. Controlled it really well through that drop. Carves it back around. So a couple of nice turns, and then manages to do another little cut back, and then gets to the nose as well. So showing that variety, but just had to shuffle up to the nose there. No cross steps. Maybe judges taking that into consideration. Yeah, looks like Moritz had a 3.53 for that last one. So he has that 7.53 heat total. Tucker with just that one wave score of a 5.67. And then Vince, a couple of small scores, a 2 and a 1. It looks like Vince is going to take off on this one. Currently sitting with that priority. As we see Vince on this one, maybe using like priority on a not the greatest wave. We'll see if it reforms for Vince.
Yeah. So there's a little reform here on the inside, but yeah, so far he's getting a bit stuck in that white water. Yeah, fortunately not much. And see, there's a set coming here. Maybe Tucker having a look at this one. See if he managed to get on it. He is definitely paddling for it.
So Tucker is on this one. He's going to try and get to the nose. Nice critical nose ride. Hang 5.
Oh.
You can ride anything. He gets up into the lip, but you can see just that big board.
Yeah.
Unable to control it.
But what a great nose ride he performed there in the beginning.
Yeah, held it very well. So we see a lot of flair in Tucker's surfing.
Yeah.
He's got a great style. You'll see some soul arches and some hair flicks. And you'll see some cool stuff from Tucker as he progresses throughout this event on the longboard. He's a bit more serious when it comes to the shortboard stop surfing though.
Okay, yeah.
But it's interesting, he rides a little bit of a longer board, and when he gets it really vertical, it just goes to show as he late takeoff here. Tucker, he's going to cut this one back, getting up to the nose again for a hang 10. Nice. Holding this nose ride for an extended amount of time.
Wow. See, and then carving back. That
So you
is
can really see.
a great wave from Tucker here. Just really using the whole potential of the wave. And managed to get to the inside here. See if he's going to stand up again for a finishing maneuver.
He might be able to get through and get another little nose ride in. There he is on the nose. Little hang 10. Tucker, this is going to be a great score for him.
Hitting the lip here in the end, maybe?
I just couldn't quite get that big board up into it.
Yeah.
But he'd be happy with that.
Another great. Looks like that wave is probably going to put him in the lead.
Yes.
So yeah, straight from the airport.
I know.
He's only been out there for under 9 minutes.
Yeah, nice cut back to nose ride here with a little hang 10. But look how long he holds his nose ride for. Not super critical, but then here it just gets really critical in that section. So it does very well to read that wave, to hold that nose ride into a critical section. Big roundhouse cut back, bouncing off the white water, and again, bring it right back around so you can see him surfing right in that critical section. Tucker in a way, no slouch on a sup longboard at all. Manages to do another little hang 10 on the inside. Very quick. Just there. Whoop. And then tries to hit it off the top, but just can't quite get that big board up into it. As we see Tucker now in the lead after that last score. We're around another 5-point ride. High 4-point ride. So now it's a fight for second place. Advancing position between Moritz and Vince. Moritz already had a couple of nice scores. Vince looking for something that's going to get him up into that second place.
Yeah, wow. What a great performance from Tucker. I want to hear how his airport ride was.
Stressful.
Yeah. Maybe they just left the boards in the airport.
Maybe they did, yeah.
They're like, let's just get there, we go get our luggage later. Could be. It's only like a 25-minute ride from the airport,
that's right.
so could be a strategy. They got off the plane, was like, hey, it's on.
His bag is just coming out of the carousel now.
Yeah. So yeah, just 3.5 minutes remaining. So it looks like Tucker is gonna go straight into the next round.
Yeah, he's put on 2 solid waves. He's only caught 2 waves. That's all he needs.
That's all you need.
Although he may get a warning for sitting down paddling.
Oh.
As we just see a score come through for Tucker.
8.33. So that is the second highest score of the day.
After Benoit's 8.5. Yeah.
Ben got an 8.5 and now Tucker with an 8.33.
Yeah, Tucker putting on a great performance there of sup longboarding, nose riding, carving back. See that progression coming into the judging criteria. And carving into the white water. Is he going to spin on the inside here of everyone and just catch this little one as well?
He is going again.
Straight up to the nose.
Wow.
Hanging 5. He's going to do a little hang heels and try to spin around it. He is going to make it. This is what I mean from Tucker. He's just showman on the board. He's trying to get up into the lip, but not quite. So Tucker there doing a little bit of a hang heels as we see Moritz trying to solidify his second place position in the heat. He's got some nice carves on that wave. We'll catch up to Moritz soon again. Looks like a really nice wave that he has caught. So Vince in a pretty tricky position now, looking for a good score to get into second position to advance through to the round 3 of the quarterfinals, the longboard. As we see here, replay here. Tucker, very quick hang 10. He hangs 5, tries to get that heel over and then walks back. Manages to go back to the left. Then couldn't quite get the board back up, but you can just see how good he is.
Just look at that control he has over that
Exactly.
board. Yeah. Wow. 8.33. Yeah, just over a minute left. And yeah, so it looks like it's Tucker and Moritz moving into the next round. We haven't been sitting with first priority though, so he can choose the wave if there's right now it looks a bit flat. But if anything is coming up an offer.
Yeah, Vince looking for a pretty good score. I think he's only sitting with really a 2-point ride and a 1 point something, so he really needs to get a bit of a higher score to be able to progress. Probably looking for a 6-point ride or a high 5-point ride. So it looks like the ocean is pretty flat toward the end of this heat.
What do you think goes through Taka's mind right now?
I don't know. It's probably just, I don't know, so many thoughts going through his mind. He doesn't really know where he is, I don't think.
Yeah, it'll all be a blur.
Yeah, exactly. So I think a few flight delays coming in from Madrid and manages to just make this heat on time. So he missed his first heat this morning. So this is the repechage heat that he managed to make just on time. I think our event organisers had an idea that he was coming in so that he would make the heat, so they decided to put the longboarding back on. But yeah, Taka anyway, one of the highest heat totals, I think, of the day so far. 14 points.
Yeah.
Moritz.
It's going to be up there with Ben's. And yeah, so Taka and Moritz moving into the next round.
Yep, that's right.
And
the wave's just gone flat for Vince there.
Yeah, and we're having one more heat of the men's... No, we're done with men's longboarding. We are going into the boys' semis.
Yeah, should be very interesting to see the junior boys take to the water for the next 2 heats of the semi-finals. Obviously keeping an eye on those conditions as we move into the evening here in Las Palmas de Gran Canaria, capital of the Canary Islands. Recap of this heat, Moritz Marsh getting second place, moving on through to the quarterfinals of the longboard. Getting some nice rides. So it was Moritz and Vince starting out this heat. Just 2 German competitors sitting at the back. And then all of a sudden, from out of nowhere, Taka Inoue arrives from the airport, paddles out, and gets one of the highest heat totals of the day. And this is Vince on a couple of his rides. Unfortunately, couldn't find the right waves in this longboard heat. He had a couple of nice rides this morning in his round 1 longboard. But well done to those competitors. We see our semi-final heat number 1 of the junior boys, Kapono Fukuda and Tituan Pajo. This is a semi-final to watch. 2 of the best SUP surfers in the junior division going head-to-head as we see Kapono Fukuda up and riding. First turn, cutting back on the second turn here into the white water. Really fast surfing from Kapono. Wave standing up, he's managed to slash it off the top and just mistimes that last turn, so goes down. He did a lot of good work on the outside, though, as we see Tituan Pajot taking off. He's going to do a nice slash off the top there. He's going to wait for this wave to stand up. Just being patient. He's going to be able to get up into the lip again. Fantastic surfing from Tituan. This is going to be such a spectacular heat to watch as he gets another opportunity. Oh, unfortunately comes unstuck as well, so both surfers, unfortunately, cannot finish off those rides.
And yeah, welcome to everybody tuning in. We are here with the junior boys semi-finals, and I am Emily Utrup, and I'm just joined in the studio by Ben Carpentier. How do I say it?
Benoit Carpentier.
Benoit Carpentier. My French is not too good. But yeah, Ben, you're the defending champion of the men's division, and yeah, it's an honor to have you here in the studio to come in this semi-final.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so maybe you can, you probably know the surfer better than I do. So can you give us a little insight of who we're seeing in the water here?
Yeah, so first semi-final with Kapono Fukuda, who obviously is one of the top junior actually at the moment, coming from Japan. He was here last year and he was actually reaping, and we got scared in the men division, you know. I was really scared, and well, he's been reaping all year. He was in the ISA as well in the Sabdolon, and did a great show. So happy to see such a talented guy out there, and see next generation coming. And for sure as well, my roommate Titouan Pajot, coming from Vendée, France, and yeah, that has been reaping as well. So excited to see this battle, and looks like yeah, got already a 6 point and a 4.17. So should be a good one.
Yeah, good start to the heat, and so yeah, so the winner of this heat will move straight into the final. So yeah, it's a really exciting heat. We're gonna hopefully crown a world champion today.
Yeah, well, yeah, they're really lucky actually. We got such a nice conditions today, and the tide is pushing right now. Looks like the swell is going a bit down, but I guess we will see still some good sets, and no, it's going to be a good battle, and yeah, someone's going to be world champion.
And you've been out there, you're in the men's division, but you also served the men's longboard division today. You had actually the highest wave score of the day, and 8.5. Can you just tell us a little bit about the condition, the spot, what the judges are looking for out there?
Yeah, obviously on the longboard, I was really happy to warm up with the longboard here in La Cissère. So we've been surfing that wave now for 4 years, having that contest, I believe 3 or 4. So we kind of know that wave pretty well now. It has changed from the last years as a lot of sand has moved, so it's more reef break than a sand break now. And obviously, yeah, you need to play with the rocks and be in the right spot.
Well, that was a very interesting heat. We have Taka, who passed in first position. I don't know how he made it. He came from the plane running with his entire family. It was late to the heat, entered with a borrowed board, and still won. So how are you feeling, other than stressed?
Yeah, I'm very happy to get the win. The day before yesterday, I joined the South Korea WSL Asia Regional Contest. So I feel a very different condition. Korea is a very cold.
I bet you were hot here running from the airport. Well, congratulations. We're so happy you came. Everyone was asking, where's Taka? Where's the family? we're counting down the minutes. But you made it. Congratulations. And we'll see you in the main event for the longboard sub.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to come back here.
We're happy to have you. Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, thank you, Tatiana. And yeah, amazing to see Taka coming straight from the airport into to that heat. He also got 8.33 on one of his waves, so almost taking your wave score there.
Yeah, I know. No, yeah, he was obviously like doing a contest in a wave pool 2 days ago, like yesterday even. So no, happy he makes it. He's for sure one of the top guy out there on the longboard. He's been doing the WSL for quite a long time now, and been reaping, so he's going to be the biggest rival to me, I guess, in the next few heats. I know he's going to be tomorrow against my friend Clément in the 3rd quarterfinal, and yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'm going to be against him in semi-final if I make my heat, or maybe it's going to be Clément, but it's going to be a good battle, and it's nice to have a guy like Taka here with us in Gran Canaria.
Yeah, I guess it's always good to have, also, he's competing on the longboard tour, and it will also push the level and push you guys to do your best.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's and yeah, he was on the borrow board. He just like got Leko's board, I guess. He just arrived like in the middle of the heat and put a 8.4 and something. So yeah, pretty sick. And so we're still waiting for a score from Kapono, but I believe during the interview he got such a sick wave. So we'll see, but I guess this one's gonna go excellent. Well, we'll see how it goes. I hope we're gonna have the replay, but yeah, looks
let's
like.
See if we can ask our director to have a replay on that wave, and yeah. But
there we go, 8.67. So yeah,
Can I have a replay?
Yeah, that was a great score. Okay, so Capona really into that first place.
So well, yeah, you got the best spot of best score of the whole event now.
He just beat
So,
your
there we go.
8.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, great to see the juniors really pushing the level here. And it is the semifinals, and one of these juniors hopefully are going to get crowned. We're going to see how much sunlight we have today if we manage to run the finals. And yeah, it looks like there's a set approaching.
Yeah, looks like some line on the way. Here is a nice drone shot. The fuel line, so it's actually really tricky right here. You cannot really see, but it's hard to position yourself as the wind is really offshore, so it's pushing you at the back, and yeah, you just gotta be on the rock. Probably, obviously, you need to check like the water is really clear. We're lucky, huh? Beautiful Canaria. We have the water that is really clear, so you really want to position yourself on the rock, so you get the nice entry into the wave, and we can see his replay right here. Boom, nice off the top. Oh, almost claiming, cruising here. There we go. Wave is building one more time, and boom, another one, strong turn. And then, yeah, going to that soft part of the wave where it's pretty tricky to connect. And yeah, with the lower tide, you don't really have the inside section. But yeah, just 2 turn, 8.67. That's well rewarded. That was a sick wave, so yeah, amazing.
Yeah, wow, really putting those maneuvers into the critical part of the wave. And here he's up and riding again.
Yeah, another one. We'll see. Well, we missed the first part of the wave where it's everything happening, obviously, but looks like it's keeping busy. Looks like Titouan got a wave as well. And you can see these sets just like poof, coming and coming non-stop. So yeah, some
like
good.
The wind is picking up a little bit. That offshore wind is
Yeah, I went
getting a bit
actually to
stronger.
check Eliorette on the other side, and wow, it looks amazing, and we could feel like the breeze, light offshore breeze, that was getting stronger. So it's good.
And I know you already spent a few days here in the Canaries before the event. And have you been around exploring and surfing different waves?
Yeah, we've been to El Fronton actually yesterday. I brought my bodyboard. Actually, Titouan right here going on that one. Well, he's a great bodyboarder, and so that was the first time going in El Fronton with the bodyboard for myself with him yesterday. So he was my guide. And no, we had such a good waves. I know they have this contest a few weeks ago where some of my good friends were actually competing in that super prestigious event, which is El Fronton King. So that's such an amazing event here, and you can see here the vibe, and it's all about bodyboarding on these islands of Canaries. There is a good spirit around bodyboarding, so yeah, I didn't have the choice to just bring my bodyboard and try to get a few barrels over there.
Great. And we've been talking about that a little bit earlier. I come from a surf background, and coming into this sub-community, it seems like everybody is just enjoying whatever activity they can do in the ocean. If it's, I know you're also into the foiling and windsurfing and all this. And so it seems like you guys are all watermen and waterwomen. So do you just do any activities in the ocean?
Yes, pretty much. We are adapting ourselves to the condition. We're lucky enough to have a different craft, and I believe as long as we're in the ocean, we're enjoying a lot. And no, that's true that most of the people here are not just coming from SUP. They're coming from different background, and that's what makes it nice as well. Huh? You meet some people coming from everywhere. As Taka is coming from shortboarding, longboarding. I'm more coming from longboarding. Then you have many different people coming from different country, part of the world, but have the same mentality and happy to jump on any craft, which is cool.
Yeah. So bodyboarding, is that something you got into recently, or?
Obviously, where I'm living, the strongest community is bodyboarding, obviously. Close to Brest in Brittany, France, and all my friends are great bodyboarders. So I've always been a little bit like bodyboarding on my home slab called La Sainte. We called it. That's I won't tell you what it is.
Secret.
But yeah, that's the boogie wave I have in front of my home, and I just love to spend time on my boogie. Just get better. It's so much easier, And yeah, you gotta adapt yourself, and so yeah, I'm happy to be able to have to jump on my boogie here in between few subs competitions.
Yeah, And I know that so far you also like had a pretty great year. Like we met in the Eurosurf a month ago, where you was crowned European champion. Can you tell us a little bit about that and how, does that give you a bit of confidence going into this event?
Yeah, sure. It was great. We have a good run of SUP event these last few months, which is great. First part of the year was more focused on wing foiling, where I got a second place in Cabo Verde, and then after a fifth place in Brazil, and last place finish in Morocco, but coming overall seventh in the world. So for the first one, it's pretty amazing. And then after on the second part of the year, we got a bunch of SUP competition with so the French Championship where I won, the European Championship where I won, and the ISA where I got third. So not a bad year for me. It was tough with a lot of events. Going to two disciplines, different disciplines, were really hard as well. But yeah, obviously really happy and put me in confidence as well, like with this European Championship title that I was chasing, because I regained it from 4 years ago. I got it, and then after last year in Denmark, got second. So was really happy to came on top one more time.
Wow, great busy year for you.
Yeah.
So on a day when the waves are on, the wind are on, how do you decide which sport you're going to go for?
It's depend of the mood as well. Yeah, depend of the mood, but been a lot into foiling lately.
Okay.
Really enjoyed it. We can see some line here on the way, so we have 9 minutes and 30 seconds coming up now, and obviously Capono smashing these heats. We didn't see actually his second best wave, but I believe he got another 8, so he's fully on control. We can see some good lines coming. Obviously Titouan got priority, so he will go first. Maybe no, choose not to go, so we'll see. What a nice drone view here.
Yeah.
We're lucky to get such a nice live webcast for this event, so congrats to and good job to all the boys behind the lens for putting such a good time. Let's go. What the line. Amazing conditions here in La Cicère. Nice first turn. Here we go. That's here. Oh, money turn. Boom, another turn. All right. Yeah, Titouan is really waiting, doing long bottom turn. We can see that wave a bit soft, so and here it's yeah, going down. So let's see if Capuano is going on another one. Yeah, looks like he's cruising at the back.
Yeah, see, it's going to be interesting to see that replay. Because sometimes from the drone shot, it's a bit hard to see how, if they put it really up in that critical section.
Boom, nice first turn. That was nice, huh? How's that shot? And you, oh, another one. Okay, yeah, obviously it was a, that's what it's hard, You don't really know where to sit down, and you really want to be going deep and get that first solid turn, as Capono did on this 8-point ride. He was really smashing the lip on the first section, and that's something that, yeah, you need to look for that first turn if you want to get rewarded and get the big score. So, yeah, bit on the shoulder on that one for Titouan. So it's still going to be a nice score, but I don't think it's going to go excellent, as he needs now 2 scores to be able to come on first.
Yeah, it looks like he's put in a combo situation. And yeah, just talking a little bit about like the judging criteria here, it's like what we've seen throughout the day is the judges really, as you say, rewarding that, putting that critical turn in the first part of the wave, even if it's just one big turn. It's like they will definitely score that higher than
than just carving, yeah.
Yeah, just carving the wave down the line.
Yeah, or you can see the rocks actually on that one. You see a little bit? You can see he's standing straight on the rocks. So obviously, let's see that wave. Should be breaking. Where is he? Pretty much. But yeah, some good waves. Good waves coming up. Still 6 minutes, 7 minutes coming. So
yeah, still some time on the clock.
Exactly.
And how are you going to prepare yourself for tomorrow and the coming days? I know you're still in the longboarding. You're still in the men's open.
Yeah, we got a nice setup. We've been coming here for like 4 years, and we actually have the nice apartment just like on the top, so we can see the whole bay, and it's pretty cool. I'm here with some good friends, so yeah, obviously we're just gonna enjoy, try to stretch as much as possible, hydrate, and just be ready for whenever it's on, you know. And I believe tomorrow we're gonna get still like some nice waves, and the next few days, so we'll see. we stay stay ready for anything, and
Yeah.
no.
Did you bring all your equipment or just the bodyboard and the subs?
No, you know, you gotta make some adjustment in your board bag. Having only 32 kilos to take, it's always tricky. My board bags are more or less 50 kilo every time. It's tricky not to take too much. But this time I think I was 32 kilos. I had like 3 stand-ups, so the long SUP, then 2 short SUP, one for small wave, one for big wave. So the Spice model from Starboard and the Pro model. So the Pro model is the one I won yesterday. Same model. Obviously, we work on it, but yeah, I got a nice quiver and then plus the bodyboard for sure, and the swimming fins if I want to go dive or enjoy.
Yeah, because there's probably going to be a few lay days as well. Is that we have a long waiting period to make sure that you guys get the best waves possible. So yeah, hopefully there'll be some.
Hiking shoes as well. It's nice to have the. Oh, here we go. T12 coming back. Okay, staying in the pocket. Nice. Yeah, T12 is actually on the Pro model from Starboard. He's really stoked about that board. That's the board I used the last year, and I win the World title on. So looks like he's surfing way better now with this board. Pretty happy to see some young guys actually using the board we made with Starboard and we developed. So really happy to see that guy ripping and enjoying his time on the board.
And now you being friends, you are one of the guys who's been in the game for a long time. And are you mentoring any of these young and upcoming guys? Or
yeah, obviously we try to push the young one. Same Andrew Noël was here. You can see the replay of Titouan. Andrew, which is a good rival with Titouan, and I've been pushing them and trying to coach them a little bit on positioning and just surfing overall. So it's been nice to hang with these guys and try to make them better every day. But they're really cool kids, so it's nice to hang out with them. Okay, no critical section on that way one more time, so it's going to be a keeper. But staying busy, so it's cool. He's enjoying his time out there. That's all about it.
And we will also see, so there will be a final, but there will also be a consolation final. That means that they will also have a chance to fight for bronze.
Exactly. Yeah. So he's not done for the day.
And we're just seeing
whatever happened.
Kapuna up and riding here.
Okay. All right.
Just waiting for
turns.
just waiting for that.
Yeah. Waiting
Section
for that
to
wave to
stand.
build, drifting a bit.
Looks like it's standing
Boom,
up.
there we go. Nice turn. Oh, wow. This guy is smooth, huh?
Very smooth.
He's going to be one of the guys to look for as well in the men open, huh? I hope I'm not going to be against him, actually.
Oh, you're getting nervous now.
We'll see, huh? But looks like everything is well set up. His board looks nice under his feet. He knows the wave very well, so it's good to see a lot of people coming from Japan, actually, and looking really strong, so
wow.
Oh, nice, all the way in. All right, claiming, yeah.
That was, full potential out of that wave.
Nice, you give it all, huh?
Yeah.
Nice, now you got a nice paddle back out now.
Yeah, but he just have under 3 minutes left, so...
Still plenty of time.
Yeah. He looks hungry.
He's like a showman now.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I got 2-8 now, I can just enjoy.
Maybe you can just take us through this wave.
Yeah,
then.
nice bottom turn here. First soft section, so you try to carve under. Then after that is more like doing some replacement turn. Really nice off the top here, and here we go here. I love that turn. Boom, the extension, and here again, bam. No, he's surfing great. Everything is on point. He's well using the paddle, strong on his feet, so yeah, it looks like the board is flying under his feet, huh?
Yeah.
I don't know who's that shaper, but good job to him.
Yeah.
Looks nice.
And just as you're talking about the paddle there, now I come from a surfing background. How important is, the use of the paddle and how does that get scored? How does that play into the scoring?
Yeah, obviously we're surfing a bigger board, so it's really nice to use the paddle as much as you can on the wave to manage to do turns, huh? And we can see Titouan here. Well, let's see how he uses. Boom. Oh, that was a nice turn. Okay, bit too much, but it's obviously helped us to turn such a big board and to put more pressure on our heel and toes. So that's the thing, and catch more wave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Yeah.
When you're a surfer, you don't want to see 3 stand-up paddlers arrive to the lineup.
Yeah, well, especially with the longest UP, you can catch pretty much what you want, no?
Yeah.
But yeah, that's you need to be respectful to the other surfer out there and just sit down. That's one of the main things. Sit down and have a chat with everybody. Show show that equality. That you're waiting for your wave, not standing and going around.
Yeah.
And as long as you do that, everything's gonna be fine. And yeah, really lucky. Big thanks to the local community for having us for 4 years now. It's been good to be battling in this nice wave. Especially El Lloret is one of the super nice wave. We're really lucky to have a wave like this on tour. So hopefully now we get more events, in the next few years, because it's been like 2 years with only one event. So we want more now.
Yeah.
So
You guys want to be busy, get a full tour going.
yeah, that would be nice,
Yeah.
just to get back where we were at before. Get Bo Nixon back in there, back on tour.
Yeah.
But yeah, I really love this format to have also the longest UP coming up as well. I know a lot of people online are really excited about this, and many people are actually riding longest UP. Huh?
Yeah. And
Yeah.
also great to see that we're actually having a women division in that this year.
Yeah, exactly. Last year there were only 2, so this year we got more women into this thing. So I know Camille and Marine obviously are great longboarder as well. So yeah, you can see people coming from a different background that pop up, and no, it's great.
Well, it looks like this heat is over, so we have Kabuna. He is really taking the lead there and moving into the finals.
Yeah, well, Capono flying over that leap.
Yeah.
And yeah, making it to the final. So he's gonna be the man to look after, I guess. Posting like the biggest score and the biggest total of the day yet. So yeah, congrats Capono, and see you in the final. Congrats to Titouan as well. And yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Welcome back to the 2023 Gran Canaria Pro Am, part of the APP World Tour, moving into semi-final heat number 2 of the junior boys. We have Enrique Pedicera in the red jersey and Lucas Winterdrew in the white. Your fellow countryman, Benoit? Lucas?
Yes, Lucas is coming from Martinique, actually, one of the French island, down in the Caribbean, so Caribbean. Caribbean. And we got also the Brazilian that have been putting a lot of efforts and work these last few years and days. He's been spending his all day in the water on this wave and El Lloret, so he's looking really strong as well. So it's going to be a great one. Lucas is actually the Europeans. He got second in the European and first in the French Championship. So
that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's been doing very well this year.
Yeah.
And
So-
he's been putting together some good heats today. He's been, saw in the longboard, he unfortunately fell out. Didn't manage to get quite the good waves, but I think he was saving his energy for this heat.
Exactly. Now he's full power for this heat, so yeah, it's going to be a good one. Waves are pumping, so look at that. Poof. It's
That's
gonna be
nice out there. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Perfect for sup longboard out there. It's
Exactly,
been
yeah.
nice to watch the longboarding out there, and then obviously good conditions here. We're going to be finishing off with this heat for today. So it's going to be the final heat of the day.
All right.
Finals of the junior boys.
I might jump in the water after that.
Yeah, I'm going to join you.
Yeah, let's do this.
Let's do it. It'd be nice.
Yeah,
But,
amazing. All right, so Last heat of the day.
Last heat of the day, yeah. But it's been a fantastic day of action. We thought we'd be crowning champions today for the junior boys, but the conditions aren't really going to, and the timing as well isn't going to allow us to finish that. So we will be saving that for possibly tomorrow, but we'll have to check the conditions in the morning.
Yeah, I guess tomorrow is going to be pretty similar to today. Maybe a bit smaller, but we're going to start with the high tide in the morning, so not much wind. So I think it's going to be a good day, and well, I guess we're going to crown world champion tomorrow. Let's see what's the call, but yeah, what a day of action. It's been a long day. I guess you got pretty warm in there
Yeah,
commentating.
Been a long day. Good day, though.
Good day, yeah, good action. You know, good condition, good action. So
yeah, it's good that the waves have been great. It's always good to show up to a surf event and have good waves.
Exactly, yeah. Makes the show even more excited after. So
yeah, that's right. Yeah, for sure. You
yeah.
were saying the European SUP surf event had very good waves.
Yeah, it was amazing actually. We were in Peniche, and we got some amazing wave, some south wind, and we surfed that reef break, a left reef break, and it was pretty amazing. Like long left with some nice wall and offshore conditions similar to here. So it was really nice and good battle. I was here battling a lot with my friend Clément Rosero, and obviously also Guillermo Caracero from Spain, and Juan de los Reyes, who's been putting such a great performance over there.
Yeah, they'll all be competing here as well.
Yeah, they are going to be here as well. So yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. I'm happy they came, and they are looking strong. Clément just got it yesterday. I went to picking up at midnight yesterday in the airport. Oh, that was a short night, but yeah, I'm happy he's here, and it's always fun to hang out with him, be around. And that was his first time this morning on the longest UP, and he's in quarterfinals. So, well, this guy is so talented.
He did very well.
He did well. So,
was he on your board on the stub? Or
yeah, he was on Cami's board.
Okay.
So obviously,
right.
I got I got Cami on starboard last year. So
good,
yeah, she's really happy about the product, and so yeah,
I was
Clément
super impressed with Cami's longboard SUP surfing.
Yeah, actually, Cami is a great longboarder. She got second in the French Championship, like prone longboarding. So she's really good at longboarding and it's really fit her style. So yeah, I'm happy she's enjoying time on that board we designed with Starboard 2 years ago. So no, it's a board that's been great, working well, and it's nice to have a backup as well for me.
Exactly.
Because you never know. Huh?
That's right. You never know.
Never know.
We saw a wave there as we were talking from Enrique. Really nice left-hand wave. A couple of turns off the top. We get a replay of that.
Yeah.
But that's a good way to open his account for the semi-final.
Yeah, pretty slow heat for now. Let's see how it goes on. Looks like the boys are sitting a bit to the shoulder. Come on, guys. Get in there.
Exactly. We've seen like the kind of positioning really come into play today, especially with the tide changing. It just looks so different out there during different heats.
Yeah, as I was explaining, there's a few rocks out there, and you really need to be sitting like on these rocks, and obviously the direction of the wave coming every time, and it's quite tricky. So you got to pick the right one and really look for that first big section to be on the ice score, ice scoring range. So yeah, we can see there's really like a flat section in between both sections, and you really need to position yourself in the right spot. Otherwise, even if you have a 9 foot or 10 foot, you're not gonna go into the wave. So yeah, it's you need to open your eyes and be always in movement. As you can see, Lucas, try to find the right place, and we're gonna go straight to the interview with Capono, winner of the last heat.
Capono Fukuda, you are officially through to the finals of the under-18 SUP Surf Boys event. How does it feel?
Yeah, I'm feeling so good. Yeah, and I want to keep it up to the next final.
Well, you actually just achieved the highest scoring heat total for the event so far. One of the waves scoring 8.60. Tell me, what did you do to achieve that score?
Yeah, I just catch the good wave. So yeah, I could the best sliding. Yeah, that's it.
So wave choice. That's what it comes down to. Choosing the right wave, being patient. Is that right?
Yeah, Yes.
Well, congratulations. We're so happy for you, and I cannot wait to see you in the final. It's going to be an epic heat.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Tatiana, there with Kapono Fukuda moving into the junior boys final. And I was talking to Emily earlier, Benoit, that I thought Kapono was on some different equipment rather than Sonova, but it looks like he's still riding Sonova, just a custom board.
Yeah, I don't know if it's coming from Sonova actually, but there's a nice Sonova sticker on there.
Exactly.
But yeah, I might give it a try to his board actually. I might
Have
get a
look.
feel.
Yeah, for sure.
Looks nice.
It does look nice. Yeah, definitely.
And yeah, looks like it's haven't been too many waves with a nice 5-point ride for Enrique Perez. So that's a great way to start the heats. Now, waiting for some sets, see how it goes. Looks pretty flat up there.
Yeah, it's a really long time between the sets, we've noticed coming in, especially from that low tide this afternoon. Even that tide pushing back in, it's kind of really dropped off a little bit with the consistency of the sets.
Yeah.
Haven't seen as many good waves come through, but when they do come through, they're still really nice.
Yeah, it's still a few waves actually coming. So you gotta, if you're good, for sure you can pick 2 waves in one set.
Exactly.
Because there's like 10, sometimes more. So.
Yes. Did you see Tucker arrive for his heat?
I was actually checking Allurets.
Well, yeah, okay,
and I
right.
thought he was not gonna come. And then like I was just walking like down the alley and I heard like, okay, blue 8-point ride. And I was like, oh, okay, well, I think he's here.
Definitely here. Yeah, he had like 3 really good waves just back to back on the longboard sup.
Yeah, no, Taka is ripping.
Yeah.
Any craft is just really cool. You know, it's a bit like Clement.
True.
Oh.
Yeah, and yourself as well.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
but
yeah, tell us a little bit more about your foiling kind of progression as well, because you're really getting into winging, but also sup foiling and prone foiling too.
Yeah, I tried to do a downwind actually.
Nice. Yeah.
I tried to do a downwind foiling as we got like the Open de France the downwind.
Yeah.
A few weeks ago. That was in close to my town in Crozon. They were like maybe like 90 guys, so it was amazing. Some guy from Hawaii, some guy from Australia, some guy coming from all around the world. So unfortunately, I got a bit injured before the race, so I couldn't do it. But I did a run like a few days after, and I couldn't get up, obviously. But I'm pretty excited about getting into downwind subfoiling as well. It was really excited to see that event back home. But yeah, on the other side, I've been doing like a lot of surf foiling and wing foiling this year, and it's been it's been good. I've been enjoying a lot doing foiling. You know, we don't have such a good wave back home, so it's really something that makes me enjoy it a lot. I know some old guy back home would have left the place for a long time now, but they fell in love with foiling now, and they obviously like finding some new places to enjoy being in the water and. It's just about Formula One, you know. You change just a little thing, it's gonna change the whole setup. It's it's in full evolution right now, foiling, so it's really excited.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. And that downwind event, were you riding the Ace downwind board?
Yeah, I was riding the Ace. So obviously I didn't do the event. I was riding after that. I tried to do a downwind with this guy. Couldn't pop up really because I used too tricky foil.
Okay.
They were like, okay, we're using this kind of foil, really thin. I was like, okay, I want to do the same, but obviously I wasn't so much in shape like for these kind of conditions. But yeah, next year hopefully I can do it. I was riding the Ace 6.9 by Starboard. That felt good. Yeah. I've been riding that wave, that board actually a lot in the light wind wing foiling days back home, and also subfoiling. It's been it's been good riding this narrow board and putting a bit of the racing background here.
Sure. yeah, exactly.
What about you? Foiling a little bit?
Not recently. No, I got into it a couple of years ago, but haven't just had the time. Obviously, got a young 2-year-old. So finding
congrats.
the time, thanks. Yeah. Finding the time to do all these different sports for me is it's getting a bit tricky. So I just stick to the sup surfing and the surfing.
Nice.
But, yeah, amazing drone shot there.
Yeah, you could see the rocks on the reef, huh?
Yeah, definitely.
Know where to position. We need to
you need to rewind the
exactly
live webcast later and have a look.
Yeah, it's been funny staying in the apartment just on top, like during the junior boy eat, like with my little cousin Andrew and stuff. I was with the bodyboard, just like go left, go left,
nice.
go right, just whistling every time.
Yeah.
It's
so playing a bit of coaching role as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's always been nice.
Yeah,
been doing a few coaching with my own structure school
Mhm.
the last few years now. So no, it's really something that excites me as well. It's more pressure.
Yes.
Even to be like just like looking at the friend. Oh, we can see the rocks right there.
Yeah,
Look at that.
super cool.
All right. So
which rock?
Lucas, you are standing in the right position right here. Okay,
Yes.
go a bit more to the right. Yeah, you can really see.
Yeah, it's a cool drone shot.
Cool drone shot. Huh?
Yeah, we had JV tuning in earlier today. I know he's taken a couple of lessons with you, foiling and also long board sup. Julian.
Oh, Julien.
Yeah, Julien.
Yeah.
JV. Yeah.
Yeah.
So he said to say hello.
Yeah,
On the
he
YouTube
texts me
comments.
actually.
Yeah.
He's one of the guys like always texting me like, oh man, okay.
Nice.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Few guys really following up my journey, so it's
Yeah.
been nice. So, still have 10 minutes remaining and only one wave ridden. So in this heat, so looks like the ocean is going a bit quiet now, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Crossing figure for a few more sets before the end of this heat.
Yeah, been a very slow heat, as you said, Ben. It's only one wave ridden. So Enrique, pretty happy that he's at least got one wave under his belt.
Yeah, tricky one right here.
Yeah, it really is.
So that's pretty cool that the APP now put this rule as well, that you can actually sit down on the lineup and just to relax, so you can get good performance whenever you're back
Exactly.
on your foot, riding such small board. So it allows us as well to go on a bit lower volume these days, so we can actually perform a bit more.
That's interesting. So you would opt for a lower volume board, you think?
That's the
having
thing.
this rule.
I might get a call with Starboard actually,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
just try to because we are trying to work on the boards, and I might get lower volume.
Mhm.
Every time I'm hearing what the Brazilians are riding, I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, right.
I'm like
that
a
tiny
tiny
60-something
board.
meter or so. Yeah.
Yeah. I know Luis is riding 58. Leo is riding 62, and Wellington is riding 63. So
63.
and
wow,
they are
yeah,
like
it's crazy.
70 kilos or something. So
Yeah.
well.
And what board are you on at the moment? What literage?
I'm on 74.
Okay.
And I'm pretty much 74 kilo.
Mhm.
So I just like to be cruising around, and it's still working really well.
Yeah.
Obviously, and no, I'm really happy about my equipment right now.
That's
And
good.
yeah,
So you
it's
bought
good.
a couple of boards. You got Starboard Pro and then obviously Spice as well. Do you travel with?
Yeah, exactly. I have the Spice that I've been doing all the contests this year with.
Mhm.
That's really my magic board at the moment. The Spice that we made this year back in Thailand. And that one is 6'9" by 24.5.
Okay.
And I use it as a quad. Just works in any metal condition. As long as it's not too big, works great. So maybe for Lorette, I might choose more the Pro.
Yep.
And we'll see how it goes. But
Yeah.
I haven't rode the Pro in the whole year, pretty much.
Right,
Because
okay.
we had like good, like small
Of
average
course.
waves
Yeah.
during the whole year. So I haven't really got the chance to surf too much of the Pro. But that's really a board that works great in a bigger surf. So
Of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's good. Nice.
See how
Yeah, I
it
saw
goes.
you switch up your equipment at the ISA Championship as well. You switched to the
yeah,
Spice.
exactly. Yeah. So we'll see how it goes. But yeah, I'm pretty stoked about the equipment and the way we've been working
Yeah,
the last few years.
Yeah, I really love the new longboard subs from Starboard. I think
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
fantastic.
They're fantastic.
And
yeah.
even the new size, the 9.5 by 30, I think it is.
The longboard.
The longboard, yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed riding that. That was fun.
Yeah. No,
But
no,
good
really.
to see like a board between the 9 feet and 10 feet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, it's been nice. Here we go. Come on,
Yeah,
Lucas.
a bit of action.
Bit of action. All right,
Lucas
7
enjoyed
minutes. Here we go. First wave for Lucas. Nice looking wave. Good bottom turn off the top. That was a nice first wave, first maneuver. Another one. All right, so we can see Lucas. He went all the way to the inside. Huh?
Mm-hmm. Really
Get
good.
few waves. We
Really
can
good wave though.
Yeah, yeah. We can see that the tide is pushing as well, and that's why the waves are getting better on the inside as well. It's good to know for a free surf.
It is
after.
exactly. But yeah, it was actually nice. This first turn was really nice. You just waited patiently.
Yeah.
To get up into the lip.
Yeah.
So nice first turn. I really liked it. He saved his energy for this heat as well because he had a bit of a shocker in the longboard. But I think he was, like you said, just maybe feeling out the conditions for this heat. So he's
Yeah, and you know what? These guys arrived at 3 a.m. this morning.
Okay, that's
So-
yeah. Okay, they're tired then.
Yeah, they're really tired. They haven't never surfed that break. So when you never surf that break, it's kind of tricky, to be honest.
Yeah, and Lucas has surfed about 5 or 6 times today, going for juniors longboard and yeah.
So they must be pretty exhausted
Yeah,
now.
definitely.
So good effort by Lucas on that wave. Let's see how it goes. Only 6 minutes to go, so only 2-wave ridden.
Well, it's going to come down to the next wave.
Exactly.
Both
So
surfers.
yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. And yeah, Enrique's been surfing good as well. The last heat he got like with Titouan actually and Andrew. He's been doing his best heat, so he's looking like he's getting better heat after heat. So
That's so true. He's just been building confidence
exactly,
after,
yeah.
because at the start of the day he didn't seem super confident on the wave, but now he's putting together some really good turns, linking together maneuvers.
Yeah.
He's been surfing very, very well.
And you can see Lucas more on the inside now, looking for backup now. Okay, 3.5 on this first wave, so we'll need to do a bit more.
Yeah, he just needs to do that again, hopefully.
Yeah.
But we'll
All right.
see a wave coming in. Maybe Enrique just repositioning.
Yeah. Yeah, money time.
It
5
is.
minutes remaining, huh?
Yeah.
Everything
Yeah.
can happen still in this heat, so yeah, excited to finish the day. Coming in the 5 minutes mark. We'll see what's gonna happen here. So that's a spot to the final, huh?
That's right, yeah.
So
Need to-
someone's gonna join Capono here, but we still don't know who.
That's right. Lucas might be trying to get onto this little one. Just going to let it go. But Enrique sitting with that first priority. So he'll have choice of the next wave that comes, if a wave comes through.
Yeah.
Been very slow. Only 2 waves ridden in this heat.
Only 2-way ridden. Tricky one.
But we saw a lot of waves ridden in that last heat.
Yeah,
Capono
it was
and-
pretty amazing, huh?
Yeah, it was
Capono
good.
reaping, huh?
Yeah,
Best
super.
all of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gonna be scared. Coming.
Definitely. Well,
Coming
he's-
with him, especially here.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
He's
he
been
won the-
spending so much time with his dad training here.
Yes.
And, so he's definitely know the spot well. It looks like he's good on his equipment as well. So
Yeah, that's right. He's obviously trying to back up that world title from last year in the juniors. He was able to secure that world title win.
yeah,
So he'll be looking to go back to back for the juniors.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Then another shot in the open as well. I
That's
don't know
right.
if it's his last year actually, Capono.
I think so. I didn't know if he was going to even be in it. Maybe I think he's 16 or nearly 17.
16. Well,
Yeah.
a few more to come.
Couple more years. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Amazing, huh?
Still a bit. Still
Now
a longer.
reaping,
Looks
huh?
like a wave popping up here.
All right, here we go.
Enrique's going to
Who's
try
on the
go.
rock? Who's
I
on the
think
rock?
Lucas is better positioned. Just not even
Yeah.
a little. Not even going to break.
Yeah.
So 3.5 minutes on the clock.
And you can see some line at the back, huh?
Yeah.
There's something coming for sure.
Hopefully they're in the right position as well to be able to get these waves.
Yeah. It's actually not a bad spot to check out the contest, huh?
That's right. It's good. You get a good.
It's
get a
all
good
warm
idea.
and cruising.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, Ben, there's some waves coming. So priority has switched now. Lucas now with first priority.
All right. And okay. All right. Lucas is going to go for the right. Looks like it.
Could be a smart-eyed option because
Yeah,
the right's been standing
That's
up.
where he's been scoring as well. Oh, okay. Okay, that's the money turn. All right, good. Turn. All right, you have to paddle to make it. It's not going to count.
Not
gonna count.
Not even sure it'll get past that 5-point ride of Enrique. This look needs a 1.51. So yeah, thanks Benoit for joining us in the booth. Been a pleasure to talk to you, and thanks for sharing your insights.
Yeah, anytime, you guys. Pleasure.
Good luck for the rest of the event.
Yeah, I see you out there.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, see you in a bit.
So we just saw that replay there. Unfortunately, Lucas just coming unstuck as Emily jumps back in the booth to join me to wrap up the first day of competition.
Wow, what a day.
It's been great. But this heat's been very slow. I don't know if you've been keeping an eye on it, but Lucas Winter-Drew has jumped up into the lead with that last wave score of a 1.8. So Enrique really having to get moving here on this wave, only looking for a 0.3 to manage to take the lead. So I think he's already done it with this wave here. So Enrique will be moving up into the lead after this wave. 0.3 is pretty much just getting to your feet and getting to the bottom of the wave. So Enrique getting a couple of turns. Been a very slow heat, so a lot of nerves. Definitely as we count down toward the end of this heat, coming down to just under a minute 30 on the clock. So we need to see Lucas get another wave if he is to progress through to the final to meet Capono Fukuda. As we see a replay here of Enrique bouncing through this one as he gets a nice carve off the top. That's already going to be a couple of points for him, so he'll move up into first place. Quite deservedly. He's been surfing very well throughout this whole event.
There's been some great surfing from him earlier today as well. So, yeah, exciting. So it looks like we'll have the finals tomorrow. And was that another wave from Lucas? Or
I'm not sure if it was, but
looks like
Enrique just dropped a 3.07. So Lucas is going to be looking for at least a 5. And we did have Lucas up and riding, so you were right. He did have a wave. Not sure it's going to be the one he needs, though.
No, looks like it's not really standing up for him there. Just dies out in that flat section. And yeah, doesn't have much time now to turn that heat around.
No, he definitely needs to get out there quick and try to get on a wave. But it does look like it will be. Oh, this is live action, though. So we didn't see what he's done on the outside. We will have to get a replay and see if he has done anything big to be able to turn this score. But he might have needed a set to be able to get through. Needing that 4.58, I believe, to be able to get through.
It's very small numbers up there on our screen, so it's a bit hard to see. But
doesn't look too convinced, though. By the look on his face.
He must be so tired as well.
He'd be shattered.
I can't believe how many heats he have surfed today. I feel like every time we looked on the screen, Luke has been in the water.
He certainly has been going back to back from the longboard to the junior in the last few hours. So he's just been, just burning his energy.
Yeah.
Apparently he arrived at 3 a.m. this morning.
Oh, wow.
Ben was saying. So.
But Lucas will still have a chance tomorrow in the consolation final where he can still manage to get the bronze medal.
That's right, exactly. So there will be that consolation final too. But it does look like Enrique will be moving through, but we'll get final confirmation on that. As we've had a fantastic day one of action here for the Gran Canaria Pro Am as we watch the recap of this last heat. Not many waves surfed, but Enrique getting a great score to start off the heat with a 5-point ride. A few great turns. He would have liked to do a few more of these throughout the heat, but just everything went kind of flat. And we just saw possibly that higher tide with that dropping swell coming into play. A few less waves out there as we see this was a 3.5 from Lucas. So off the top and then cuts it back a little bit. But he couldn't really find the waves he needed to really get a great score to be up in contention. But, got his money's worth for sure.
Yeah.
Surfing today.
Definitely got a few heats under his belt. So, he's still a very young surfer. So what a great experience for him to surf so many heats here today. And just getting that experience.
Yeah, exactly. Great to see him here competing. And had a couple of opportunities out there. That right-hand wave could have been a good opportunity for him to get a good score, but just falling off the back of that. As you can see, that's the event site on the bottom of the screen there. Looking at the waves, as well as we see Gran Canaria, the island in the background, city of Las Palmas. It's been a beautiful day.
Yeah.
Nice and cool as well. The sun didn't really pop out. It's had a bit of cloud cover today, but it was nice to be a bit cooler.
Still hot enough in our container here on the beach.
Yeah, definitely hot enough. And hot enough for Ben to wear a hat as well.
Yeah.
In the longboard event.
Yeah, definitely is warm. And Yeah, we'll see. Maybe we have time for a little sunset surf before and get a feel of the water today.
I think so. Yeah, definitely a quick dip after this would be
Yeah.
definitely worthwhile for sure.
Mhm.
It's been a fantastic day one of action. I hope you've all enjoyed tuning in, watching it all as well.
Yeah.
We're going to be back and have a look at the conditions tomorrow to see if
Yeah.
we're going to get started. Probably going to look at the junior boys final, probably getting to longboard and the junior women as well. And probably starting to look at the pro events later on in the week. Maybe getting something happening on Thursday, but definitely the weekend's looking like there's going to be some swell around. So there's a lot more action to come throughout the week.
Yeah, it looks like very exciting swell coming towards the weekend, and could be a few big days. So
You have some inside knowledge there. That's cool.
So I heard Tristan talking about earlier, like out on the right-hand point break could be a really good day. So yeah, I think we're just waiting for the last interview, and then we're gonna finish this day. Been such a pleasure commentating this day with you.
Oh, it's been so fun to be able to be in the booth with you, Emily, and chat all things SUP surfing. It's been a great day of action. We had the junior boys kick off the day, and then the longboard as well for the men and women. So we saw round 1 and round 2 for the men getting underway. Great to see longboard SUP surfing back here being represented on a world stage. People travelling from far and wide to enter the events, and obviously the women having their own dedicated division for the longboarding as well. Saw some great performances. One name I'm going to have to throw out there was Tucker Inouye, arriving off a flight straight into rapid charge heat because he missed his first round heat and managed to get some super high scores for one of the highest heat totals. And then fellow Japanese surfer Kapono Fukuda in the junior boys getting the highest heat total of the day.
Yeah.
Something crazy like an 18 point whatever.
That was amazing. And then, of course, we saw Ben, who was just in here commentating with us, also, putting a 8.5 wave in there and just surfing amazing on the longboard.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, obviously Benoit going to be, coming up in the event throughout the week, the pro and the longboard too. So we look forward to seeing him. And, yeah.
Yeah, great day.
It's been a great day.
So, yeah, I think now one thing that's left to say is just, tune in tomorrow. I think we're back already pretty early tomorrow morning and just assessing the conditions, and then we're going to do a plan for the day. But I guess we're going to be seeing some women surfing tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see the women out there, probably from maybe in the pro event, but definitely for the junior girls, the women's longboard too. And yeah, stay tuned to appworldtour.com. Check out the YouTube, the Facebook, everything. You'll get all the updates on there. Yeah, thanks for tuning into day one of the Gran Canaria Pro Am. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Possibly. Perfect. Thank you so much, Will.